It's okay. You guys can stop freaking out. I'm here now. What up, lad? Oh, I'm doing much better, man. I needed a day off. I didn't get anything done yesterday, which kind of wasn't the most optimal play, but sometimes you just need a day, you know? What are you up to today, buddy? What a pull-up. Sometimes you just need a day. It can be a thing, especially when you've been working a lot. So, just having a day was nice. You know. Yeah, you get that. You're chilling too. Doing anything good today, or just big chill? I have to go get some coffee and toss a sweatshirt on, and then we'll be good to go. It can definitely be a thing, man. Especially today's Sunday for some people. You know, they getting ready for the work week and everything. So, just hopefully it's gonna be a nice chill day for everybody. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Thank you, Tora. How you doing today, mate?
Fuck me, chat.
Meow. 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 What up, Night Owl? What up, Low? What up, Hell Saber? How's everybody doing? Everybody having a good day? Well, I tell you what, though, I take one day off, man, and just like everything breaks in First Descendant. So that's always a fun thing to see. Second cup of caramel coffee. Sounds smart. Sounds good. We're a couple cups in. We've been up for a little while. We've been up for a little bit. Is everybody enjoying their hopefully relaxing Sunday? Question mark. Hopefully everybody's kind of enjoying their Sunday. Where are we at here? Lack of sleep Sunday? What happened there? Why you get lack of sleep? Why you no get plenty of sleep? It's like 3 p.m. You've already had 6 beers. You're already cooking. Probably go get some blue brains, I guess. Guess we could do blue brains. I think. It's White Knight Gulch, right? For blue brains. Should be. Get some blue brains. Doing some challenges for silver coins. You get them all taken out. You just trying to get like everything caught up and bought that's in there right now. Stuff he knows makes it hard to sleep. I get that. I get that. It's not White Knight Gulch for brains. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's right here. Right? This is, I think this is it. Borderline of truth. Yeah, I thought so. Dude, sometimes my brain at break. Sometimes my brain at break. Have you bought everything so far that you can get, Hell? Like how many brains? How many silver coins were you able to get? It's 9:51 a.m. there. It's the same here. It's 9:51, 9:52. Might as well just farm some of these up, right? It's not like we have a ton of things to do. How are you guys feeling about the season now that you guys have had your first weekend with it? You sort of like grinded everything, farmed everything. Do you guys still have a lot of stuff you need, or is it now just sort of like get on and just grind your old stuff again? Like, what have you guys noticed? I didn't know how much stuff you guys still needed, or if you felt like you got most of everything you needed from the plains, and so it's back to purge farming. Yeah, back to how season 2 ended, plus Wallcrashers and dailies. Yeah, I can see that. I have 160 waiting to get the second page unlocked. You're just gonna stockpile them and just buy everything off second page. It's not, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I don't think I've spent any of my coins yet. How do you guys feel about the whole, I mean, like, effectively just kind of doing what you were doing in Season 2? Other than just, like, mixing in, like, a Wallcrasher once an hour. I mean, I need to do my dailies and everything, so I'll probably sit here and do this and then do Wallcrasher. What up, Thebe? Need to stock up on some cores again? Yeah, I think that's basically where everybody's at, right? Is it's just running purge, effectively. Maybe we'll run some purge here in a little bit. I mean, I could always use more purge. Still worried about the battle pass mess they have right now. There's still people that can't actually, like, do anything, right? Because of the... What up, Sweet and Sexy? Like, because of the challenge mess, right? Or what's going on with it? What up, Or? I mean, I've seen a couple people talking about it on Reddit and stuff, but... How you doing today, Or? Yo, thank you for the follows. Yeah, I'll head to the Wallcrasher in a second. Morning, chaps. How you doing? How's the Once Human treating you? The week 2 challenge for getting daily rewards from Sigma still broken, so yeah. So, like, is basically everything broken? You're gonna play? Alright, lad, I'll grab you. So is basically everything broken? Like, the battle pass, like, challenges. I mean, is it, like, sort of everything's kind of borked right now? Nice ass in your cup? Giggity. Wait. I'll take a nice ass. I'll never say no about that. Not everything.
Gay porn. I'm watching gay porn right now. I hate my job because I love
Thank you, lad. How are you guys? I'm doing okay. It's still early, right? It's still early on a Sunday. I was so, like, low-key. I took all day yesterday off and should have worked on stuff, and I didn't. You want to know what I did? Like, no joke. Do you want to know what I did yesterday? An entire day of laying in bed and watching fucking Downton Abbey. Like, don't fucking judge me. That was all day. There was, like, some ice cream to be had in there somewhere. That was basically like a whole day. That's a W day. I didn't think it was bad. I actually like Downton, dude. I think Downton's a pretty good series. You probably needed it. I mean, it didn't feel bad. I really like Downton. I like the way they did this show because I like how it shows like both sides of the manor, right? You've got like the people at the bottom and the people at the top. Let me download First Descendant. You're going to buy the fits. You just showing up to buy the fits and then bouncing out. What up, Lux?
Hey, listen.
They stopped working. The Nell skins just stopped working, period? What do you mean? Dude, those are like really fucking... They really need to get a bunch of other stuff not working. What's up, Lat? The other challenges are working. Well, at least some of them are working. It's just, it definitely is unfortunate for a lot of people. It is unfortunate that so many small bugs have crept into the update. For like the general public, right? Skills. Oh, okay, I got you. More sexy people coming in, we take them. About the AI stuff, yeah, I fucking commented on it. It was like really unfortunate. I saw both of his posts. I actually commented on both of them. Same as Biscuit. A bunch of us commented on it. It's really unfortunate. Did you see where they physically showed like one of the dudes looked like Sweatsicle and the other one looked like some other content creator? Bug happens when you mount and dismount. What, just like skill reset or what? I didn't dare to do the challenges in case they roll it back. I don't know when they're going to do whatever. Black Mirror is your current binge watch, Mom? I don't know that I've seen Black Mirror. Is Black Mirror good? I mean, like, I've seen Downton Abbey, but sometimes you just rewatch shows just to do it. Dude, yesterday I just needed time to just chill. Can we see Judge's AI ads? Dude, could you imagine if they would have used one of us, though? Like, could you imagine the fucking pushback from some of the communities? Like, imagine if they would have used Moxie. They should have paid some content creators to do that. Well, like, let me explain to you how much it costs and why I'm so pissed off that they didn't. Have you seen all the seasons? I've seen all of it, John. I've seen all of it, and I'm rewatching it. So, calculator. So, here's typically about how much it costs to get this. What up, hero? So, here's typically how much it costs, right? So, for somebody like Moxie, Moxie's average concurrent viewership, yeah, well, some people in here haven't seen the whole thing, so I'm trying to, I'll try to keep it pretty light on some of the spoilers for them, but I think it was really good. So for somebody like Moxie, this is typically how you would do the math. Moxie's average CCV, delete that, you're sorry, oh hell, I ain't worried about it. So for somebody like Moxie, his CCV is 1,000, okay? So you would take that and you would multiply it by 1.25, and it would cost you about $1,200 to get Moxie to do that ad. And then typically, what you would do is you would give them a license to use that ad for 3 months for free within the first $1,200. And then if they wanted to run that ad for continuous months, they would pay a fee outside of that, typically about half of this, just to run it for an additional 3 months. So if they want to do it for 6 months, it'd be like, we'd say you just charge them like $1,800, right? Yeah, I do use OBS. It would just depend on what you're doing. Sweet. Without seeing your setup, it's really hard. What up, Afro? It's really, really hard to like diagnose OBS problems. Because it could just be like your input's wrong. Depends on which capture card you're using. Like trying to diagnose an OBS problem live on stream when I can't see your PC is pretty tough. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough. But for somebody like me, right? For somebody like me, my average CCV is like 200. Like, we'll say 150, because that's probably more realistic. Times 1.25. So you could have paid me like about $200 to do that ad. And you can do that same math for everybody else, right? So it's not like they saved a bunch of money by doing the AI ads. And the downside is, it wasn't the money that they saved. It's the goodwill that they just burnt by doing them. And then the other issue is going to be, what up, Bubblegum? The other issue is going to be, like, the one ad, the guy looks pretty fucking close to Sweatsicle. So because the dude looks pretty close to Sweat, even if they weren't trying to do that, if Sweat finds that offensive, that they basically use somebody that looked like Sweat, right, to try to get some type of, like, visual recognition, like, I'm not going to say Sweat would sue them or anything, but my point would be that, like, Sweat could sort of have something to say in public in the Destiny community about how, say, he felt like it was scummy. And if Sweat said that, he would be within his rights to say it, right? So if Sweat was to say that, that could hurt the perception of the First Descendant in the Destiny 2 community, and vice versa, right? Or there was like somebody else that was said that they looked very similar to the person in the ad. Basically, you're unintentionally or very intentionally trading on somebody else's namesake. And while it's usually, while it's like AI sloth and it's really hard to prove, at the end of the day, what you're going to do is burn goodwill in communities, because it doesn't cost you that much to get a content creator to make those ads in particular. And it just seems like kind of scummy to do it in the way that it was done. So yeah, I think that it was actually really bad form. I actually think it was really bad form. I think that they really shouldn't have done what they did. Because like the overall cost to get 10 content creators to do that would have been like depending on which content creators you got. I mean, you would have spent less than $3,000 or $4,000. But you would have spent less than $3,000 or $4,000. But you would have not pissed off a bunch of people. Do you see what I mean? Because like a lot of us, mind if you yeah, what do you want to run, Hero? I mean, like, just depending on what you're wanting to do. I mean, like, I haven't fully decided what I want to do today. I need to run dailies and like run a bunch of dumb stuff today. I need to run dailies. I need to run some dumb stuff. Maybe we'll run some purge. I got to go get some blue brains for a little bit. So it's just kind of like a little bit of everything. But if you want to hop in and run with me while I'm doing it, it's fine. Matt's low as fuck. I mean, if you want to run all that stuff, you definitely can. What up, Cuban? Like, I'll put you in while we're just doing whatever. Last episode of the series is a tearjerker. I have not seen Young Sheldon. Is it good? Haven't done your dailies? Yeah. Even the Bunny AI campaign. I think the Bunny AI campaign, while it's kind of like... I think the Bunny AI campaign, while it's kind of like maybe not received as well, you're seen as sort of like fucking over AI. You're like seen as fucking over VAs. And I know like fucking over VAs is a big thing, right? And I'm not like trying to diminish like artists or anything like that. But I think that there is way less sort of connection between audiences and VAs because you only know them from like passively hearing the lines. So like hearing that a VA might have had like a little thing done over AI, you're gonna feel a lot less pissed off about it versus like seeing that your favorite content creators are basically just being circumvented. Especially when there's like a lot of content creators in the space that have not been invited to things or been asked to do things. So like, I think it's sort of a point where I don't understand why the First Descendant team seems to really discount the impact of content creators, all content creators, when it comes to like keeping the community alive, right? Like a lot of content creators really keep the community alive, right? Like you might not like all of the content creators, you might not care about everything they say, but it is like a group of people doing what they can to sort of keep the game alive, versus like a VA. So I think the AI content creator ones definitely are going over much, much less good. I know I could probably use a better word, but like I honestly think that those are going over fucking way worse. Also using AI ads, taken away from regular human creativity. I get that, Night Owl. I just think that, and I know it sucks and some of you guys might be artists, but I don't think, I know that people think that the general public cares about artists, but I really don't think they do that much. I think it's much more acceptable to like take away that type of like creativity, and most people are just going to be like, man, whatever. Versus like actually pulling and like fucking with content creators. Seen so much better shorts coming. See, yeah, which will most likely put people off. It definitely will. I'll grab you, Hero. Looks like we're done here. So let me get back on Inez. I need to pull some brains for a little bit. Because they can't use her voice. I mean, they can do whatever they want. It's just, are you gonna sue? You know what I mean, Nen? Just pretend the AI video should never exist. I mean, I can see a use case for it in certain situations, but I think that what was up was kind of bad. 31-minute download waiting on First Descendant. Ugh. 30-minute download sucks. AI's making people lazy. AI companies are getting away with art. Well, I mean, they're getting away with it, but they're getting away with it because people just don't care. Like, people don't care. So they just accept terms of service, and they just accept whatever they have to accept, right? In order to use something. People only care if things affect them directly. Right? Like, people only care if it affects them directly. So, like, for like a Venn diagram, or like just a diagram, right? Like, here's, morning, Hunt. Here's what I'll say, right? Like, this is, and you guys might not like to hear this, but this is just like a truth that people don't like to hear. This is sort of like all people in the world, right? This is like the amount of people that are affected by AI, like stealing their art and stealing their designs, right? This group here, right? Like this entire group here is people who use it as entertainment. So because this group of people here use it as entertainment and they don't see it directly affecting their lives, when this group here has their like work stolen or modified or used or whatever, because this group is so much larger than this group, nobody's going to care. Now, if this group becomes larger or this group becomes smaller, then maybe people will care. And you can say, well, that's not true. That's not how I feel. You have to understand that you're one dot in a giant group of millions or billions of other people. And I understand that like your personal feelings might be hurt, but your personal feelings don't really equate to that much on a large scale. So, but I think that again, why I assume, and I don't even think there's going to be backlash, why I assume people are a little bit more peeved about the content creator AI thing over just like AI art or like an AI VA being like not given work. I think why people care more about that is because it affects, people can see where it affects their content creator. Right? I think there's a mix of knowing what's morally wrong. That's there's a push to get rid of AI, but no actual action for it. It's because people don't care. People only care about morality and grandstanding when other people are there to look at them do it. Like, the bulk of the public do not realistically care if nobody's there to be seen to be caring in front of. Like, it's the same thing with, like, virtue signaling and all of those other things when it comes to other different situations, right? People only care about AI if it, one, directly affects them, or two, if they can be seen caring about it. Other than that, people don't care. I don't know why I'm on Serena. I think that the internet in general doesn't care. Because I think the average person doesn't care because it doesn't affect them. I think the average person couldn't be bothered to give a shit because they're worried about paying their bills. They're worried about their electric. They're worried about blah, blah, blah. And the only time they're going to care is if it affects them. So if they find this AI slop to be prevalent in the industry and it is bad, right? Like, it is bad and it is not entertaining to look at, or it is like off-putting or weird in a way, then they're not going to be interested in it. But as long as it functions just as well as everything else that exists, and they can still like enjoy their life and watch shows that have, let me go change my character, and they can watch shows that have AI scripting or something in it, and the show is just as good as a normal show, they're not going to care. And again, I like to the current like situation, I think that, and I honestly don't know that people really do care about the whole AI content creator thing. I think the people that care are content creators themselves. And I think that in the scope of content creation, people are going to care. But I think if you were to poll the general audience, people would just be like, yeah, it's just more general AI slop. Because it's like when people see AI art stolen. If you're in a space where you're with a lot of artists and they see it, it's going to have a lot more, what up, Crump? It's going to have a lot more negative connotations, and you're going to be in an echo chamber where everybody's bitching about how bad it is. But if you're in a space where, like, basically nobody's an artist, and it doesn't really affect them and they don't care, they're going to be like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but, I mean, like, it is what it is. Any last dagger build for Season 3? It should be in most of my videos. Ephraim. It should be in most of my latest builds. Just check any one of my latest builds and it'll give you the current last dagger build we're using. True bad AI work is horrible, yeah. And why I think that, so I can say that I don't care about AI technology. Most people don't, Night Owl. Like, literally most people don't. And the only reason a lot of people say they do is because they're pressured to in public. Because a lot of their friends or people they know or acquaintances might be affected by it or might be affected by it by proxy or by satellite. So they say it just because they don't want to be seen as being the wrong person. But if people were honest, most people would say they don't care. We know where the Season 3 budget went. Well, that's what I was just saying. You could have probably contracted... Moxie, me, Sin, Alyssa, Blondie. You could have got fucking Bunny. There's probably... I could probably think of 20 content creators you could have got. And in the space... that would have probably cost you less than $3,000. Now, if you wanted Sweatsicle and the people that you were pretending to be, then it would have cost you more, right? Like, if you actually wanted Sweat to make that ad instead of making an AI Sweat, that would have probably cost you a couple $1,000s. But, still, you could have just maybe got those 4 or 5 people and done it, and it still would have cost you like sub $5,000. Like, back to the original point, which is, I really think that some of like the pushback and stuff we're seeing right now is basically just because a lot of people that we talk to on a daily basis interact with content creators frequently. So because of that, they see it as scummy because it was taking away work from their content creators. But if it wasn't for that, people wouldn't care. But I think that, to my point, I think that people care more about content creators than they do VAs in general, unless it's like a game like Wuthering Waves or something where there's like been a really deep-seated long connection with the VAs. But even still, I think people care more about content creators than VAs. I'm not saying that it's fair, but... Tested Sick Amp. Sick Amp's probably okay, but the problem is it's like you have to wait, right? Everyone hates Paimon? Yeah. It's fair. That's fair. So... I don't know, man. I feel like the AI was like pretty bad. I feel like the AI was pretty bad. You don't think so? As long as you're enjoying it, then that's all that matters, Crump. Like, for me, the fact that you only get it, like, 10 out of every 40 seconds makes it very hard to utilize. Because you're only getting the bonus a quarter of the time. Because you can't control it, and it doesn't cycle based on skill usage. It just cycles randomly. So unless you're using a character where you need both, you need multiple bonuses to, like, exist at the same time. Or at least, like one after another. It seems like it's going to be really hard to use. Does the voice behind the script? Content creators seems to be a bit more. Well, because people have a connection with content creators in a way that you don't with a VA. Because people come watch their YouTube videos or they watch their live streams. They feel like they know them, right? They've been watching dozens or hundreds of hours of their content. And then to see that, especially, I think where it's even worse right now, if you're part of the First Descendant community, right? Say you're part of the First Descendant community. You more than likely are a member of multiple communities right now, right? Not just mine. You probably watch a lot of different streams, right? and you watch a lot of different YouTube videos. Where it becomes a problem is, so like 2 weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago, half a dozen of us got invited to a content creator closed demo. A lot of people's favorite content creators didn't get invited. Well, why didn't they get invited? Well, nobody really seems to know the reasons or how certain people were picked and how certain people weren't picked. So if you're in one of these communities where you feel like your favorite content creator is not being picked to participate in specific events around content for the First Descendant, right? And then on top of that, so you feel like your favorite content creator is being snubbed. You don't know why. That content creator doesn't seemingly know why. Those content creators are talking about the fact they've been snubbed and how it's upset them and hurt their feelings and how they're not happy, right? And then, so it's very like in the open, in public. And then all of a sudden, like a week or two later, instead of reaching out to additional content creators, they just use AI to promote their game when they could have used any of those content creators. That starts to put a bad taste in people's mouths, and what it does is it starts to put a bad taste in content creators' mouths. And while I think that like influencer marketing isn't the best type of marketing in general, I think there are better types of marketing for like higher returns on investment if it's done properly. Some influencer marketing I think is good if you know how to do it and you spend your money wisely. But I think most of it is just pissing money away, transparently. But it is really hard to sort of like understand the value that influencers have in live service games when it comes to creating a community and fostering a community around a game that is a live service game that sort of would not have that level of community or would not have that level of continuity in the game between seasons and events if it wasn't for those content creators, right? Like if there weren't people here fostering the communities, if there weren't community leaders and thought leaders trying to help keep the game together and talk about things and having fun, then you would just have less places for people to hang out and congregate, which means there would theoretically be less people playing the game between seasons, which means more fall off and more attrition, which means like a faster decline in your game. Like maybe they didn't want too many for the first anniversary. They could have brought more guys in for the early access. They could have or they could have picked different people. There were some people that were brought in that might not have made sense, right? There were some people that I thought, were really good picks. There were people that I thought were really bad picks. But at the end of the day, I don't have a choice. What up, Ashman? So I kind of feel like that is sort of my take on the AI situation and the AI ads that were ran. I think that and I think that is why you're going to find some people within the First Descendant community that are mad. But most of the people you're going to find that are like irritated or upset are probably going to be people who consume a lot of content. And your average First Descendant gamer isn't going to care at all. They're not going to give a shit. They're not even going to give it like an ounce of a shit. In any way, right? Like they're not even going to care at all. And the only thing they're going to think about the AI videos is they just look bad. You're going to be like, dude, if you're going to use AI, at least don't make it look like trash. Near automata. Like, just, like, don't make it look like fucking shit if you're going to do it. Right? Like, because that's like the letdown part. So I think that honestly, unless you're somebody that is in the content creation space and consumes a lot of content, you really don't care. You don't care about this the same way you don't care about them probably using like AI for Bunny. It doesn't matter. Maybe it's an experiment. I don't think it's an experiment at all, Allow. I think it was a way to save money because it cost them about all of, I don't know, whatever $10 a month they pay for like whatever AI service, generation service that they had. They don't give a shit. You're 100% logical. I mean, I try to be bubblegum. Like, Because there are people that just get their fucking feelings hurt, man. Like, there are people that literally get their feelings hurt, and they're like, well, this isn't right, Judge. Like, you're wrong. You're wrong, Randy. You're fucking retarded. And I'm like, no, man. Spend 30 seconds looking at something from some perspective outside of your own, right? Like, just look at it from some viewpoint that isn't yours and without any type of emotion. And if you do, you will see that literally most people don't give a shit. And they're not gonna be like punished for doing this. They'll pull the ads because a couple people have said they're in bad taste. But eventually, like, I read Moxie's tweet, and Moxie's tweet was basically like, hey, I was misinformed on one thing. This actually isn't on their TikTok anymore. They're just putting this as an ad. And they'll just run them as fucking AI ads. Cringe as fuck. I was thinking, why the hell I do it? They're just desperate or lazy. Yeah. If you're real game, gotta play something. If you want, like, yeah, no, I get that. Saving money and see what they can get away with. I mean, and they'll get away with all of it. They'll get away with every last ounce of it because people don't fucking care. And once they do it, then everybody else will do it. Like, we haven't seen anybody realistically use this type of AI advertising where they took a streamer that was well known and basically did an AI rip of something that looked very similar, with no repercussions. And it will continue to happen. It will continue to happen to the point that there's so much abstraction and there's so much precedent that you won't be able to do it. Like, you won't be able to do anything about it. I think he corrected it again. Says TikTok, but it might be wrong. Yeah. Well, like, it was on their TikTok. What up, Psycho? It was on their TikTok and they pulled it down. And then they just ran it as ads. They'll get away with it until a big personality gets involved. Well, even then, there's a level of it that you can't prove, right, Hunt? You can just be like, hey, like, I didn't ask to get Baldy. Like, I didn't specifically ask for Baldy, but if the person kind of looks like Asmin, or kind of looks like Tectone, but it's not them, like, oh well, it's AI. Like, what are you gonna sue me over it? I'll just pull the ad down, and I'll just redo the ad with somebody else that's a little bit smaller of a personality. Once it gets crept far enough into where other games and other game companies are doing it, and there's an ad company who specializes in making AI streamer, like, that specializes in making AI streamer videos that you use for these type of ad slots, where they make them high quality, then every company will use it, and they'll never ask streamers for it again. Honest.ai was, yeah. It's truth, though. I think you corrected again. Yeah, the problem with AI, you see it going AI, automatically gets a suggestion it's some mobile game or pay to win as hell. I mean, that's because those are people who are doing it. Wait till everybody's doing it, right? The Tectone screaming for you to play First Descendant and Booba, you can imagine it. Somebody that looks like Tectone telling you that the First Descendant is a great game. And it might not even be the First Descendant. You could see it for, like, the new fucking Grand Theft Auto 6, or you could see it for any little, like, indie game, right? You could see it for any indie game, or, like, the new Phasmophobia update could, like, grab other people. They could grab somebody that looks like Markiplier or looks like Soda for their new update and make the game look that much better. Like, anybody will be able to do this, but instead of paying 10 or 20 grand to get somebody that is a big actor, you'll get somebody that looks like a big actor, to where most people just skipping around won't really know the difference. And realistically, people that are outside of the gaming space won't know who half these people are anyway. So you're only gaining market. You see what I mean? Also, it isn't copyrightable, so whatever you do with the ads, AI isn't copyrightable. Yeah. So, next on Shady as Fuck. I mean, I think that they're just pushing whatever bounds they can in the industry. Until there's some sort of, like, crazy laws written about AI, which isn't happening right now in any country, it's not going to matter. And then when you're dealing with international companies and international laws, it's really not going to matter. Yeah, it's just like you said, yeah. Until regulation kicks in, which is not going to happen anytime soon. They can do whatever they want. Yeah, I mean, it's just what's going to happen.
Drinking out of cups.
Thank you, Yuki.
Being a bitch.
So, like, and I'm sorry, like, I'm not trying to, like, I'm not fucking personally defending what they did at all. I just think that it helps to remember that even if you have 100 people in the stream, or 200 or 300 or 500 people in the stream, and we all collectively agree it's scummy and it shouldn't happen, that's 500 people out of how many billions of people, or like even not even billions, how many hundreds of millions that have seen those ads or whatever, that like you're dealing with such a small percent of people that could even possibly care that it doesn't matter. One of the big tech giant heads says he wants to use AI to make a surveillance state. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Steam has a strict policy about disclosing if content was made by AI. Well, even if you put hashtag AI in there, do you think anybody's going to care? Because that's the question. The question isn't, is it going to be disclosed? Like here, these guys can do this for a second. Like let me show you this. I just want to just really fast, right? Moxie. Like here's my point. Right? Like so here's my point.
Hey guys.
Alright, so here's my point. You don't even have to tell me that this is fucking AI.
The massive F2P update of the F2P looter shooter masterpiece, the First Descendant, has launched spectacularly. In it,
Do you think I was confused that this might not be AI?
The brand new area of Axiom Plains,
like, oh, it wasn't disclosed as AI.
Teammates to fight against the boss Wallcrasher side by side. Additionally, it has a collaboration with Nier Automata,
Nier! Automata, blah blah blah.
Created visual effects and
like
animations to fight.
Like, you're not even gonna pretend that like there's some world where you need to disclose that this was fucking AI because it's so blatantly obvious.
Is invading. I'm going to defeat it with my new descendant Nell. She's a telekinetic is invading. I'm going to defeat it with my new descendant Nell. She's a telekinetic powerhouse who can mark enemies for extra damage and support allies with shields and increased coverage. Click the screen to join the game now.
Like I'm just saying, like I mean, like I know that they have to disclose stuff or they will or won't, but looks like most TikTok content to you, that's how most Zoomers talk. Why is he moving like that? Dude, didn't you see him dodging? He didn't learn back playing Nintendo when he was 3 years old that dodging doesn't help you actually avoid attacks. That was like bottom of the barrel AI. Well, that's like super frustrating in and of itself. It's so funny. Like it looks like a fucking 2-year-old playing a video game for the first time trying to dodge attacks on the screen to help. He was dodging Wallcrasher attacks because they're so bad. There's AI instant influencers. Yeah, and I'm happy that YouTube's kind of taken a stance on it, right? Like YouTube is like one of the few companies that has taken a stance where they've said like outright, if they feel like your content is 100% AI, they'll take it down. That's bad AI. No, that's true. And that's what I'm saying is there is really good AI out there. And my whole point is that people only care right now in the influencer space. If you are outside of the influencer space, the only thing you're going to think when you see that AI is, man, this is bad fucking AI. Right? That's all you're going to care about. You're not going to care that some content creator didn't get fucking paid to do that ad. You're going to be like, man, that's just bad AI. Once it's good AI, people aren't going to give a shit. Your average consumer that plays the game will not give a shit that a content creator didn't get paid fucking $1,000 to make that ad. If anything, you're going to see more hate for content creators because people already think content creators are entitled whiny pricks who get to play video games for a living and bitch and whine because things don't go their way. Like, people already hate fucking content creators. Like, there's tons of hate that me and every other YouTuber get because people come in and go, well, man, like, if I had all the time in the world to sit around and play video games, I'd make fucking builds too, but basically you're the reason that nobody plays these games and you're the reason that everybody burns out is because you sit around and do nothing but play this game all day and then put out guides and then everybody runs through the content. Like, people fucking hate content creators. Like, people absolutely hate content creators. So like you're not going to see a bunch of people like come out in support of content creators over this. Content creators need to adapt to the new AI marketing reality. Well, you just need to understand that if you don't offer something that AI can't do, that you're not going to have a job, right? Like every YouTube comment section ever, yeah. Couldn't have said it better. Well, like here's the thing, if you're not fucking Queso, right? Then, and you're just some fucking dude who thinks he's good at a video game and just doesn't fucking chat, doesn't do anything, and just sits here and just ignores everybody and plays a fucking video game for 12 hours a day, you can easily be replaced by any fucking AI bot out there. And they can make twice as much money than you without having to pay a human to do it. Right? So, like, the AI marketing reality is one of those things where influencer marketing is already... Here's why the AI marketing influence... Here's why influencer marketing is a problem. Okay? And here's why AI influencer marketing is hurting the industry. You can't do that. It'd be nice if you could, but your average fucking person that's starting out, like, those are just unreasonable asks for them. Here's basically what it boils down to. Right now, in the influencer space, it is so easy to cheat and fake everything. You can cheat, you can fake your YouTube subs, you can fake your YouTube views, you can fake your Twitch followers, you can fake your Twitch viewership, you can fake everything. You can make yourself look 5% more popular, or you can make yourself look 50,000 times more popular than you are. Okay? So because you can do that, basically any advertiser in the world has to take every influencer with a giant bucket of salt. Okay? So, if there's a chance that you are going to get burnt and spend a shitload of money and not get a positive ROI because you're doing influencer marketing, but you know that you can just kind of AI your way through it with no risk, you're going to do that every day of the week. And that's what's happening. So because influencer marketing is so bad, it's better to just do it the AI route. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. So AI is there to fix a problem that only exists because of people trying to already game a system. Like, AI was put, like, people utilize it to try to fix a broken system, and that's what they're doing. So if you're a business and you're told you can spend 10 grand and try to get some influencers to do something, or you can spend $1,000, why would you spend 10 grand with no guarantee on a positive ROI when everybody in the industry is telling you that they're losing money doing it? Right? When everybody in the brother is like, oh yeah, we paid X, Y, and Z $2,000 to run a factor ad for a month, and we made a total of $200 off of them, and we paid them $2,000. Why the fuck would you ever sign up another influencer, right? So, like, I know some people don't want to hear this. This is like about influencer marketing and stuff, but it goes hand in hand with sort of the AI and companies using AI for these things. And it's basically just how it works. So, you need verified Spotify influencers that spawn tons of bots to listen to their own tracks and made millions. Yeah. I mean, like, I know people in the First Descendant directory that used interesting ways to get themselves Twitch partner. Right? Like, I know people that have done that in numerous fucking directories. I know like, some of the biggest viewbot platforms in the world post on Twitter that they're getting people partnered in 4 months or less. Where the rest of us took, you know, a fucking year to get Twitch partner, 2 years to get Twitch partner, and then like a brand new fucking account on Twitch within 3 months can be a fucking Twitch partner. Right? So like, we know this is happening. And there's even a meme, like, there's even a meme online right now, which is a meme, and don't take it serious. But basically, ever since, like, Twitch said they were going to crack down on view bots, Kai has not streamed since then. So there's like a whole bunch of memes about Kai being view botted. And the reason he hasn't streamed since they announced they were cutting view bots was because Kai doesn't want to be seen for view botting. Obviously, that's not what's going on. But you can see how these memes just like are so prevalent because it's like it's not even a secret anymore that this shit is happening. Same as TikTok. They want you to have 10K followers to get merchandise to sell commission, but last month, get loads of invites. I'm nowhere near 10K. Yeah. We'll run this for a little bit and then we'll go do like dailies and stuff. But it's just one of those things, man, where the internet is like in a really weird space. And the fact that AI exists and you can do a lot of different things to game the system now is just that much worse. There's AI bots you can get. You can get bots that come to your fucking streams and chat just like a normal person, but they use AI to make it seem more authentic. That way your viewership doesn't get caught. What's going on, Zell? So, like, everybody's using this shit everywhere. We're just vibing, man, doing some dailies, and then, we're just vibing, gonna do some dailies, gonna mess around, maybe kill some Wallcrasher, maybe run some Purge? I don't know. As close to good enough just makes it happen. Well, like, AI, if you specialize it, it's actually not terrible. Where's Markov? Exactly, kill as a bot. Fucking Lamau. Wasn't this accessible? I think it's the accessibility and the fact that I needed blue brains. Yeah, I'm fucking dying for them. Cross-talking about ChatGPT about D3. No, I didn't see that one. We were talking... Basically, this came up because of, like, the AI videos around First Descendant. What up, Arian? It was like a 90% human, the way it answered it. Really. It's just... Yeah, it's getting to the point right now where... If you specialize the chatbot well enough and you feed it the right information, it'll work. Right? So, yeah, I would say in 6 months from now... there will be very good AI models that people can use to do advertisements on TikTok and YouTube and all of that, which look like a streamer playing the game, but they're not like absolutely shit. Yeah, because they'll just feed it specific, like, so instead of just, you know, some like shitty looking model, they'll just feed it fucking a million TikToks and a million like YouTube shorts to make it look perfect. Or whatever. And then when it comes to scripts, they'll fucking feed it, you know, a million scripts to make sure it's right, and then they'll charge companies, you know, $500 or $1,000 a month to have access to it, and that $1,000 a month is still less than they would have spent on actual influencers. They're so low quality, I'm surprised they didn't pay more for better ones. I think if they would have paid more for better ones, it would have probably went over better for the general public. Because I think that your general public really doesn't care about, like, influencers being hurt. The same as they don't care about artists being hurt. On the best days, because it goes off the rail. Oh, for sure. I tried an AI chat app, had him running around circles and funny stuff. There were no answers, fucking Lamau. It only chats with him, so not stream in general. I mean, like, you can see, like, Neurosama does the same thing. Neurosama's just got a very advanced version of it. What other streamers doing it's fine. So lost in the game, you're so far behind. You're not lost in the sauce. Watch my guide. I feel like even when I have watched a video, like an AI ad with a real person, you don't care. It's because most people don't, you know what I mean? I genuinely think most people don't care. I think most people are like, yeah, I don't care. I know it's an unpopular opinion to say it, but I think if everybody's honest, they'll say the truth. I think if you could have a world where everybody was just honest, they would all say, yeah, I literally don't care. It's not that hard to catch up. No, Chips, you'll catch up right away. If you got problems or questions, you can let us know. But yeah, I genuinely think your average gamer couldn't be bothered to give a fuck. Because that, like, going back to, like, the marathon art thing. Like, the marathon art thing, I don't think anybody actually cared about that. I think that the only people that cared about the marathon art thing were people who were like artists in general, and people who were just looking for a reason to dogpile on marathon. Because I think if marathon would have had a really good reception and then it was found out that they'd like, not even AI art, they stole art. I think people would have been like, yeah, it was just an oops, just pay the person, it'll be fine. But because like everything else was so bad, then some people paid attention and like blew it, like, I don't want to say out of proportion, but they made it into a large deal. Just because other things were fucked up. You just ignore AI ads completely? Yeah. Pick one thing and charge ahead. Oh yeah, you got this. So, I don't know, man. So yeah, the AI ads thing in First Descendant, it's cringe as fuck. I personally don't like it because it affected me directly. But, I mean, I'm also not retarded enough to know that AI is coming for my job, right? Like, I know right now that AI is coming for our jobs as, like, Twitch streamers and content creators. And the only way you're going to survive is by offering something that AI can't. Even though AI can offer basically everything, there's going to be a level of it that it just can't do. And that, until that happens, you still have a chance. Now, eventually, when there's a way where you'll be able to have, like, action stars from the past, like, you'll be able to film brand new movies, but you'll be able to film them with, like, Arnold from the 80s, or, like, Stallone from the 80s, or whatever. When that happens, you're fucked. There's nothing you can do. You're coming for everyone's jobs, you're in software, I don't think there's a problem with that. But yeah, I think that, Jobu, you asshole. I think that, you know, eventually when that happens, there'll be more people like Neurosama and shit, where they make content, and then somebody just sits there and watches it, like, on the rails, and interacts a little bit, and they basically have to do nothing for 12 hours a day, and make a ton of money. Treat it like a calculator. If you farm normal, like purge missions, will it give you XP due to the battle pass? I'm not sure. I would assume so, right, chat? I would assume so. Can you guys recommend good rolls for your bike enhancement? 3 boost speed and like 2 boost. Is it boost recovery or is it boost duration? It's one of the two. Why you an asshole? Because you're coming to take my jobs, Jobu. AI doesn't invent a lot. Nothing really. Not now. I don't think AI will ever be able to invent things. I think it'll be able to iterate, but I don't think it'll be able to invent because we don't have quantum computing, right? Like if we ever get quantum computing, then that's a different story. But for right now, my point, it's going to take your job as well. No, it really will, Jobu. I know it sucks for all of us. AI, I assume, will not be able to... AI right now will not be able to create its own things, but it'll be able to iterate on other things you give it, right? So, like, it'll be able to iterate usefulness so long that it understands it. But I think there's definitely a hard limit until we understand, like, quantum computing. We actually have quantum computing where do we have large-scale computers that understand more than binary? Because we have things that are similar to quantum computing, but they still function under binary. Right? Like, there's nothing that does, like, 0, 1, 2. Now, there's things that you can program in logic to give them, like, some sort of guide rails around 0, 1s, but you're still functioning on on-off circuits. Like, they can't... Computers don't understand maybe. Right? Like, there is no maybe. It's either it's on or it's off. Is a buzzword, it means something else to everyone that you talk about? Yeah. What did Yuki say? 3 max speed and 2 gauge? Yeah, that sounds good. Quantum key is a buzzword means so you can talk about it. I get that, Rat. To me, quantum computing is what quantum computing's supposed to be, which is that there are more... You need a system that understands at a base the concept of maybe. Right? Not that you program in the logic for it to understand that the door might be open or might be closed, right? Because that is the way the human brain functions. And computers can't function in that, like, obscurity. That's fuzzy logic, not quantum computing. Well, how does quantum computing work then? And, like, explain it to me like I'm a 2-year-old. It's not, I mean, I don't necessarily think of that as fuzzy logic. Because basically a computer doesn't understand, right? Like, a computer doesn't understand the following. There is a wall here. The computer you can tell the computer that this door here is either open or closed. But if this door is closed and there is a second door back here, the state of this door is unobtainable. The state of this door is unobtainable. If you're a human and you are standing here and I tell you that a door exists on the other side of this closed door wall, your brain understands that this door could be open, could be closed, it could be in a state of partial open, it could be off of its hinges and laying on the ground, the door could be hinged on the top and flipped up. Like, your brain can look at all the different variations and possibilities of the states of existence that this door can be in. And a computer cannot do that. To a computer, if you tell it that this exists, then it has to exist in one of two states. That is my understanding of the difference between a human brain and quantum computing. And that if you have a quantum computer, it functions in a similar state of the human brain, which is that it would be able to understand the logic of maybe. Schrodinger's cat, but explained with doors. That is my understanding of like what you would need for a quantum computer. Is you would need a computer that could at the exact same time understand all of the possible existences of that door, or it can exist in both states also. And that is my understanding of what, like, you need for a quantum computer to be able to function. And until you can have that, it's not really possible for a system to be able to create something on its own, because it needs to be able to understand, it needs to be able to understand the differences and then weigh those options against each other to come out with the most logical solution or conclusion. Quantum computing isn't maybe, it's both. Bits can understand the superposition of 1 and 0 at the same time. It's both. The bits can exist in a superposition of 0 and 1 at the same time. Which, in theory, Wordu, is a very, very distilled down version of what I said, right? Which is that because the computer doesn't have an answer, the bit can be both. Quantum computing means several things. One, at least, superposition calculation system, 70s, 2. Chemical reaction simulation system, 3. It's the physical implementation of a certain algorithm or finding the minimum value of some equation. We've had fuzzy logic for decades. That's how current AI works. We also have had quantum computing for decades. Interesting. I just need to get my doctorate in computer science then. Because my understanding of quantum computing, distilled down to its bare basics, was more in line with what Wordu is stating, which is that the computer needs to be able to have 0 and 1 at the same time. That both the 0 and 1 need to be able to exist at the same time. Until it's proven, right? The problem with quantum computing is it's not scalable. You can't get it right now to do anything meaningful. I understand that for sure. All of AI is a problem. While she's still her, I get that. Quantum computing is all, I see. I guess we'll run a little bit more of this, and then we'll go do our dailies. Because I need to knock out my dailies. So, but I think that until we have something that is like on a large scalable sense, like that, you'll never have AI making like real decisions or learning or growing, right? It's just not gonna happen. It just won't happen. Because right now you're bound by the laws of what the computer can understand and the information that it's been fed, and it can't make decisions outside of the bounds that it understands compared to like a human mind, which can make a decision based on something that it doesn't understand through inference alone. What do I use to grind an Axiom? Depending on what I'm doing, but probably just Enos. So we'll run a couple more of these and then we'll go to our date. Actually, we'll run this until we got to go take out the Wallcrasher and then go from there. I say again, AI can create more advanced AI right now. It probably could. You're using a build on Enos, but it feels so slow. Try switching it out to like a Brave set or something where you can do a lot more with it, where you can get more skill spam out. I mean, Enos is going to feel a little bit slow going up against the bosses. If you want something that's like a really solid hybrid, go ahead and use our Glay build. Our Glay build gives you a lot of damage for clearing ads, and it lets you knock out the bosses really quick. I think the Glay build works really, really good in Axiom right now. Quantum computing is much like that. Gives a cloud of fucking possibilities, yeah. You need to test something with Enes, get out there and get it cooking. But yeah, I think honestly, Condoroga, just check out our latest Glade build. It'll make your life much better. Why is the Wallcrasher farming every hour? On the hour? What do you mean, fear mode? Basically, people are just doing it for trigger mods and something to do at this point. You folded, made a Jaber. He's hitting hard, I swear. Somebody lied to you, Afro. Somebody's got you on the dark side. I mean, if you don't have Serena, you can always take Serena out. Serena with like Albion does a really good job in clearing ads. She's not as good as, it's not going to be quite as good as say like Glay or Inez when it comes to just general ad clear, but she'll do really good on boss burnouts. If you're in a team where you have like an Inez or like a Glay or something, then it's going to feel really good because they'll take out all the medial ads and you'll be able to farm out all the big bosses. Blue mod Jaber reset. What is that? I don't even know what is that. What is the blue mod Jaber reset? What is that? Oh, you're talking about just doing this with like Jaber? No, this was fine. This was fine. This worked out perfectly fine. Yeah, this worked out just fine. I'm sure the hour we spent was okay. No, it's all good. Charging up your third ability, use the last dagger to burn things out. Don't worry about using your one. Or don't worry about using your three, use your last dagger. What up, Fed? After this one, we'll head out. We should have enough time to get dressed. We should have enough time to swap characters after this. And then after this, we'll go do like regular dailies. It's the other mission. I understand that, Zell. I'm just saying that I preferred to do this. This was much easier. It's pretty strong. Been messing with him all day yesterday. Yeah, I've heard he's in a pretty decent spot. I mean, I've seen, I think Moxie put out like a build guide with him, and a few other people have like kind of been like using him with his new setup. Maybe I'll end up having to make a build for him. Maybe we'll end up having to make a build for him this week and just try to enjoy him. Yeah, sometimes it's easier for me, Zell, just to do like a mission that has less steps in it, like this. So I can spend 80% of my time reading chat and not like going and running and dropping Jaber turrets and then resetting and redoing the mission and running back or whatever. Sometimes like this kind of stuff is easier for me. J-Bay, dude, the fact that he got strong is fun. I'm glad people are enjoying him. I don't know that I'll like realistically enjoy his playstyle, but oh, you guys can run whoever you want. I don't care. I don't care who you run. Have a weakness? It's basically, I wouldn't worry about modding for it, Condoroga. Stormhanger's kill speed's on par with Serena. So Serena is killing faster than Keelan and Nell all of a sudden? Man, look what happens when you take one day off. Somehow Serena's kill time got faster than Nell's over like one day. Jaber's actually my main. I mean, I'll mess with him later on this week, I guess. I might as well. We'll mess with him and see how he is. I mean, I need to rebuild all the characters for Season 3 anyway, right? I mean, if people are enjoying him, then that's a positive. Try to make Jaber relevant. You made him all. The top number one, Serena, did hanger in 46 seconds. Could have been like some sort of fishing, but I mean, you can get like 20, 30 seconds with Nell, right?
Well, hello there.
Unless it's like some sort of challenge mode. Nah, Nell and Keelan got faster, but Serena and Jaber are similar kill speeds. Nice. Nell's fastest is 15. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like for non-challenge. They don't have any factions on them. Nah, you can go check out like if you want to get a good build on it, just go check out like I think my Glaive build has or my Freyna. Go check out my Freyna guide and it'll give you a build that you can use for your last dagger and it'll work out really well. They've been hating on Serena because they want to beat everything with Bunny. What do you mean, Money? Die twice and still get 1 minute. It's just like some of the perks and stuff you run on her. If you like don't actively get hit, there's like some skill trees and shit you can run, or there's some like arcade trees that you can run that boost your damage. And then there's like some weird shit you can do where if you can use like arcade, you can use like fucking what is it, focus on Arche or whatever. And then I've seen people where they just like spam their gun while they're doing it. Like while they're jumping. I mean, there's always a chance you could fuck that rotation up. But most people are just fishing anyway, so like if you fuck your rotation up, it really doesn't matter because you're like, oh well, I'll just run it again, you know. Versus like trying to time it. What up, Cuban? Does the Kuiper trigger mod work on Glay? I mean, it works fine on Glay. Kuiper hollow points works fine on Glay. You lose your stacks when you swap weapons, but other than that, it works fine. Is he the premier bosser? I mean, it just depends on how you feel about it, Condoroga. I mean, he can get some of the best times, but just because he can get some of the best times doesn't mean he's the best. There's like getting the best times, and then there's being consistent and getting good times, and you have to figure out which one is more important to you, right? Like, is every once in a while getting like a 12 or a 13 or a 20-second kill, like every once in a while you get a 20-second kill, but you know, a lot of times you're getting like a minute kill. Is it better to do that than like consistently get like a 30 or a 35-second kill, right? Like what is better to you as a gamer? Also, there's like this whole level. Feels like a job. As cool as the metal looks, is too much for you. I don't blame you. They feel Serena's overpowered. They're going to be going to events with the wrong builds. I mean, Serena is OP though, right? There's like a whole. There's like a. It's like farming the storm hacker, the Wallcrasher in like 15 seconds in an 8-man team. There's like absolutely no possible reason. There's no possible reason to do it. Like you cannot tell me a reason to do it. But there are still people who just enjoy going for it, right? So, but for like the bulk of your player base, that like it doesn't matter at all. It just doesn't. So, in games like this, we need OP Descendants. I mean, we've got a bunch of them. I mean, she's overpowered, but only to people with a full team. No, I mean, Serena's just broken, period, Money. Like, it's just, Serena's just broken. Like, even whether you have it, like, a full team or not, I mean, she's the most broken, OP, strong Descendant in the game. Just period. There's not really two ways about it. I mean, it's not really an argument. They've had to design the entire game around her. They've had to design every boss around her. They've had to design every encounter around her since she's came out. She, like, by far and away is, like, set up in a way that they've had to rebalance every part of the game around her. So, like, she's like the most broken thing out there. That doesn't mean there aren't other descendants who are strong, but she's like broke. Like she's just like no questions asked broken. When you're playing with trolls, you need her. The only reason you need her when you're playing with trolls is because everything's designed with her in mind, right? Like the only reason you need Serena is because every piece of content, like a lot of these harder pieces of content, were designed around her. Because if they weren't designed around her, then you wouldn't need her. Because you wouldn't need that level of power. Because the game would have been balanced around your average descendant and not designed in a way to, the game wouldn't have been designed in a way to prevent her from coming in and trivializing it, right? Could you imagine that? Oh yeah. But yeah. So, I mean, that's just what there is with Serena. You actually taunt the boss for fun with Ajax? We'll double dip just to do it. We'll double dip just to do it. But yeah, but even like being able to double dip this, like it's one of those things where only a handful of people are going to get into the top anyway. And missing even a little bit will mess it up. Have I ever experienced a situation like this in other games? In games like, yeah, 23 mil, fucking Lamal. Yeah, but it's normally like ARPGs and stuff. Normally a lot of it's going to be like ARPGs, games like that, where there's just like certain characters that just have cracked builds, but they normally nerf them between seasons. Nell's ability is freezing, pressing the buttons, nothing you do unsticks them. It's just a really bad bug. Dazzler, it's not just you. It is a bug. I've heard numerous people talk about it. There's just not much you can do about it. It sucks, but all you can do is just kind of like, just deal with it and hope that it's fixed on the next run or whatever. No more drops. I mean, we've never really gotten drops for double dipping. We've never really gotten drops for double dipping, so double dipping's just been one of those things that people have done just to do. Get your daily one done. I mean, honestly, it's just doing it like every hour on the hour, right? Get your trigger mods, even though like, I mean, I wish it dropped something maybe a little better, but there's just a dude. I'm literally throwing. I'm reading chat. I'm not even helping. Literally not even helping. We should have been able to triple if I would have actually helped. That's my bad. Just like trying to read chat. It do happen from time to time. Hero, why are you taking a nap? Yeah, if I would have, I let my 4 laps. If I hadn't let my 4 laps, we would have tripled, but X cores are more helpful than the mods, honestly. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, it's just free X cores, so it's just free X cores for a lot of people. Look at Hunt there, being all sexy. Oh. Wish the Wallcrasher was 1 hour on, 1 hour off, 30 minutes on, 30 minutes off. What do you mean, Zell? I mean, like, My whole thought on the Wallcrasher in a lot of situations is, I mean, there's no reason to like go through it super crazy quick or do it multiple times, but let's do some dailies. You just can't grind for the bike anymore. You have 10 of one piece, none of the other. I'm gonna buy one. Which one do you recommend? The Vortex if you're planning on doing the races, Greg. The Vortex will do you better on the races and stuff. What we doing? I'm just gonna go run dailies, knock out all my dailies and stuff, and then maybe we can run Purge for a little bit, and then afterwards maybe I'll mess with like some Descendants, maybe change some mods onto some Descendants, work on some builds. You can't stop thinking about it. I mean, I get that. All right, we'll cook. We'll cook. Thank you guys for hanging out, man. Thank you guys for hanging out. Everybody's hanging out. Everybody's chilling. Everybody's chatting. Everybody's vibing. No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for being here today. Yeah, we'll run dailies first, and then after we run our dailies, we'll do something like Purge. I just need to do my dailies. We'll do like we'll get our gold. We'll run our sigmas, and then we'll go. You still lose MP? You can't stay in there the whole time? Do you have the exact same build on Magic? Do you have the exact same build with all of the same cores, like all of the same components, with like all the MP recovery, the exact same build, Arche leak, like everything is identical? If everything is identical, then the only thing you need to be able to do to stay in the air is make sure that you hit the enemy with a 1 at the beginning of the fight, and then if the fight extends longer, just hit it with a 1 when you see your Arche leak come off of cooldown. Other than that, as long as everything is absolutely identical, you shouldn't have any issues. Now, if everything is not identical, then it becomes a troubleshooting to try to figure out which part of your build is causing you to lose your MP. Purge is the only way for weapon cores. It's the best. I mean, it's the only other place to get level 10 weapon cores. Like Warframe with Eidolons, there's window. Go spam as fast as you can. Then the time comes back for later waves. Just because you want to farm your god rolls, I get that. But yeah, Magic Pickle, if you have on my build, then it should work 100%. Doesn't Serena gain impact? She can if you feel like swapping weapons. I'm too lazy to swap weapons, so my build doesn't require you to do that. Like, my build doesn't require you to do that at all. The only thing that's not the is probably the Arche leak. If everything else is on there, then I don't understand why it's not working. Because you can see me do it live on stream, so something isn't similar. I mean, because you can see me do it live on stream. The main thing you need to do is ensure you use your 1. Drop your ID and Hunt will inspect your build. Try that. Put your build on and drop your build. Hunt can inspect it. And then if Hunt sees anything or whatever, then I can inspect your build and we can look at it on stream. But just make sure you're on your Serena build, and Hunt will look at it and see if he can figure out what's wrong with it. Because, I mean, if everything is identical to a T, then there shouldn't be a problem. Which to me means something isn't the same, right? Imagine if the bike were somehow used in the Wallcrasher fight. How would you like to see it used, though? I mean, I'm happy to do the same thing Hunt is, which is like look at your build and see if we can figure out what the actual problem is. Like Final Wish, I mean, I mean, if he says he's got the build on like dead nuts, then that means he would have Final Wish on plus Arche leak. Which, I mean, if he's got Final Wish on plus Arche leak, it's going to be really challenging to see a way that the build isn't functioning. How do you inspect someone's build? You'll just look them up. You just look them up and it'll show you their build. As long as they have it on, right? Because I definitely get people that miss things. Like, we've had people that have came in and they've been like, oh, like, Judge, I've I'm trying to like use your build for like the storm hanger, and I can't get the 30-second time you have, right? And then I'm like, well, like let's talk about your build, and we talk about it. And then I'm like, so you're just doing normal storm hanger? And they're like, well, no, I'm doing storm hanger challenge. And I'm like, well, the build that I made was for regular storm hanger. You're not going to clear storm hanger challenge in 30 seconds with a build that's designed for storm hanger. And people are like, oh, I didn't realize it. Like, my bad, I thought. And I'm like, I understand, right? I understand, but like you have to use the build for the content that it's created for and in the way it's created for. Like, because we've had that happen a couple times. So, so like right now, if there's like a chance where it's like, hey, I've got your build on, like, if there's like a chance where it's like, hey, I have your build on legit dead nuts and it doesn't work, then I'm curious. So like, yeah, as long as Pickle can like drop, like get on their Serena and then like drop their ID, then we can look at it and try to figure out where the issue is. You love how people complain about the lack of content and then they can also like blow through the battle pass in a single day. Yeah. Turns into like a 2D platformer, just like a Joust. Like a Lamau. In my case, the gun still isn't finished. You're doing 800 mil. Are you talking about like the Serena build and your gun's not done? You're still doing 800 mil, and you're probably able to fly the whole time, right? So, like with no questions asked. I just feel like there's definitely a disconnect. Like there's definitely a disconnect somewhere. I need to fix the blueprint mess. It's a disaster waiting to happen. I'm just wondering when and if they're going to do anything with it. They might just not do anything with it and just let it go at this point. I mean, how many days has it been? It's been too many days at this point. There's no way, like, in 2 months from now or in a month from now, they go and just, like, strip everybody's, like, BP, like, levels from them. That'd be rough. What up, Jay? Around 1.7 without good externals? Yeah. All right, let's go back to Albion. How's your day going, dear? Anything too bad? All right, let's get up here. Let's get up here. We'll run the other ones. Then we'll run Sigma. Those are basically the only dailies we have to do anymore, right? Like, doing the other ones don't matter because they change the daily quests and stuff, so... Basically, it's just knocking these out for the gold. Multi-hit or crit for Malevolent? Doesn't like, Malevolent have, like, terrible multi-hit on it? The gun's a weak point gun to begin with, right? I mean, I could see, like, a possibility in using multi-hit on Serena just to try to get additional procs. But, I mean, that gun's a weak point gun, so... Malevolent has, like, a 1% crit chance? Yeah. How's it comparable? It's not even close. It's not even close. It has, like, no crit, too. Yeah, it's basically just junk. Like, when you're trying for that, you're better off to, like, either try to aim for weak points and get weak points on it. You can maybe put some multi-hit chance on it if you're using it on Serena just to get additional procs of her 4. But that's all you're doing. Like, you're not trying to get any damage out of it. If that makes sense. It should make sense, but... The AI incident, I don't think compares anything to, like, anything at all compared to, like, the Serena thing. It's basically nothing. It's nothing. The only people that matter, the only people that care are content creators. The only people that care are content creators and, like, community members of content creators who are very invested in content creators. But, like, average, nobody cares. But yeah, like your average person, they don't give a shit. What's Avoid Axiom? It's sort of like the drop event that happens in on the Axiom Plains, where like the crystal comes down from the sky and you have to go clear it. How's cycle amplifier? Terrible, because you only get it like one out of every 4 cycles. It's not a good look, right? It depends on, again, like, I honestly think it just depends. It depends on who you ask. I think that your average gamer doesn't care at all. I think your average gamer doesn't care. The only thing your average gamer is going to do is look at that ad and go, wow, they made really bad AI ads. But other than that, they're not going to care at all. If anything, they're going to laugh at the meme of it. But them being like really mad and then like boycotting the game and, you know, not playing or not spending on like skins and shit, that's not going to happen. Like, no, they don't care that much. You'll get some people that do it, but again, it's going to be people who feel like their favorite content creator got shafted, and they're going to care more about that. But those are very special, like, use cases. It's a good mobbing build for Haley. Not using Haley. Just put Albion on her if you really want to. She's just so slow moving that you might as well just not use her. If you're going to use her, just use something like Albion. It really benefits from her like high crit rate since she's moving slow and synergizes well with her chill. You really want content where weapons can be used more? I mean, maybe at some point, right? Your direct damage went like this. Was the Soul Serena did 1.85 in 12 minutes. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, you're double dip. Multi-hit Albion. I mean, I would go with like critical hit damage, critical hit rate, and prioritize that more than anything. Like, just go with like really heavy critical hit and really heavy base weapon damage if you're using it on Haley, because it's going to benefit you more. I mean, I think the gun does okay on multi-hit, but I wouldn't prioritize that. I would prioritize a bunch of base damage and critical hit damage, since the gun's going to do insane on her. Or was it a holdover? It's better than nothing because it scales. Like, if you've noticed, Charlie, everybody put element damage on all of the builds. Whether you're looking at an AK with fire, or you're looking at like a Scava with electric, or you're looking at chill on the Albion, like everybody put it on there. Just for base weapon damage and for the scalable. Just for like adding to the base weapons damage and for that multiplier to be bigger. That way when it multiplies against your HP, you're doing more damage. Even though it doesn't really matter like what type of damage it was against the Wallcrasher. But that's why you're doing it. I mean, that's why you're doing it. You're just trying to add more damage to the weapon. And you want damage that actually multiplies to your base weapon damage. That way it goes over to your... that way it multiplies against your HP. Because adding stuff like critical hit damage... That's one of the reasons why I think the Albion kind of like... isn't as top of a tier weapon as something like the AK or whatever. Why I think the Albion is more of like just a user-friendly gun is because part of the Albion's damage is tied up in critical hit, and critical hit doesn't multiply across into your weapon's base damage, as well as something like the AK, which is like all multi-hit damage and like base weapon damage, or something like the Escava, which is a lot of element damage, a lot of like base weapon damage and shit like that, and multi-hit. They're just hitting differently. So that's sort of what's happening there. You think you can make the Escava be better than your last dagger, but it's going to be hard? Nah, Biscuit's build on the Escava is pretty solid. Like, Biscuit's build on the Escav is pretty solid. It's just having them to make it. And then, like, utilizing it. I mean, you don't have to play it optimized, and it still does really good damage, and it'll probably... It will do better damage than your last dagger. For sure. It will do better damage than your last dagger, but, I mean, you can use any of the... You can use any of the meta weapons right now. It just depends on how you want to play. Like, if you're somebody like me who just likes to be able to get in and just shoot and forget, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to change your build up. You don't have to do dick. Then just, then basically just putting on the Albion's nice. For this next run, I might take off my... For this next run, I might take off my Arche Leak and try putting Passionate Sponsor on. And just see if I'm able to maintain 100% uptime on my fly without it. Or I'll keep Arche Leak on, but I'll take off Final Wish and put Passionate Sponsor on and see if I can keep 100% uptime as long as I pay attention to my to my Arche Leak being proc the whole time. Because like right now, basically it's just like you proc it one time during a battle and you don't ever have to worry about it, but I might have to do it twice or something.
Listen.
Oh, you would need Wave of Light? Yeah. And I don't know that I care to do that. I mean, it's not that hard. Basically, you just hit Wave of Light, like, what, one time? You just Wave of Light, like, one time? Or do you have to do it more than once? But shooting, it's harder. I get that. Is Last Dagger getting pushed out of the meta? Just dodge and then shoot with it? Yeah, you just have to weapon swap, right? Just, like, weapon swap. And then, like, dodge, shoot, and then weapon swap back, and then just go back to doing DPS. For like the extra 20% damage. Gotta have MP in mind for the dodge. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm fine just being lazy then. I'm fine being lazy. I don't think Last Dagger is getting pushed out of the meta. It's just a different type of fight. I think the Last Dagger is still really great in small burst windows. But for like long, prolonged, sustained fights, I just think that there are other guns that work better. Yeah, clear's a clear. Yeah, I mean, like, whether I clear in... Because I maintain what I said. I maintain what I said, which is, like, the 7 other people in my party are going to affect my clear time more than me doing an extra 200 million damage. Like, okay, I do an extra 200 million damage. Well, that's 200 million out of 6.7 billion, right? Like, so me doing a little bit extra damage doesn't really matter that much. It's like my teammates are going to be like the bigger effect. And realistically, you don't need to do anything more than clear it like once per hour. So as long as you're clearing it within like a minute, 2 minutes, like you're still doing perfectly fine. You know what I mean? You ran out of MP about the 5-minute mark using Passionate. That makes sense. Use Scav with Final Wish. It was still really good. Oh, yeah. A lot of it just depends on what you're doing, right? Like, I can promise you guys, if I actually locked in, I would be a much better gamer. But I just never lock in. Just a couple, like, shots and dodge and switch back. Like, not a big deal, right, monster? I get it. Lock in? I just don't care. Like, I'd much rather just be able to, like, pay attention to chat, read chat, and not have to lock in. Does anyone know how to use Nell's 4th ability? You press the button, right, Ditto? Like, what build are you talking about? Are you talking about just like the critical builds that most people use? You need to stack up like Shadow, right? Or whatever it's called. It's called like Shadow something. Basically by hitting enemies with your 1 while they're marked. But yeah, it's going to depend on what build you're running. It goes past 3 minutes. I have to dip. Those electric pools on the ground. Try to get hit by your lasers. Ugh. But yeah, like a lot of it's just going to depend on the build you're running. It's Suspicion. That's what it's called. I knew it was something. It was something sussy. But yeah, in order to build up Suspicion, you have to mark enemies. If you're not marking enemies before you hit them with your 1, you're not going to build Suspicion. And if you don't have Suspicion, you can't use your 4. If you're using like the critical hit builds that most of us use to fight something like the Stormhanger. Now, if you're trying to just like use some sort of weapon build on her, then it's going to be different. right? If you're just using like a weapon build where just proccing your 4 gives you weak, like unlimited weak points, then it changes things. What special ammo weapon are people using for the Wallcrasher? It just depends. Like some people use, like if you're talking about green, I mean like some people are using Wave of Light, some people use like Nezestras, basically just like any green ammo. Like basically any green ammo. You'll know how to shoot the arrow-like ability? I would say watch my video on Stormhanger where I do it and I go through how it works. And that'll give you the best idea. Instead of me like sitting, because I've like made an entire video on it, ditto. So just watch my Stormhanger video and at the end I explain how to use the build. And that should tell you how to do it. Then on rando is frustrating, Bill. Not, oh yeah, no, I get that monster. 100% crit rate, which is required to get the MP. There you go. That's why a lot of people are using it. Let's go do... What map is it on Purge right now? Does anybody know? We might go run Purge for a little bit. It's the circular one? Okay. Guess we go run Purge for a little bit if you guys want.
Well, hello.
We can go run Purge really quick.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thank you for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, so if you're hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, I appreciate you. Speaking of good to know me in the community, I'm good to know you. What? Either way, thanks for the follow. What up, OG? Let me get some coffee, guys, and then we'll get in. We'll get in and we'll do a little bit of Purge for a bit, and then later on, I might drop out of teams and just work on a build or something. So give me a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
All right, let's cook. John, appreciate you. All right, you guys ready? All right. They make an upgraded version of Blair? Yeah, they did. They made a Blair video, or they made an updated version of Blair. All right, you guys ready? We got Hero ready. As soon as Lad says they're ready, we'll go in. For the Steve scan, L2 is okay. Zoom in and out time made you crazy. Oh, I guarantee it. Did it make it better? What else is new after the expansion with the dog guy? Random, you can type in !guide, and that will show you our new player guide, which covers basically everything you would need to know as a new and returning player on the content that I think you would need to do in order to get caught up. And it'll give you a pretty good, like, rough overview, depending on sort of like when you left off, of what all you would need to do to get caught back up in the game. It'll walk you through everything from like a brand new player. Biscuit dropped to Jaber build. Nice. Hunt just typed it. Guide. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people seem to be enjoying... I mean, I don't want to say a lot of people. some people are enjoying Jaber, so I think if you guys were looking for something to do and something to like spend your cats on, then you've got something now finally, right? I don't know. You running Jaber and Purge at the moment? I mean, are you enjoying him in Purge? 'Cause I think you can run Jaber and Purge, but just like a really good Jaber build. I don't know, man. I'm happy that like some of these guys are able to make new builds on these characters, but I don't know that they're going to be like taking anything out of the meta. But if you're just like looking for something fun and different to run, you're running Jaber for everything so far, as long as you're enjoying him. He knows what mods to put on Clairvoyance. I mean, who are you trying to build it out for? Before we leave this, I'm going to pull up Funny's build and try to see what they're doing different. Right? Because, like, you can see right now, I'm playing just Purge, right? Just playing Purge, I'm not having any issues with my MP. Interesting. Well, this one's not working, so... Alright, let's run. Doesn't have a blueprint in it? Wait, what? Are you sure that's the right one then, Tim? The J remain since one, having more people are playing him. As long as everybody's enjoying him and having fun, that's all that matters, right? Let's cook. But yeah, we'll work on this for a little bit. And not additional flame infiltration. Sometimes you get different rewards. Yeah. Yeah, you just need to make sure that wherever you're supposed to be getting it from, you're actually getting the right thing. Because if it's infiltrations, right, there are definitely different boxes you have to select to get the right thing. Yo, Centaur, thank you for banging me. But somehow you're getting the wrong target. Yeah, if you're going into infiltrations, look in the top. There'll be like a list. It'll say like A, B, C, D or whatever, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make sure you have the right one selected. That way you're dropping the right pattern. Oh shit, my bad. All right, let me try Magic Pickle's ID one more time. Social, Control V, and it's supposed to be what? FOR, View Descendant. Serena build. Arche leak. It's putting things in like a weird spot. Arche leak. Just using it to fill a slot. Yeah, you can leave it off. I don't like that this put this here because I can't see. But I mean, if you're using Final Wish Arche leak. I'm doing the outpost. So if you're doing the outposts, that might be one where you have to complete it invisible. Like you have to use Sharon to get the AB variant versus the regular variant. So if you're not doing the infiltration without being caught, then you will only get the one variant and not the variant you want. Top 2 ascending, bottom 2 shell. I mean, that'll help with some other stuff too, right, Zell? But I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I'm not understanding. As long as you're playing the same way we do. I mean, like, watch. I hit my 1. Arche leak is going. Like, I don't lose MP. Like, everything's perfectly fine. Now, without seeing some sort of, like, gameplay loop, I can't tell why. Let me look at the components. I didn't actually look at the rolls on the components. What are the rolls on the components, though? You've been using Nell? Yeah, double check. Double check, Tim, and go look at the infiltration you're doing, or the whatever it's called that you're doing, and see if it says there are 2 different rewards, and see if the one reward down bottom is like on a bottom section that says you have to do it without being caught. Because that's what the shit balls. There's one broken character making the rest of them useless. I mean, nothing's really changed on that. I mean, there's always going to be like one super strong character for sure. There's always going to be one strong character that you should like go for in this game, yeah. It's going to make all content sort of trivial. Max MP recovery is also purple. Those are going to make big differences as well. Those are going to make big differences. I don't know if that's going to be enough to break it, but I mean, it's not, then it's not the same. It's similar, but it's not the same. Yeah, this doesn't have MP recovery on it. This doesn't have a max MP. This has only got a purple MP recovery. You need to get these golded out. You're going to want all these. Like, this doesn't have MP recovery on it. This is going to hurt you. This not having max MP is going to hurt you. And this one right here, having a purple MP recovery, you need to increase all these. And then going in here, I mean, you've got Final Wish, Arche leak. As long as the cost is like halfway decent, it'll be okay. And you never run out of mana. That's what I'm trying to say right now, Purple. I'm like, if you have my exact build on, you should not run out of MP. But just looking at this right now, you're missing an MP recovery here, which is going to hurt you. Your MP recovery here you have, but you don't have MP recovery. This here, you don't have a gold MP recovery. And, I mean, you're losing... This is max shield. You want to move both of these up top to where you have the double gold up top and not swapped like that. Sorry that I didn't get that reset, guys. Sorry I wasted your time. We'll get back in. You don't have the max MP. Yeah, you're definitely going to want the max MP, and you're going to want to have all those like maxed out MP recovery nodes. That's going to make a big difference. No, that's just the overlay. It's just a bug. It's not what actually happened. It just doesn't show things properly. It's in my fly build, Zell. Exclamation mark fly. It'll give you the restored relic. Just remember to use like the newer builds for flying. You don't want the displays dumb? Yeah. MP recovery in combat actually affects significantly. You were surprised by it? Yeah. Honestly, the MP recovery is a big one. Like having the MP recovery on those builds is huge. If you don't have the gold MP recoveries, you're gonna feel it really quickly. That's why in a lot of these builds, you know, you have to have exactly what we have in the slots we have it if you want to be able to get everything perfect, right? So if you're looking at it, especially when it comes to like MP, in recovering MP, like getting your MP back during like the max MP recovery during combat is pretty big. And then on top of it, on top of all that, like swapping those components back out and putting the double gold up top is going to get you more HP, which is going to give you more damage in general. You were greedy running consumables and you definitely noticed the difference. Yeah, that's a good call out though. I mean, you'll definitely notice it if you aren't paying attention. Yeah, also run MP recovery modifier on memory. Yeah, like the missing one MP recovery modifier entirely is bad. And then only having like a purple on the other one is going to be pretty noticeable in general. And then you should definitely swap them out to be like the ascending up tops and the shell crusher down bottom. That way you're getting as much HP as you can. Either that or defense, which is now useless. I mean, you can still have defense on there. I don't think there's a problem with just going ahead and putting it on there in general, just as like a god roll thing, just to have it. Right. Where can you farm mage set? Yeah, Sigma. Sigma's where you get it. Now you can always slot defense cores if you need it. Oh yeah. Yeah, but still, I mean, it doesn't hurt. I mean, I think that having like just one god roll set helps you out.
For the follow.
Like just having one good god roll set. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. That you can just slap on anybody at any given time just makes your life easier, especially with how many component sets there are. It just kind of feels like it's just a pain in the ass to have 2 or 3 of like one specific component set just for dumb shit. I'd much rather just have like, you know what I mean, the MP recovery defense, MP recovery max MP, MP recovery HP just to have it, than have whatever like oddball sets in there. What do I suggest for her top weapons right now? I like the Albion on her for general mobbing. I like Restored Relic for her. And then if you really want to, like Escava's in a pretty good spot. I think the AK is also a really good weapon. Either the AK, the Escava, or Divinity. Just depends on which assault rifle you personally like. Or not Divinity, yeah, DP. Divine Punishment, like those 3 assault rifles, I would say the Escava is probably the best one right now. Outside of that, you can use either DP or AK, depending on which one you want. Never thought that MP slots were this game-breakingly crazy. Yeah, you don't think that until you have it. Once you have it, then you'll understand why most of us make sure every set we have has it on there. Because it's the difference between you being able to spam shit and you not being able to spam shit in a lot of cases. Especially at the higher end where you're using builds like, say like Valby or something, where you just want to be able to hit the button like on cooldown every second. Having that extra MP recovery is going to be the difference between you doing insane damage and you waiting on MP. Why can't Serena be in the front? In terms, what do you mean, Joe? She is. Can you use Restored Relic without Enzo? You can, it's just slower Smurfette and you have to pay attention. You can absolutely do it and it still works. You just have to pay attention to your ammo count and you have to run a full 4-piece Ascending Armory. It's just slower. Yeah, basically what Diesel said is what we all do. Like if you were to look at these guys can run in without me, it'll be okay. I'll be in there in a second. But if you were to like look at my component set and my filter is just set up to run this all the time. Once I get my new ones, I'll set it back to gold. But basically it's just set up to run to get exactly what I want. Because a lot of those different items only drop in like a certain... Like MP recovery is only going to drop on one component one way. Like you're not going to get MP recovery on any other component than like the ox or whatever. Or not the ox, but the little round one, whatever that is. Like that's the only component that'll drop that. So even though you have a bunch of different things flagged, certain components will only drop certain sets. So no matter what, even though it looks like it's a lot of options, it's really not. Not investing right now. I have to max all the weapons she needs. So it's like 30 cats. Oh, you definitely will. What up, Mira? I mean, it's definitely going to take a lot, but it's worth it. So Serena has trouble with Stormhanger. Yeah, basically because of the way they set her up, right, Klon? She can still do it. She's just not as effective as like Nell or like Keelan or Jaber or somebody like that right now, but it still works. But I mean, most people are just trying to enjoy Nell at the same time. Thank you for that, Mira. So, just depends. Can I have a keyboard mouse bind to turn 180? There should be for Keelan. They added a bind. There should be just a button you can press right to do the instant 180. As far as I know. Yeah, Sigma Sector has some really good sets in it right now. Probably some of the better sets in the game. Like Nell, Inez, and Serena are your go-to for everything now. I mean, I think that having them is just nice because you don't have to think about things, right? You can just put on one of them for whatever content you're running and it'll take care of most anything. Called the quick turn setting. That's what I thought. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, there should be a button. You just hit it and it'll just do a 180 for you. They put it on when they were trying to make Keelan more useful. Because like on keyboard and mouse, it doesn't matter, right? Like keyboard and mouse, it's super easy just to flick a 180. But on something like controller, it's much, much harder. So they added the bind specifically for controller, right?
Hey, listen.
How do you fix your junk filter? You have to look at your settings and like, what do your settings say they're doing? Like, give me a second and I'll show you how to read your settings because you need to, once you understand how to read it, it's much easier to figure out why your settings are fucked up. Dismantling anything except guns itself and purple and blue weapons. Yeah, I think I kind of went over the junk filter. I went over my junk filter settings in the, like, new player guide. I didn't specifically go over, like, exactly everything you need. So I would say, like, sweet, if you would go like !guide and I go over it in there. And if it doesn't make sense, let me know like what your settings should be. And then I can show you live on stream, like what they need to be. It's not overly terrible, but it is kind of like a thing that can happen. Yo, what up, Z? There's a trigger mod that's making a boss have negative skill resist. What mod is doing that? What do you mean? It's making it to where when you use that mod, they take less skill damage? That sounds like an oops, right? That doesn't sound like that was intended. To me, that sounds like a fuck up. They take more skill damage? What mod is that? What time to run a couple more? Appreciate you. I appreciate you, Greg. Trying to help you guys out. I'm trying to help you guys out, I promise. I'm trying to help you guys out, but I'm also trying to not have to re-explain things multiple times because I've made videos for a lot of this stuff, right? So I definitely want people to feel comfortable like using my guides for information. And then if they can't find the information on my guides, then I'm happy to go over it like on stream, right? But I spend a lot of time making guides. and it's kind of rough to like spend, you know, like dozens of hours making guides and then having to spend that exact same amount of time on stream just like rehashing the same stuff that we kind of like made into a guide. So what's going on with the battering ram mod? I mean, wouldn't it make sense? That's probably what the mod's designed to do, right? It doesn't sound like the battering ram mod is like... I mean, that sounds intentional though, right? Like hitting somebody with the mod would make them take additional damage. But yeah, I definitely try to help everybody out. Like, I definitely try to help everybody out. Like, I'm not trying to, like, not cover stuff for people, but... I mean, there are definitely times where I spend, like, hours making YouTube videos where I go over things, like, in-depth on how to do specific things. And then I'll have, like, people show up or, like, people ask me questions in the comments. And the exact question they're asking was answered in the YouTube video, right? And I'm like, I literally answered this in the YouTube video. Copium. You love food and you're hungry? I'm hungry too. I mean, why can't Serena be the #1 spot in beating the wall hanger? She is the #1 spot. Oh, and for the wall, like for the storm hanger, the reason she can't is because the gun has innate, is because the storm hanger has innate damage resistance to bullets. So because of that, like they specifically designed that character to have more resistance to things that Serena does. Right? Like that character was specific. It's what we were talking about before, where there's like the devs have to specifically design things around Serena, and the Stormhanger was one. Stormhanger is another item where like they've specifically designed it to where Serena would do less damage. They just went out of their way to do it. That way Serena wasn't like the GOAT for everything, right? After this run, we'll go get ready to do the Wallcrasher. Appreciate it. You're the reason you started playing Serena. Well, I'm glad it helps you out. I mean, Serena definitely does a lot of really good things. She's a nice tool to have, sort of like in your toolkit, right? I mean, thank you for that, lad. She definitely makes everything like a nail, and she's a fucking hammer. But in the same sense, like, yo, thank you guys for the follows. She makes everything a nail because she's a hammer, but it is sometimes nice just to have a really big hammer in a game where not only her, but the entire game is made into just being nails, right? Like, the entire every problem in this game is a nail. Until the devs, like, come up with a different way to do it, basically everything's a nail, so just having a really good Serena doesn't hurt. Still putting out 400 to 600 mil with a full Nell lobby with Serena. I mean, she'll still do very well, and if you have really good builds on her and you know how to play her, I mean, she still does well. People are still getting, you know, sub 1 minute clears on her. It's just you can get a sub 1 minute clear on her, you can get a sub 30-second clear on Nell, right? I think at the end of the day, whatever works for you matters, because there's only so many tickets you need. And once you get the tickets, there's really no reason to go back into the Stormhanger. So because of that, you know, use whoever you want. I think that like one of my biggest complaints with the First Descendant right now, and I was talking to Rusty about this yesterday when I was off stream. One of my biggest complaints with the First Descendant right now is that there seems to be, because there's not an insane amount of things to do, right? That the thing to do in the First Descendant is to optimize the fun out of the game. Like, just to optimize, and then optimize more, and then optimize more, and then optimize more, to the point where there's nothing to do because it's so optimized. And that is very different than Because, like, when I look at that, you could be like, well, you do that in every game. But I can look at games like Destiny 2, when I used to play Destiny 2 quite frequently. And while I, as a gamer, would watch guides to try to, like, optimize my runs, like, the stuff that I was doing still took me time, right? And we were grinding for items, right? So you would... That's what you're doing for that exact same reason? Right. So... There were times where, like, when I would play Destiny 2, for example, like, you would go to run, like, a Lost Sector, or you would go to run, like, a Grandmaster, or you would go to run a raid, right? But you would want to try to do it in an optimized way to do it, but that optimized way was to, like, still took you time, right? Like, it still took you time to do. So even if you were like speed running like a GM or something, it was still taking you like 5, 6, 7, 10 minutes to do it, even if it was well optimized. And then the good part was, like, maybe you only had 2 hours a day to play, and if you didn't watch the guides, it was taking you like 30 to 40 minutes to clear this event or this activity. But if you watched the guides, you were able to get through it in like 10 to 12 minutes. So you'd be able to get in like 3 or 4 more runs, which meant... Or you'd be able to get in like 8 runs instead of 3 runs. And that meant you had better chances to get the new gear to drop, so you could take that gear so you could go do the raid, maybe do the raid more optimized to get more gear from the raid or whatever. Right? That was Destiny's loot. I don't know if it's Destiny's loot now, but that was Destiny's loot back in the day. So optimizing was, like, useful, but it wasn't to the point where everything was trivial. And in the First Descendant right now, basically you are optimizing the game so far that there is nothing to do. You're like optimizing it in a way that, in my view, it kind of gets to where the game is not fun anymore. Because all of the fun is taken out of it because of just how fast you're clearing things. You're taking a fight like the Wallcrasher, and you are like trying to get 8 people to queue in at the same time with these cracked ass builds so you can clear the Wallcrasher in like 18 seconds, but you gain nothing for doing it in 18 seconds. Like, there was nothing better that you got for doing it in 18 seconds than you did in 1 minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes. And you can't bulk farm it to get additional things. So even optimizing the ever-living fuck out of it doesn't net you anything more long term. And I understand some people just really like optimization and that is their fun. But I think that it gets to a point where things are optimized so far that you have basically taken any type of challenge or anything out of the game, and you are basically speed running everything, but you're gaining absolutely nothing for it. And at some point it starts to get kind of like droll. And I think that is sort of like a thing that's happening right now, is everybody is... Not everybody, and I don't mean it as a negative thing, like content creators gotta have content to make. But I just think with there not being an insane amount of things to do, what's effectively happening is a lot of people are just optimizing the ever-living shit out of stuff because they have nothing else to do. But the problem is, once you get things so optimized, when the new stuff comes out, you're so heavily optimized that even the new stuff isn't fun and isn't a challenge. And you're going to end up going into it already able to evaporate it. And then you're just going to be re-optimizing again, right? And then it's just this cycle of just every time new content comes out, you know, people spend a day or two optimizing the fuck out of it. And then all the runs are done, everything's done, and then you just don't have anything to do. This gives like 0.5% of in-game content feel. Absolutely. And I think that that was always my biggest complaint about Season 3. Or just in general. Like, my only real complaint about Season 3 is I still wish we had a true endgame. Like, I feel like we're still missing an actual endgame grind. Not everybody's doing it that fast. Absolutely not, money. And I know that right now, what I'm talking about is like content creators and people who play a lot of the game. And not your average gamer. Like, your average gamer isn't like min-maxing and optimizing. But your content creators are min-maxing and optimizing. And they're putting guides out that are in that same vein. And eventually, when people do finally go to look at like guides and stuff like that, they'll be in the same boat, right? Like, your average gamer doesn't really watch guides, doesn't really do any of that, so... And again, some of the stuff I'm saying might not be actually, like, relevant to you as a gamer, and I understand that. Right? Like, if I'm like, oh, well, things are just, like, optimized out the ass. But, what up, Wi-Fi? But, I mean, even if it's not entirely relevant to you, there is still a level of that's just... That is the end game of First Descendant right now, is just optimization, right? Like, no hate, like, not shit-talking the game at all. That's just, that is like the, sort of the, right? Like, that is the current in-game loop of the game. In a way, it's good because it makes people think of teams. It doesn't, because you can't actually use teams. You, like, I get what you're saying, Tora. Like, I guess maybe you can think about it that way. People just want to solo it? Yeah. It's like 700 hours worth of things to do, though. As long as you keep setting goals, building characters, it's easily a 1,000-hour free game. Well, this game's a great free game, right, Riverdale? Like, I think this is a great free game. And I think if you're, like, a new or returning player, I think you have an insane amount of, like... you have, like, a cornucopia of things to do. Right? You have, like, just a ton of opportunities for things to do and ways to enjoy the game. And different content to try out and to enjoy. And I think that content creators are in a unique position because content creators get to see problems that other people will see later on. So them talking about problems or like trying to have like constructive conversations around maybe shortcomings that they see isn't necessarily like being mean about a game or bad-mouthing a game. It's just they have put in the hours that other people at some point will put in to a degree. So when they see, you know, like a shortcoming or an issue or something like that, the goal is that they're seeing it ahead of time and they're being able to talk about it in a constructive light to try to make sure other players don't see it when the time comes, right? Now that time frame might come 20 hours for people or it might come 2,000 hours for people, right? But I think most of your gamers aren't hitting that 2,000 hour mark anyway, right? See a lot of people trying to compare First Descendant to Destiny. I don't think there's any comparison at all. I mean, there is to a degree, but not near enough, right, Rat? Destiny was built around PvP. PvE sort of emerged as like a filler thing. I mean, I think that Destiny 1 was very much built as a marrying of those two things. Because Destiny 1 had like a really nice, robust PvP situation. But they also had like raids and dungeons and strikes. Well, raids and strikes early on that were a stopgap to give people shit to do. Like people speedrunning like to the end game and New World and being able to identify the problems. Yeah. I mean, I think that it's definitely sort of a first world problem for content creators, but I think that if responsible content creators that talk about things properly are actually doing a service to the community, and whiny bitches who are complaining because they can't make content are doing a disservice. That's why when I hear people like CoCarnage, what up, old man? That's why when I hear people like CoCarnage talk about how a game has like a very lackluster end game, I'm more inclined to listen to Co, because I know Co doesn't give a fuck. Like, Co's not trying to make that be his main game forever. So if he says like, hey, I've played like 200 hours of this game and the end game isn't very good, then I'll trust CoCarnage. Because I know Carnage doesn't have any reason to not point out problems that he saw in like a week, but like you as your average gamer might see in like 3 months. And if he can tell people about it ahead of time, they can try to fix it before you get there in 3 months. Right? I do wish we had a proper 30-minute raid. I mean, it'd be nice, but I definitely just don't think that that's sort of like a thing that's coming to this game, right?
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thank you guys for the follows. So, like, I really think that content creators in that sense have, like, can do a thing where they can make sure they can do what they can to try to help players from enjoying, like, from having a bad time. I hit the wrong one. Let's go here. There we go. All right, we'll get back in there and cook. But I don't know. I mean, if you guys feel like I'm really off base, let me know. Anyone have a good mission to grind Ajax's Evo skin? You just need kills, right? Like, Ajax's Evo skin. Well, do you even need kills? I thought you just needed, like, to put catalysts on it, right? If you just need catalysts, you can either do spec ops, like, do the spec ops to, like, speed run it, or you can do, like, 400s. Colossus, like Ice Maiden. I don't remember what you need to actually do. What do you need to do Jax's skin? I don't even remember what you need to do to do his skin. If you let me know, I can try to have, like, give you a decent idea. Or is that the one where you have to, like, do damage? Absorb damage with a barrier? Yeah, just, like, do something like Hunt said, where you just go into, like, a Colossus fight. Just go into a Colossus fight, toss up your barrier, and just eat fucking damage. Go to, like, one of the hardest Colossus fights you can solo. And just go in and fucking eat damage. I mean, honestly, you could probably do Stormhanger or something if you really want. Just depends on which what mission you can survive. Basically, just go in there and eat damage, and just toss up barriers. I mean, last time when people were doing it, they were doing it off of like the Ice Maiden challenge, right? But I don't think the Ice Maiden's in right now, so you might just do like Stormhanger or something. Because, like, yeah, last season, everybody just did Ice Maiden. You just went in and stood in front of Ice Maiden and got it. Like, 30 seconds or whatever. It took no time. Especially because of the amount of damage she did. The Haven instance, there's a path to absorb lasers. That could be good. I don't know the amount of damage they do, but you can just stand there and absorb lasers. Basically, just AFK it, right? I mean, if you're going to do that, you could even do Void Vessel. You could just do Void Vessel on normal solo if you just wanted to take hits on lasers. Maybe we need to consider mapping more like PoE. I think, honestly, the more people, like, view this game, they patch the laser farm, then yeah, just go do Colossus. I would say, honestly, the more people, like, kind of view this as an ARPG where you're just going to have some characters that are broken and you're just speed farming with broken characters just to pick up random things. I'd say the more you view this game like that, the better time you're going to have in the game, right? And the less you try to assume that the game needs to change in a way to make it more like Destiny or more like an MMO, because they've basically said that's not going to happen. So because they've said that's not going to happen, like, hoping that it happens is just setting yourself up for failure. And that's happened to a lot of us over the year. Like, a lot of us over the year have kind of, like, heard when they said they were starting, like, they were making something, and we all extrapolated out these crazy visions in our head of how it could be X, Y, or Z based on what we hoped and what we expected for the looter shooter genre. And I think that definitely trying to view this as more... like, definitely more of, like, a speed farming game, like an ARPG, is going to help you see, like, what the direction is that they're currently taking. Destiny puts best mob clearing weapons in PvP and the fastest PvE content. They do it back and forth like that sometimes, right? Kind of want to have skins to grind for. I mean, I think so too, but right now skins are basically their main money maker, Purple. So because skins are their main money maker, they're gonna put most of their skins behind paywall. Like, they'll do the Stormhanger skins or whatever, but I think that they would prefer to just have people like paying real life money for their skins. I just don't think they have enough in-game skins to sort of like offset that, right? Like compared to like World of Warcraft or something like that, where there's a lot of skins you can get and a lot of transmogs. Luna videos trying to make top leaderboards. Any tips on getting to the top of the leaderboards with Luna? Shit. I'd have to ask my Luna mains on that. I haven't played Luna in a while. What are you trying to get to the top of the leaderboards? Just as a support, or? Room for another? I mean, I can always bring in somebody else, yeah, for a little bit. Turn more into, I think it's definitely more of like an ARPG style. Maybe like a new in-game currency. I'll grab you, Zell. I mean, I'd be happy for them to give us more skins, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Not more in-game skins anytime soon. Game doesn't need to be like this or that. It needs to change here and there, because the biggest problem is that the game's not like currently keeping long-term players. Support, you only play that role. Then a lot of it's going to be more about your team, right, Gara? Like, what? Like, that's the question. Like, what are you trying to get to the top of the leaderboard on? Do you have a team? Are you pubbing? Because like we have some really solid Luna mains in here, but a lot of it is going to depend on like what team you're playing with, what content you're doing, like who you're trying to support. Are you trying to support Serenas? Are you trying to support Nels? Like, a lot of that'll change things. Like a lot of that will change. Like, it's not going to change a lot of what you're doing, but like playing a support is just going to depend on the teammates you're playing with. Top 10 for duos for the emblem. Top 10. Do you need to be in the top 10 to get the emblem? Is that the only way to get it? Just because it gives ammo to Serena, it's just 10 times easier. Obviously, some of us like gacha games. I don't think anybody's shitting on gacha games. What up, Borndak? I don't think anybody's shitting on gacha games by saying that some people see this similar to a gacha game. That's not... Just because somebody says they see something in a similar light doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, right? You were reading and yes. Yeah, well, like which... So, like, top 10 against, like, what? Like, Stormhanger? And are you playing with Nell? Are you playing with Keelan? Are you playing, like, who are you playing with as your duo? That's what I mean. There's a lot of questions there. Because the big one is, I know, like, getting the new two-piece set, like the new two-piece MP set is going to help Luna out some for certain things. But other than that, it's just keeping your, right? Like, just keeping your skill loop up and ensuring that you're keeping as much damage on your partner as possible, to where they're getting as many crit hits as they can and doing as much damage as possible. I mean, being a good support, it's all about just facilitating as much damage as possible. You want to make sure you're doing everything you can to keep your teammate putting out as much damage as possible. You don't want them to ever stop or not get the buff from you. Are you trying to buff is still unknown? Yeah, that's the issue I'm having right now, Hunt. Is like, I mean, like, I obviously don't play Luna a lot, and I'm sure, like, you could give very good tips. But without knowing exactly, like, who you're trying to buff, what you're trying to do, like, you know, say you're trying to buff Keelan and you're trying to be in the top, the top 10 in like, Stormhanger. Well, where you stand, how you place yourself, which skills you buff, what rotation you use could be a little bit different than if you're trying to do Nell, right? Because, like, the Stormhanger, like, you're going to want to be directly under the Stormhanger to make sure that you know, to make sure that Keelan's getting the buffs all the time, because he's going to be dashing around. So it's going to be much harder for your Nell, or it's going to be much harder for your support to ensure proper coverage because of how fast like Keelan's moving around, right? Compared to Nell, which is much, much easier to stay next to. Because a lot of that's just going to be your placement. Luna and Kyle, they're probably crit fishing. So at that point, that's probably just a lot of like crit fishing, and that's probably a lot of crit fishing, trying to get these high damage numbers. And that's just going to be just fucking going at it, right? Unless I'm wrong, but I mean, like, the only reason you'd be doing that with Kyle is because you're trying for giant mega damage numbers. And there's going to be so much RNG in that it's going to be just like attrition. Use Singer's Mercy with Kyle and speedruns. There you go. He wasn't surprised when they pulled the numbers how many people cleared it. You obtained Nell and the hover bike and the weapon the first 3 days. Now what's making you stay? That's up to you, right? Like, there are going to be people who clear everything and, like, you know, stop playing the game after like a week or two. That's pretty standard. I mean, Destiny 2 has the same thing, right? My Luna's video still holds up on telling you what to do. You might just have to make some minor tweaks, right? But headbutt Kyle. Just tweak and trigger mods, yeah. Watching Lamb get first on the leaderboards, yeah. I mean, like, everything is just going to be fishing. Once you get to a certain point, it's literally just fishing. I mean, that's all it is. Is just hoping you're going to get the time. And the best way to do that is to have a dedicated team or teammate and just do it hours on end. But yeah, talking about like people playing the game and then maybe taking a break. I mean, every game does that. Like, look at Destiny 2 at the beginning of every season versus like a month into the season. Look at PoE at the beginning of every league versus like a month into the league. Look at Diablo 4. Look at any game. I mean, there's a lot of people that just come in, they want to play the new content and enjoy it, and then after they play the content, they go play something else. You still can't get the last piece? Dude, we have plenty of people that have actually just ended up fucking breaking down and buying it. In my opinion, what's the best for all mobbing and bossing? I mean, Serena's the best at everything in the game right now. Made the zeros and ones align perfectly, basically. What do I think made PoE playable? What do you mean? I mean, it just... PoE took what people liked about Diablo and made it different. Bet you a Delta Force? Yeah. Because I don't think... I mean, like, there's a lot of people that play PoE, but I don't really think PoE has the same, like, broad market acceptance as something like Diablo 4. Even though Diablo 4 isn't doing very well right now, I think Diablo 4 being a dad game helps make Diablo 4 more approachable. I can tell you that I never played PoE because I didn't like the idea of playing a spreadsheet simulator. And I know a lot of people that just will not play PoE because they don't like the idea that it is such a pain in the ass. And that you have to use like websites and everything else to even be able to play the game. And they just don't like that. What up, prick? Like, people just don't like that. Serena's not the best mobber for you. There are very good mobbers. If you ask me what's the best all around, Serena's the best all around, but it's gonna depend. Inez is a better mobber if you don't have. Glay's a great mobber. Like, it literally just depends. Serena's a really good mobber if you're using the right, like, gun on her. A lot of it just depends. But Serena, to me, isn't necessarily a mobber. Though you can use her to mob in harder content with the right team comps. I think she's definitely more of, like, a damage. Last Epoch's the GOAT. I mean, a lot of people really like the changes to Last Epoch. Last Epoch's really like held its own and came into its own over the past couple years, right? It's Stormhanger in 7 seconds, Tall Order, 3 Kyles. I mean, you just have to get lucky, right? Vicinity's involved. I mean, obviously. Basically, what I can tell you, Hunt, is if there's like some sort of like crazy fucking build or synergy that comes out, it's basically one of the main like helpers for content creators that are helping these content creators come up with these builds. Like, it's basically somebody ran spreadsheet numbers and then gave it to somebody and was like, here, try this. Hey, I ran the numbers, I did the test, here, try this. And then it gets handed over to a content creator. The only thing I can say is, like, eventually if something happens to some of these people and they just decide to leave the space, there are going to be some content creators that just don't know how to function because they are very, very, very reliant. Not talking about, like, lamb or anything like that. Just as a very general statement, there will be people who basically just don't know how to function without like the people like running the numbers or giving them help. Our biggest feature in PoEs built around janky trading, and the devs insist on the remaining communities deeply invested in it. See that? Wave of Lightning good. I mean, like, most people are using it dev just for swaps for MP. Crane is the best mobber. That's a hot take. Rip the Jacker. What made PoE good is the character builder. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, it's entirely up to the people who play it that decide what made it good or what made it bad. I think that a lot of people really enjoy the build diversity in PoE, and that's what made PoE successful. But I think it's a double-edged sword, and the insane amount of build diversity and how easy it is to fuck the game up is also what made PoE bad. And that's why they tried to make it easier on PoE 2. But when they did that in PoE 2, there were a lot of people who, from PoE 1, didn't like the changes. And for people coming into PoE 2, it still wasn't enough, and it didn't reach, like, sort of the same broad market appeal that they were hoping it would, right? 2 times faster than everyone else, yeah. I mean, you can do some really close stuff in Purge with, like, Nels, right? Last Epoch had... Honestly, Hunt, Last Epoch had a pretty good spike, and I think it's because, like, all of these ARPGs have a lot of really fun things going for them, and when one does something new that the other ones aren't doing, a lot of the community will just rotate over and try it, especially if there's downtime in their game. Lounge looks great. Lounge 2.0 looks like something really bad happening. I didn't see anything about Lounge or Lounge 2.0. The Lounge excites me about as much as a fucking colonoscopy. So, the Lounge excites me about as much as a fucking colonoscopy. No lie. Give me a second, guys. Hey, if you guys would, you guys can always go check out our friend Prek. Shout out. What just happened there? Where'd that go? I think the shout out just went out. Oh, there we go. Hopefully you guys, if you guys don't mind, go over and check out Prek, give them a follow, check them out. They're a long-term community member. Somebody who plays a lot of games, so definitely go check them out and give them a quick, cheeky little follow. I missed something. Why do I feel like I missed the message by Sinity, but I'm not seeing it on this chat? I don't think I did. I think it was by Sin. Yeah, like the new updated fucking... The new updated, like, the Lounge shit does nothing for me. Build diversity in PoE is completely superficial. 99% of the builds you find stuff. Currency not actually available for new players. Well, you could say the same thing about, like, in theory, you could say something very similar about the build diversity in the First Descendant. You could just say it a little bit different. There are 20 characters, and you can make a bunch of builds for them. But why would you make most of these builds for these characters when it actually does nothing? So there's like there's an appearance of build diversity without actual build diversity because you don't need it, right? Lounge seems like a waste of dev time to you. It does to me, Moo. But some people were really excited to see toe bones. Like, I can't fucking help it. Like, some people just are really into toe bones. What the fuck do you do, man? If people just want to buy their Jergens and play their game one-handed, like, far be it from me to tell them not to, but... I mean, if it fucking toe bones and bed physics, exactly, like, if it's paying the bills, I guess we just let it fucking happen, right? Just weird, the crime, looks like a crime scene photo. Yeah, I'd have to look at it. So, there's two builds, mobbing and bossing. That's basically the only two builds in the game, right, Trunks? And even for some characters, you can use the same build for both. Like, I can probably take most of my bossing builds from Serena and mob with them. Lounge looks like a gacha feature. Oh, I mean, it's definitely like a fucking My Little Dating Sim fucking feature. There is no world in which you personally need to play fucking Barbie dress up with your characters in the lounge. Like, I get it, and we have some friends that are into it, like, no hate on them, but to me it is a complete and total waste of development time when there are other things that need to be added to the game. TFD Sims collab win, maybe soon. The bed has motion. We're gonna add a water bed. A bunch of stuff, just play the game comfortably. Boost up trying to solve. So, I mean, I know there are definitely people that are, like, really excited for that, but, like, for me, like, setting up my descendants and changing their clothes and talking to them and getting special voice lines while they're sitting on the bed with their no shoes on, like, wiggling their toes to where I can, like, change the camera angle, does literally nothing for me. They're gonna add, like, buffs, just waiting on it, Sins. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they added relationships. It's like a hub where you can interact. It's pretty much a gacha thing. Oh, absolutely. Because they can sell things. If you set that up, if you set that environment up, then you can sell things. You can sell interactions, dude. Just wait till they start selling, like, 100 caliber fucking uwoos. Oh, you want a fucking uwoo for fucking Valby? It's 100 caliber, and you have to buy them per character. You know? Like, it's just easy money at that point. ERP coming soon? Soon enough. I mean, hey, what the fuck? Did it? Oh, wow. I mean, like, could happen. The lounge doesn't even match the game aesthetic. I don't know. I need to wait and see. Does Solar Purge have any tips? I mean, like, if I'm trying to speedrun this solo, I'll just put on,
gay porn. I'm
thank you, Mira.
Gay porn right now. I hate my job.
Just put on Serena. Just put on Serena, and either, like, on this map right here where you can fly, just put on Serena and, like, Albion Cavalry Gun and just kind of, like, fly around and just kill everything. You'll be able to clear it pretty quick. If you want to do it, like, solo, or you can just stay on the ground and run and do something like Malevolent, like use our old Malevolent build. Solo, you do such an insane amount of damage because the HP doesn't scale. You can basically just come in here and run this super solo really quick. With something like the Albion, absolutely fucking smoke the place. You know the fact that Warframe did it first? Literally dating sim. Yeah, but Warframe's fucking... That whole thing was weird as fuck to me. That whole thing was weird as fuck to me. Like, I don't play Warframe, so I don't really have much to say about it. But there was, like, a whole bunch of shit in that was just weird as fuck to me. There was, like, a whole level of weirdness, a whole level of, like, hyper-wokeness, a whole level of it just not needing to exist in general. Like, there was a whole bunch of weird shit for that, to that for me. Can you see the mods for this? I mean, this is the exact same build, basically, Gara, as, like, for this, exclamation mark fly, will take you to the restored relic build I'm using, and then if you don't want to use the restored relic, you can basically just bring in my wall hanger build. Warframe has a dating sim. In 1999 it does. 1999 at 100% has a dating sim. If you go through and do every quest from 1999 and use the terminal, the PC thing, if you go all the way through it, there's like a whole dating thing in there, right? What up, Barb? Yeah, there's like a whole fucking dating thing in there. It's like a whole secondary sub-quest after you finish 1999. Like part of the, like, yeah, relationship quests and all that. Bro, I'm thrown. You click randomly, yeah. Well, like most people really don't care. That's why it was so weird and awkward. It was like so weird and awkward that they did it. It felt like really, I don't know, it just felt weird to me. I don't know, I really like Warframe, and I know a lot of people like really enjoy Warframe and enjoy a lot of the things in Warframe, but there's some stuff that the Warframe devs have done like within the past couple years that really kind of like threw me for a loop. Just with like the decisions and the way they stated and did certain things. I'm not gonna get into it because it really doesn't matter. It's just my own personal feelings, but it's super interesting to me. Yeah, there's literally like a cutscene where you kiss somebody. Yeah, it's there's definitely a level of pandering that's been happening in Warframe for like about 1.5 years, 2 years now. That I think once you see it, you see it. What's up, Penguin? You personally prefer First Descendant but it's still a great game. I think the gameplay behind Warframe is a lot of fun. I think a lot of people enjoy Warframe. I think a lot of people enjoy the game. Now, I know a lot of people didn't like Warframe because of the character designs specifically. Especially like the ambiguity behind like the frames themselves, like that really triggered some people, and then just some of the frame designs and stuff. But yeah, there's like no kick report feature at all in the game. Yeah, you basically just have to leave yourself, right?
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, I appreciate you. Let's speak between me and the community. Have a good night. Thanks for follow. Also, Penguin, mate, thank you for your Prime. Thank you very, very, very much for the support. I do this as a full-time content creator, like no shit. And that Prime goes a really long way to make sure I can pay my bills. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. It's horrible, not even kidding, like the amount of leechers and stuff. And basically, you just have to deal. Like, because there's nothing you can do until you get to the end of a round or you physically leave yourself. Which kind of sucks, but that's why Warframe's best played with friends. I mean, honestly, like every game is best played with some type of friends because most of the joy in gaming is showing off your accomplishments. Like most of the joy in gaming I think, for the bulk of people who game is being able to show off their accomplishments. However big or small it is like an accomplishment. All right, so like, here's a prime example. Like the other day, I can't remember what game Rusty was playing, but she had great insight. Yeah, I appreciate you. She was playing a game, and I can't remember what it was, but it was basically like a cozy game. And she had spent like a lot of time working on her island, and she just like asked me randomly. She's like, "Hey, would you like want to check out my island?" Well, like I don't even play the game, but like I know for her, right? I know for her, like she spent a lot of time doing this rework, and while it was fun for her to do it, it's showing it off to somebody else and seeing them be impressed with all the work that you put in that gives you just a little bit of satisfaction. Maybe not all of it, but a little bit, right? That's being like a good friend, a good partner. Yeah, like it's like art. It's literally like anything that you're doing, right, Hunt? So I think that that is sort of a big deal when it comes to gaming or anything that you enjoy, whether it's art, whether it's music, whether it's, say you're just somebody who likes TV shows and you're like, dude, I really love this TV show. Like, I'd really like to enjoy you experiencing this TV show for the first time with me, right? You're an understanding person. I'm a fucking asshole, rat. I'm an absolute fucking asshole. But I like to try to understand people and situations. Right? Because I think being able to understand people and situations makes it easier for me to do my job. And for me to be just like a relatable person. What up, Dry? What up, Dry? Has there ever been a video game that's made people cry? Fuck yeah, I cried like a fucking bitch on Final Fantasy VII. I was a lot younger, but Final Fantasy VII's made me cry. Like, there's been tons of games that make me cry. Been tons of movies that have made me cry. I think that that's how you know you found something that you can relate to and that the developers understood their target audience. Sociology is a fascinating science. It really is, because why people do things and interact in the way they do has always been fascinating to me. But that's also when I see things that defy the norms, it stands out like a sore thumb. And my like ADHD riddled brain has giant fucking problems with it, right? So like as a content creator, I can understand people and why they do things and why they say things and why they act a certain way. So because of that, when I see something that just doesn't make sense, it drives me, it literally, chat, drives me up the fucking wall. Like if I see a streamer and they're sitting at like 1,000 CCV, 2,000 CCV, and I go in and watch their stream, and I'm in there for like 20 minutes, and I'm like, why are there 2,000 people here? Like it's not like it's like Queso. Like I can go watch a Queso stream and be like, I get why there are people here. It's not for me, but I completely understand how people can enjoy this content, right? Maybe not me, maybe they're younger people, maybe they're older people, maybe they're people of a different persuasion or whatever. Like that never bothers me. But it's when I go into Twitch streams or I go into communities and I see like a stream with like 500 viewers and I go in there for 20 minutes and I'm like, why is anybody watching this? Like people aren't talking, like nothing's happening, like nobody's going over things. And I'm like, in what world does it make sense that this is engaging for 500 people? And then I can look at a stream like, and then I'll compare it to my own stream and I'll be like, why? Well, like, I just don't understand in general how this stream is doing, say, better than mine. And it's not even like I'm like, well, they make better content or they make different content, or maybe not understanding why people would or wouldn't enjoy my content. Because I can do all of those, right? Like I can do all of that and that like self-inflection and figure out what I need to do to be better. But dude, there are definitely times where I go places and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah. You know, sometimes people don't want to engage. I completely get that, rat. I completely get that. And what I'm talking about is very hyper extreme examples. Like I go into a Twitch stream and the streamer hasn't said anything in 10 minutes. They have 500 viewers and the streamer themselves hasn't said anything in 10 minutes. And I'm just like, something doesn't make sense, because as we talked about, like the psychology and the sociology, like I get people who have a comfort streamer, you know, maybe the streamer's been around for 10 years, right? Like the streamer's been around for 10 years. There are people who have just been like comfortably watching them for 10 years. That makes sense to me, right? Yo, thank you guys for the follows. Barely active chat, ASMR streamers, yeah, it could be a lot of things. It could, but like to me, like Occam's razor, like the simplest explanation is always the most efficient, right?
Well, hello there.
What up, cheating bear? But like I can look at like, so here's a prime example of somebody that it makes sense to me.
Being a bitch.
So this person right here makes perfect sense to me. So if you guys have ever seen Glad, we'll let this load. Glad is somebody that makes perfect sense to me. Glad has maintained a very steady, like, average viewership, and he's switched to be more of a survival game streamer. But Glad is somebody who has been around for, you know, 8 years. So there are people who just watch Glad, and they don't talk and they don't do anything because they've watched Glad for 8 years, and they really enjoy him, his personality, and the type of content he makes. even if he's not making content that they're particularly into at the moment. But he's got a proven track record of 10 years of making that type of content. Do you see what I mean? So like, to me, those types of things don't trigger me. But then there are other things that happen where I'm like, it triggers the fuck out of me. But I mean, there's no reason for me to stay on this topic because it literally doesn't matter. But it was just an extension of the conversation we had around psychology. Because like, psychology and sociology are things that I really kind of enjoy. And I enjoy trying to understand why people do things. And I enjoy trying to find patterns. Because I think patterns are helpful. So when I find things that are like really weird, it triggers me. But yeah, like nobody really cares about this, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. It's just a thing, like for me that really like, that I like to see. So, but yeah, I try to really understand things, especially when we have conversations here. I'll try to understand things, and I'll try to understand viewpoints that aren't my own. Because I understand like lived life experiences are different between people, and my viewpoint is different than other people's viewpoints, and I think that's perfectly fair and valid. As long as you're not arguing facts, you can argue like viewpoints and shit all day. The only time I'll get into like even like a slight argument with chat when it comes to things is if they make like a hardline stance and then they won't change it. Like they won't engage. They're just like, well, this is what I think. And I'm like, understand, it's how you think. But there are other people that think differently. And they're like, well, no, they're just wrong. And it's like, okay, well then there's no conversation to be had with you. Because you cannot physically get outside of your own like lived life or shared life experience to see that your view might be a minority view, or it might be skewed, or it might just be a very unpopular opinion. Of a brand or personality, yeah. So, but yeah. What time is it? Oh, we're doing good. But we'll cook through this. We'll cook through this and we'll work on this. We'll go do Wallcrasher in a second. Man, I feel like I've been in here for like 2 hours and it's only been 40 minutes, chat. Like, how the fuck does that even happen? I feel like I've been in here for like all day and we've only been doing it for like an hour. It's all good though. Then at some point we'll do some build crafting, or we'll look at some changes. You've been like listening for 20 minutes and you haven't understood anything, you're too far gone. I definitely feel like sometimes I get a little like lost in the sauce when it comes to conversations. That's why I try to end them early. Try not to spoil here, but I love First Descendant, the concept of trying to break into our dimension. Hopefully they come up with like a really good storyline that interests a lot of people. I imagine we're going to get more of the story as the season unfolds because of like how abruptly it ended. So hopefully if they do something really good, it's going to set us up for like a really solid season 4. Have you thought about doing Enzo Ammo? What do you mean? Like the Enzo ammo giver build? I mean, it's not much different than the build that we have on YouTube from like 3 seasons or like 2 seasons ago. Like the build isn't much different. Like realistically, you know, because it's all about just your duration, just getting the duration and the cooldown set properly. Outside of that, everything's just quality of life. Should I have a hydrate redeem? I should have a hydrate redeem. They change anything about Enzo? I mean, not from that point of view. Had an Enzo guide, didn't know. Yeah, I had one a while back. Like, nothing's changed, realistically. Yeah, it's just an older guide. I mean, I have a bunch of guides that I can update for Season 3. That's basically what we'll do for Season 3. We'll just go through and update a bunch of our guides. Get them prepped for Season 3. The biggest issue is they're going to go through and do some changes. So, like, Lepic and Kyle are about to get updated. So, we'll have to see what changes they make there, but... just have to be curious and see what they do. Because those are the only 2 they've really announced so far, right? They've announced Lepic and Kyle. And then we've got Harris coming out. We've got Ultimate Luna coming out. So those are going to make, I mean, those are going to change a couple things. It's just how much does it change, right? So I'll be curious to see. Like, eventually I'll probably make a Jaber build at some point, maybe. I don't know. I could be just too late. I could be too late to it and just missed out by not making a Jaber build video early. RL stuff, yo, I appreciate you, Ecto. I don't know. I mean, I think there's going to be some people that enjoy Jaber, like with his update and stuff, but I don't see him being like his change being some sort of like crazy update that makes the bulk of the community want to do it, right? Like want to play him. I'm sure there's going to be some people that want to play him, but especially because Jaber's not like a really like crazy alpha looking character, and I think a lot of people who are looking to play male characters are looking for more of like a dominant male figure. And I just don't see that being Jaber anyway, so... With an Ascendant, nice. It's kind of crazy because he's faster than Freyna. He's like a tech nerd, yeah. I mean, he might be. I don't know. I just haven't messed with him. You even made a Jaber video? That's what I mean. Like, if everybody's made a fucking Jaber video, then I'm fucking way too late to it. If I make a Jaber video, I'll do it eventually, but at this point I'm late to it, but I think there'll be some people never played him, but you wanted to try. Yeah, I think that there will be some people that watch Jaber videos. Like, I imagine Moxie's Jaber video will do somewhat decent, but that's because it's Moxie. I imagine that Biscuit's Jaber video will probably do decent, but it's just because it's Biscuit. Like, she's just got built-in viewership, and I imagine if Sin does one, it'll do okay. What up, Rambo? But I imagine most everybody else, like, your average gamer is not gonna just want to pick up Jaber, right? Like, your average gamer's not been sitting around for a year like, man, as soon as they buff Jaber, I'm dusting that motherfucker off. He's coming off the shelf. Like, I've literally been waiting 13 months to play Jaber. Like, bro, like, nobody's been fucking saying that. And like some of the stuff he does is like good, but I mean, he's not better than other people. So even though he's better than he was, there's still people that are, there's still other Descendants that are better. So, you know what I mean? How you get ammo back? I've got Enzo feeding me ammo. I've got Enzo feeding me ammo right now. So Enzo's feeding me ammo. If it wasn't for that, I would put on the 4-piece Ascending and then be using that to get ammo back. But yeah, did it because there's Jaber mains and want to build. You want to give them something. I get that, Barb. I get that, and I don't think that you did a disservice to give it to people. Right? Like, I just don't think that you did a wrong thing to give it to people. The same way I don't think that Moxie did anything wrong, or that I'm sure Sin's gonna have a video come out if he hasn't already, or Biscuit. There are people that are gonna want those builds. And being able to provide them is definitely gonna help out. But I think that like your average gamer, it literally just hasn't been sitting there for 8 months waiting for a chance to dust their Jaber off. You actually did build a Jaber. I mean, mine's sitting at 8 cats right now. I can definitely finish him off. Like, it wouldn't take much to finish him off, but it wouldn't take much to finish him off, but we'll mess with him eventually. We'll mess with him eventually. I think he'll be good for some things. Unless there's like a reason to build him over anything else, then he's better for sure. You put too many cats on him not to be proud of him. Yeah, I think some of you guys just definitely did it just to do it. Biscuit just put out her Jaber video. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Biscuit just put one out. So, I mean, there'll be people that have these videos out and they'll do okay, but I haven't seen Biscuit's video. I haven't seen Biscuit's video shot, but typically Biscuit does a pretty good job of not clickbaiting people. Wallcrasher in 10. Okay, we'll head out and get it in a second. Typically, Biscuit does a pretty good job of not like baiting people. So if Biscuit, say, puts out a Jaber video, typically I know that she'll go through and show all the math, and then she'll talk about the character, and then she'll just be super transparent on if she thinks people should build it. Right? Like, she'll be like, yeah, you know, like, Jaber's doing well. He's, like, putting in a lot of damage. He's putting in good times. But, you know, there are other Descendants out that are doing the same or better. And, you know, I don't know that you should, like, go out of your way to build Jaber if you didn't already have him. Right? I haven't seen her video, but typically that's sort of her reaction on things. Especially if she doesn't feel like it's crazy. She'll, like, give people the info, but then be, like, transparent about, like, it's not the most meta crazy thing. Like, she'll typically do that with weapons, right? Like, if there's a weapon, she'll, like, show a build, but then she'll be like, you know, this isn't, like, this isn't crazy good weapon, right? I love transparency in videos. I think transparency in videos is huge. I understand using clickbait titles and stuff to try to help get people to click in the videos. But I think as long as you're pretty transparent, then you're going to be okay. I think that, like, where it gets bad is, like, people who, like, rely really heavily on clickbaiting. And then don't actually tell people sort of, like, the truth. And I think that those types of content creators weed themselves out because they're just seen as not inherently trustworthy, and most people just stop watching their videos anyway. Land made you build Jaber months ago? Yeah. Just like natural selection within content creators. I mean, you can only debate people so many times, right? You can only fucking burn people so many times before they stop watching. So, I mean, I've never personally been a big subscriber to the Jaber theory, but I know we've had some friends who have just, like, who've just built the character just in hopes that he was going to be good. So I think for people that have been sitting on him, it's a good time to dust him out, as long as he's faster. Still waiting for a new tag rifle. It's not a beam rifle. Well, until, Peb, so basically, until they figure out a way to take care of Serena, I'm not going to say the devs said anything particular, but they've kind of alluded to the fact that they are careful to release good weapons right now because of Serena. Right? That's basically my understanding from everybody who read the Korean devs, like the Korean article or whatever from the other day, was basically they just outright have implied very heavily that, like, the current season weapons were booty because they were worried if they made them too good, it was just going to make Serena even better. So until they figure out a solution to that, basically all the weapons are going to kind of be ass. Because if they make anything too good, it's just going to make Serena better. The devs just don't understand why Serena's OP. That's such a problem to me, though. Right? Like, that is such a problem to me that they don't understand why. But it's stupid as fuck. Melee will end Serena meta. She's only a gun buff. It depends. It depends. They don't understand how to fix the blueprint mess. Fuck Serena. Look at Lamau. So yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see. The melee weapons, I maintain the same position that I've maintained since they announced melee. One of two things are going to happen. Melee weapons are going to be introduced in the game, and nobody is going to give a shit about them because they're going to suck. Or they're going to be so fucking broken OP that that's all anybody's going to use. There's not really going to be an in-between. There's not going to be a, well, you could use it for this, like, niche build that might be good for X, Y, and Z. I think they'll either be broken OP and that'll be all anybody uses, or they're going to be fucking absolute booty. And those are the only two ways. They make weapons that were killing fast. People start crying to say they need a nerf. I mean, right now they're not gonna nerf anything. Yeah, she gets just a shitload of damage, Bacon. Surely they'll find a perfect middle ground. Yeah, absolutely, Sin. They've done it so many times before, Sins, that it definitely makes sense that this one will fall in line with them releasing items that are perfectly balanced in a way that people have options whether they want to use it or not. Because they've done that every time with every Descendant and every gun they've ever released. So this one will fall in line with all the other ones, right? They know the problem. They just don't want Bunny Frey and Inez problem again. Yeah, I think they have a pretty good idea of the problem. They might not know exactly why Inez is broken, but I feel like it's hard to imagine that they don't. I think the situation, realistically, like one way to look at it, is if they don't actually fix Serena, then basically anything else that they release isn't a problem. They can release anything as busted or broken as they want, as long as they don't go past Serena, then they're fine. And they can skill creep the fuck out of everything below her and nobody's gonna care. Because, like, kind of to Trunks' like, what Trunks is saying, and I'm not gonna say it's Trunks' point, because I might misunderstand it. But, like, when the game first came out, it was Bunny was a problem. And then it was Freyna was a problem. And then it was, like, Haley was a problem. And then it was fucking Inez was a problem. And every time, there was a new problem. But since they've released Serena, the only problem has been Serena. No matter what they do, no matter who they buff, no matter how they touch things, like, no matter how broken weapons are, nothing matters because Serena is the benchmark. So they don't have to worry about having people pissed off about a new thing because you just keep everybody pissed off at the one thing. Which is crazy. Yeah, she's super strong. Serena's going to be Haley 2.0. Yeah, I think Nell's strong. She kills everything fast. Nell's a very good Descendant, and she's very strong. Holding back and making good guns is pretty sad. Yeah. One Piece is starting to get fire again. What do you mean? You keep forgetting to test Inez? Well, whatever it is, hopefully it's good. Hopefully whatever change you're looking at makes things good. Need to use the bathroom after this and get a drink, chat. Use the bathroom after this and get a drink. It's because you're like so worried about it, right, Hunt? Like testing Inez for like the extra 2% damage that you found. Pass, want to see if it still holds up. I could see it. We'll knock this one out really quick. Use the bathroom and we'll get back at it. If they nerf Serena, they'll nerf Nell next. They're not nerfing Serena. They're not nerfing Serena. At least as far as I can tell, that's not even like not even in the fucking the cards. Right? Like not even in the ballpark of something to do. Nell isn't broken at all. You don't see a reason to nerf Nell. The Dens. What happened, Explosives? I mean, I think that with the current state of the game, Nell is super strong. But she's not crazy. Depends on the team around her, yeah. Nell's not at, gives her the edge. Out of Haley, Eugen, Enzo. Eugen will be built near to his ultimate and Haley's. What do you mean, Bacon? No, why Inez is broken. That's why Nell's kit is the way it is. I can kind of understand that. I mean, I don't think that... I mean, in the current sandbox, I think Inez is fine, and I think Nell is fine. I mean, I think they're super strong, but I think they have limitations. They're moving away from high cooldowns. They're the only three you don't have built. I get that. One of the characters sounds like to be in Japanese. I don't know which one, Puma. Yeah, I think that, I mean, I think this whole game is about being able to spam your skills. What makes Inez strong now is the bravery set. I think it helps her out quite a bit. It helps offset some of her deficiencies. and being able to spam her skills. Because right now, this whole game is about skill spam. Right? It's about skill spam and doing it quickly. Serena's Thor. Yeah, I think that's sort of like where this game is set up for right now. So until they introduce a different, right? Like until they introduce a different type of mission or a different sort of need for a way to play characters, like until they do it, basically every Descendant that is built around just doing things quickly is effectively going to be like the strongest Descendants, right? So that's just kind of where we're at. We've talked about that before. Like certain like don't get me wrong, like some Descendants like Serena are just outright broken, right? Like they're just outright broken. Like no two ways about it. They're just too good at everything. They have like no downsides, right? Like they're too good at everything. But most of the reason. Yo, what up, Swift? I'm the Swift. What up, mate? Sneaking in. I was like trying to do a bunch of shit. How you doing, baby? 20 plus. Did you guys get a 20? But I think that until they sort of like create new content that isn't about speed killing, then oh, you think I did? Nice. You were on your old VP10 build, still cooked, I guess. But until they build content that isn't about speed clearing, the metas are going to stand up and the Descendants we have are going to stand up. And the speed killing is going to stand up. So a lot of it, I think, is just mission design. And until they change those, the metas are basically like set in stone. The way people build is set in stone. The things people look at are set in stone. Right? Dude, sometimes was it nice to just sneak into a quick run? Figured it was like another carry lobby, and then you just had like a really good lobby. Dude, sometimes that feels good though, when you think it's just gonna be like a crap run, and then you just like look up after doing a couple shots and realize you're already at HP, and you're like, okay, this doesn't feel bad. That's a lot of fun. At least you're able to get a nice quick little run in, right? Back to putting cats in the exterminator. I see how it is. Let's get back over to here. 40 billion? Or 40 million? Yeah, you basically hard carried that lobby, Hangy. Give me a second, Antique. Do you think the Flying Descendants should be the most OP? I mean, I personally think that, I think every Descendant should have some sort of strength and weakness, and there should be some sort of balance, but... I mean, obviously, anytime you have a Flying Descendant, they're always really hard to balance, because they ignore a shitload of mechanics, right? Like, one of the hardest things to balance around, like, a Flying Descendant is the fact that they just avoid so much of the damage and so many of the mechanics that it can be kind of a challenge to balance around them. So I think the way to offset that is to make things that make the air just as lethal as the ground. But the hardest part about that is you're doing it for literally one character. You're designing a shitload of mechanics, right? You're designing a shitload of mechanics for one Descendant versus designing a fucking shitload of mechanics for all the rest of the Descendants. 20 minutes to kill a boss doesn't justify using 8 angels. People will always study the meta to do things quickly. They need survival hard mode. Yeah, Brave. I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's going to change. And it's all based off of the type of content you have. If you have content that needs different things and different survivability, quad god roll cycle, nice. If you have, like, content, there's no way we're going to get a triple. Like, the downside is, like, you just need content that makes it work. And we just don't have that content right now, right? It synergizes with Serena better. It just depends, Pickles. Like, like, I really like the Albion because I like to be able to use this gun and a bunch of other content. But if you're wanting to build a different gun that does a little bit more damage and does, like, a little bit more... You gotta go, Hero? That does like a little bit more damage and has a little bit more like of a higher skill ceiling on what you need to do during the fight, then the AK is a great gun. Or Divine Punishment is a great gun, or you can go with the Escava. Like, there's a bunch of different builds you can go with. I mean, I have all 3 of them on me. It just depends on how lazy I'm feeling. Technically, Serena's an Ancient Descendant, so you could just think older Descendants are going to be super strong. I mean, you can justify it however you want, right, D? Like, you can justify it however you want, but at the end of the day, Serena's pixels. What build are you running in Purge? I've just been using my Restored Relic just because I've got Lad here to take care of it. If it wasn't for that, I mean, a lot of times I would just run the Wallcrasher, like Albion, if I really cared. To reach on the justification, but it's fair. I get it. But, like, to me, at the end of the day, they're all pixels. Like, Serena's an Ancient Descendant. Nah, Serena was just a model that was called an Ancient Descendant. You know what I mean? It's just a name, right? Take no damage by flying. Have potential infinite ammo. She took away my main spot. Dude, she basically has everything. Let me use the bathroom, guys, and then we'll get back in. How dare I call your favorite Descendant pixels? I know, man. I'm a terrible person. Give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back.
우이도 요격전에 저도 가게 될까요? 그냥 궁금해서요. 사령관님에게 가보라고요? 농담도 참. 충성! 이상무!
Yeah, hun, I think with this, like, super open map, you can kind of run whatever you want. It's just for me, especially trying to read chat and stuff, Restored Relic is just so much easier, because I don't even have to look at the screen to kill stuff. As compared to, like, using my Albion, which would probably kill faster on this map. But I need to pay attention to make sure I'm actually hitting the right enemies when they pop up. I'm hitting the gold bars and stuff like that, so... Like, for me, trying to stream, it's much easier to do this. Or I could just completely ignore my chat. I mean, that's an option, too. Why am I coming down here? I thought I saw shit up, but yeah. I got a whole team of sweats. Let you guys cook. Wondering if the Wallcrasher works just as well on Purge. I mean, I'll run it. It should work just fine. I'll run it this round just to show it. Should work just fine, though. I'll run it this time. But I mean, honestly, I think it'll work just fine. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. Presets. Let me go Wallcrasher. Presets. Let me go here. I actually have the gun on in my 4 slot. Mutated cell would you use for Nell? The power... just in the mods. Power Beyond. Alright, let's go. What are my graphics settings? Ultra with like a 6. 2K Ultra with like a 6 on sharpness. You use the Wallcrasher build and Restored Relic, yeah. I'll enjoy it more if it took longer. You have everything. Look at Lamal. Yeah, I'll run my Restored Relic. I'll run my Albion really quick. It should work pretty okay in here, honestly. I imagine it'll do fine in here. 1 button character and general content. Biggest issue is just finding your yellow bars, right? Like, that's the biggest issue, is trying to find the orange enemies. Where the fuck is the thing? Yeah, I mean, this works fine as long as you know what you're looking. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you know what you're actually looking at shooting, this build's gonna do just fine, it seems like. Hardest problem, like, the hardest issue is trying to find the orange bars before they die.
Thanks for the
there's like random shit, man. There we go. Yo, thank you for the follows. We do keep anonymous, so if you're hanging out, chilling and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. If you want to speak up and get to know me in the community, have a good day. The way thanks for the follows. Yeah, I mean, I'd say if you actually aim, you can probably do okay with this. Yeah, there's like a few very choice examples where Power Beyond isn't going to be best on your skill descendants, but it's like very special niche use cases, and even still it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be better, right? Like Biscuit just did the video where she was talking about it on her bunny, and basically unless you're running like very trivial content where you don't need to use your EC, then like maybe having like a really high cooldown would be worth it, but for most content it's not. So but yeah, I mean, it seems like it works fine, honestly. It's just if you're hitting your shots, like somebody like you guys that like lock in when you're playing, the build would probably work 10 times better than somebody like me who's still trying to like read chat and pay attention. I bet it still does fine though. But yeah, it should do, I think it should do just fine in here. I mean, maybe if you put range on it, but you could maybe try to find a way to sneak in a little bit more range if you really wanted. Maybe the range would help, but... Well, some of us are also typing in this chat while we're shooting. That is because you guys are better gamers than me, right? You guys are basically just better than me. An all-purpose build for? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've tried to like tell people when people have like been asking for builds. I'm like, honestly, just use my Wallcrasher build. Like, just use my Wallcrasher build for basically anything. You can take it into any piece of content. You can take it out into the you can take it out into the plant. You literally take it into anything. One message equals death. I get that. Who's the most fun to play right now? Probably any descendant that involves you pressing more than one button. We've got some people in here that'll give you a bunch of varying answers. I think depending on how you play Bunny and the type of content you're playing in, Bunny can be a lot of fun. I think Nell's a lot of fun. I haven't personally played Jaber, but we've heard a lot of people enjoy like the multi-button Jabers. I think Serena can be fun depending on the content you're playing her in and what you're doing. Just because you're going to be doing more than just hitting one button. Even though she's like super fucking strong, Ajax can be a lot of fun. I think the new Glay build is great. Honestly think that my new Glay build for Axiom is like probably one of my favorite builds to play in Axiom. Because of the ease to clear content, both ads and bosses. I really like my new Glay build out there. I really think that it's a nice marrying of like DPS or like ad clear plus like just pure DPS. And if you're looking for a different way to play Axiom Plains, that Glay build will feel really good, and you'll never feel like you're not bringing enough to the table. She might be an underrated mobber, yeah. I think that for the Plains, because things are so tanky out there, her ability to just like bulk mob and then swap over and just delete enemies makes her interesting in a way that puts her on like, I don't want to say on the same level as Serena, but puts her in the same boat as Serena. The difference is you don't need anybody with you to make Glay do it. But the counter to that is if you do have somebody with you, then Serena's better just because of the sheer amount of damage she can output. Keelan's a lot of fun too. I mean, I know like I'm not giving you like really great answers if you're trying to find one Descendant to play. But depending on the content, I think it can matter. Just because Serena exists? No, I get that. I think they've definitely played it a little bit too safe with some of the trigger mods. Don't play Sharon, trust. That's who I want to play here in just a little bit. Hero is like, I want to put on my spin to win Sharon and see how she does. Like, is she not doing good out there? Sharon's awesome, yeah. Depends on the player also. Yeah, I mean, like, some people really just enjoy the power fantasy and they don't really care about, like, the ease of use or difficulty. And for them, the power fantasy is what's funny. It's one shot at most, I imagine. I imagine her spin to win does pretty decent. Somebody was telling me that you can use Arche Leak on her to keep her MP up. I don't know how true that is, but if it's possible, we could definitely reevaluate her builds and try to find a way to put even more damage on them. Ambush. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Ambush, but not a big fan of her Ambush playstyle, but anytime I've played her Ambush playstyle, I didn't have enough range. Like, I didn't have a big enough radius to make it feel good. But with the Plains being like a little bit, you know, you're basically consolidated more in rooms, it might feel better. I don't know. There's just a lot of investment if you want to play her, yeah. She needs precision, but she hits hard. Yeah, I think that like Ambush Sharon definitely works better in teams where you can prioritize high value targets and do just like a ton of damage on them while still like helping out in groups, like group of enemies. But whoa, who said Sharon was bad? I don't think anybody actually said Sharon was bad, Pitts. Ran Ambush and Purge with you guys and did about 1.6, so it's alright, yeah. Yeah, for mobbing, she might feel like she's a little bit high maintenance. I mean, I can see that. I think Sharon does a good job. I don't think she's like, I don't think she's like S-tier mobber or anything, but Kyle's like having some huge errors. What do you mean? Sharon has the record in Purge? What do you mean Sharon has the record in Purge? Who's the best mobbing character? Right now, if you're in the Plains, I would probably just go ahead and start with somebody like Glay. Use our Glay build, exclamation mark Glay. That'll get you a really good start. Between her and then make a Serena. Sharon has the fastest clear, like, what do you mean? In what, like, void, in, like, Purge 10 and Purge Challenge 5 and Purge Challenge 1. Was she running solo? Was she running a team? In Purge Challenge 5, Sharon's the fastest. What's changed from last season to this season? I was like, what's changed from last season to this season? Because she was not the fastest last season. And we're like a week and a half into this season, so leaderboards don't really matter a whole lot. You clear almost as fast as Inez, and you nuke bosses instantly. She can keep enemies in their spawn and can walk. Interesting. I'm not saying she's bad. Like I said, like I'm not saying Sharon's bad. I would be curious on I can clear ads almost as quickly as Inez. Like I would be curious on that. I would personally have to see it versus Inez. Because I've played a lot of Inez and like effectively nobody clears as fast as Inez. In open maps, now once you start adding bosses in, that's gonna change things. But if you're just talking about general ad clearing, because of how Serena's kit works, there are very few people that can clear as fast as Serena does. Just because of how her kit works. In general. Now maybe you can use like some like really weird, you might be able to use like some sort of like really weird, like KGL build that might be decent, but I love Sharon. She's not even close to Inez. Sharon would do better in Purge than Inez. Now see, I can see some of those things, right? Because Inez, like, because of the way Sharon's kit works with certain things and certain synergies and her being able to do a bunch of like high spike damage, a lot more than Inez, I could see where there could be a more use case to have her with some of her like better builds doing more ad clearing in here, but like general open area mobbing, like being able to mob as fast as Serena, I just don't, or being able to mob as fast as Inez, I have a hard time believing it. In general, like mobbing, I have a hard time seeing it. You just beat with a random team to not over 900 million, fucking cooking. Cooking. Inez doesn't even have to look. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't even have to, like, you literally just fucking exist and shit dies, right? Happy you're able to beat it though, Dubs. So mobs now can drop fully built weapon parts. Yeah, you can get parts now. It's random, but you can get it, right? It's absolutely random, though. Auto-tracking ability on Inez. Yeah, I mean, you just hit a button and everything dies. Do I have a link to the Purge build I'm running? Yeah, you can run !fly dev. It'll take you to the build I'm running. The only difference between this build and that build is that I'm not using multi-talented. I'm using Arche Leak and Final Wish. That's the only difference, is I'm not using multi-talented. I'm using Arche Leak and Final Wish, and you can see both of those from the Wallcrasher build. You can see both of those from the Wallcrasher build, like the build that I'm actually running on Serena in that build. Other than that, it's the same thing. You'll do just fine. Serena's a rogue from WoW. I think she's a lot of fun. Hot take, Inez is Mesa. You think so? My Serena build and a couple of Serena's flying around. Sounds like you guys were able to clear it though. And then as you just keep building up your Serena build, you'll be clearing it in no time, right? Like easy GG farms. What up, Poots? But feels like an assassin with permacloak. Oh, she feels fun using it. She feels super fun to use though, right? Season 3, just got your Serena. I'm gonna level up for the first time. I'm hitting MR20. Hopefully you enjoy her once you get her leveled up. She takes a little bit of investment, especially if you want her to function at the highest tiers by making sure you have like the right weapon cores and stuff on her and the right component cores. But once you have it, she's basically the easy button for all content, and you can use her just to do whatever it is that you want. Farm other builds, farm other characters. And then when you're looking to mix things up, you can just play a different character and just enjoy it. I would really like to run like an ambush Sharon. I just would like content that wasn't around speed mobbing, right? Like, because I personally like the idea of an ambush Sharon, but I think I just need content that's built around like being able to do more high damage, big hits. And that would make me enjoy that playstyle a lot more. Took you 18 minutes, but a win-win. Surprised everyone stayed in the fight. You're hyped? No, man, that's awesome. Just keep building her up, and eventually you'll be able to make it to where no matter what you do, you're able to clear it in 3 minutes or less, whether anybody's helping or not. It's true. It's just a shame there's no content that needs it. Yeah, I think that's probably the hardest part for me. With like some of these builds, I like just want content that
Drinking
needs
out of
it.
cups. Being a bitch.
Thank you for that, lad. Wonder if First Descendant needs like DR. I mean, Warframe has DR too. I think right now DR isn't the biggest problem. I think Serena's the problem. Give us like spy assassin missions. Ugh. Who hurt you, Bacon? You're one of those people that like the spy missions in Warframe, huh? We don't need like a Eugen and Ajax. No. Well, and that's why like fear mode for a lot of them, they're turning them into DPS, right? They're making everybody that's like support become DPS now because you don't actually need the supports. So big suck, but it's what's happening. Buddy, I love... Now, see, Assassin's Creed's different. Now, if they give me some Assassin's Creed missions, not DR, D2. Oh, a damage reset. I see what you're saying. I mean, honestly, though, I don't think they really need a damage reset because, like, the damage... Like, most of the issue isn't around anything other than Serena being able to just destroy everything. If you took and just... If you made it to where people could not use Serena for a month, the meta and what people are using would change quite a bit. Like the meta would resettle around other descendants and the times would be much, much different and a lot of content. Not insane because like there are just other issues, but I think you would see a lot of time changes and you would see more variation on descendants used for depending on content. Because you would have different reasons to use different descendants depending on the content you were using. Just platforming missions. Oh wait, Serena, yeah, basically. So I mean, I think that just Serena existing in her current state makes it hard to do certain things. Serena's not the problem. Kills 5 million mobs. It's a kill 5 million mobs problem. I think it's a mix of both. I mean, you can have something that is just broken, right? Like, you can be like, okay, well, every mission is a kill 5 million mobs mission, and that's dictating the meta. And it's like, no, absolutely right. But then if you create a descendant who just aura farms and just literally walking around the map just causes everything to fall over and die. They don't even have to do anything. Just literally walking on the map and being within 100-meter radius of them just instantly kills things, then I mean, like that in and of itself is contributing to the problem just as much as map design is, like map and mission design. Because at some point you can look at things and go, okay, this is a little, right? Like this is a little bit problematic. Like room for one more? Yeah, I can probably grab one more speed. There's one type of content, one character will always be the best. Oh yeah, but Serena definitely like aura farms the entire game, basically. I mean, you're always gonna have metas. No matter what you do, there will always be a meta and there will always be a best. But like when your best is in like a completely different time zone than everybody, or like a completely different fucking world than everybody else, then like you can always acknowledge those things, even if some people don't want to. Question about the Luna buff build. I'm running fine, but Keelan's not click suggestions. So for that build, Reaper, we've got some other people here who are like probably better versed in running like Luna as a buffer on the sort of like maybe the most optimal rotation to run for that. So maybe they can give you a little bit of help. But I mean, at the end of the day, you just have to figure out what you're trying to prioritize when you're stacking those out. The only other thing you can do is I think there's like a set change you can make to put in like the new MP set to help out with some other stuff. But other than that, it's just prioritizing the right thing. What mod are you running on Luna? Red mod? That guy right there, Reaper, will be able to give you the best answer. Hunt will be able to give you the best answer on what you're doing, especially if you're trying to work with Kyle and stuff. People are overthinking. I need to go back and see what we're talking about. This game's been out for a year and it's had 4 top descendants. What do you mean? Use Singer's Mercy, faster uptime on the red buff. There you go. Luna's rough on controller. It's definitely a little bit harder, right? Definitely a little bit harder on controller. Try that and see if it helps out. Because, especially trying to play with Kyle, it's sort of a little bit different. Went like Glay Bunny, Valby, Serena. I mean, there's always going, like we said, I mean, there's always going to be some type of meta. It's really good since Stormhanger Stationary. There you go. What do you mean, lad? It's literally like 3 or 4 months top character. I mean, Serena's been top character for like 6 months. Like, Serena's been top character for like 6 months or better. Since she came out, she's been the top. And there's been no like deviation from it. And part of that could be because season 2 lasted so long. So that's why there's so much Serena fatigue. Right? People are whining because they're getting bored. Right, it's Serena fatigue. I mean, I don't think it's like fair to call people whiners though. I mean, I think people can have an opinion. Right? I don't necessarily think it's wrong for people to have an opinion. It might not be your opinion, but they can still have it. What up, Smokes? I definitely think there's a level of Serena fatigue, though. Just like people have had Serena controlling every aspect of the game for 6 months. Not everyone played Serena for 6 months, but every piece of content for the past 6 months has been built around Serena, and because they've had to build it around Serena, it has by and large made other descendants less viable or completely trivial as a byproduct. Like before, other descendants weren't made trivial because content was designed with a specific character in mind. They were just made bad because of their kits. Now, even if you have the right kit, you're just not doing enough damage to be viable. You hate that the Wallcrasher is built around Serena? Yeah, I mean, that's a prime example. Ice Maiden was built around fucking Serena. Like, there's been numerous pieces of content that have been built around Serena. Like, it's just, you can't say that it hasn't happened. Almost most of the new pieces of content have been built with Serena in mind. which was, I mean, you've always built your content around your descendants, but the fact that certain ones are built around a very specific descendant makes things different. Because it'd be different if, like, the new content was built around Nell, and then the next new set of content that came out 3 months later was built around Harris. And then the next content that came out 3 months later was built around Daya, right? Because then you wouldn't be getting fatigue, and it would just be part of the game cycle. Like, oh yeah, every time they release a new character, if you're not using the new character, you're going to struggle a little bit. But again, I think most of the fatigue came from the fact that it was just Serena for like 7-8 months, and now we're going into season 3 and it's still Serena. And they gave like 3 bosses ridiculous skill crit hit resist because of Haley. Yeah. What up, Bubba? 5 months already, time flies. Where do you get the boxes with the Nell blueprints? You haven't picked up any in your meter crawls. Make sure, Bubba, you're only doing the meter for Nell, if Nell's the one you want. And then make sure you're doing the operation missions. Every operation mission should give you damage, or it should give you percent to your pity. But it's only the operation missions, so only the missions with like the fangs on them. Any other mission won't count. Other than that, it's just literally just bad RNG, and you just got to get in there and hope for it, and hope you get the piece, like get a couple pieces, and then after you get like 2 pieces, then use your like the boxes they gave you where you can hand pick what pieces you get out of it, and use those to pick the other Nell pieces. If not, it's just gonna be, it's just a process, man, until you get lucky. I'm not bored. I enjoy the game, and I'm tired of people feeling like they must use the best thing to compete. That's the tick. I haven't used Serena. In months. I feel fatigue over the same old tired BS. I'm a masochist. You enjoy a challenge. I get that. You don't see die coming to full 0.5. What I was saying there was more of a, like, it wasn't an actual accurate timeline. It was me saying where I think it would help with the fatigue. Because I think right now it's more of a fatigue than anything, right? Because, like, again, we're not, and most of you guys that have been here for a long time, you know, like, I'm not shit-talking the game. I'm just spitballing ideas and just having conversations about the way I think people see things. Serena's fatigue is so strong it made Vash quit. Yeah. They want you to open your wallet. Last time you did it was a few months flat out. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, it's definitely going to be, like, if you're enjoying the game, you'll spend money, and if you won't, I mean, if you're not, you won't, you know? Yeah, I really think that is, I think, probably the worst part. I think it's just a really bad Serena fatigue. And that is where the problem sort of, like, lies. Is, like, in Serena fatigue.
Well, hello there.
Thanks.
Enos can do X, just a bit slower than Serena. Isn't going to get you anywhere as a CC. Well, it absolutely won't. Like, honestly, like, nobody's going to click that. Yo, thank you guys for the follows. Honestly, the only thing people really care about is fucking clickbaits. Like, you can try to be the most honest, the best, like, content creator out there, but it's only going to get you so far. Like, you try to put out videos for, like, solid builds on regular Descendants, and nobody watches them. And then somebody can put out their 35th video on Serena, and it still gets 40,000 views. And it's like, okay, well, what video do you fucking put out? Is Vash's site still updated? Not anymore. It is to certain things, but not everything. Wouldn't mind. If she got a massive nerf, she's still going to play. Yeah. I think we're getting to a point where people are a little bit more accepting of it, but... Click booster, you got everything. No idea what the fuck to do, Cabbage. Exclamation mark guide. Watch our new player guide, and it'll give you a good idea of the things that I think you should do as a new player, and the order that I think you should do them to really help you understand the game and how the game plays and functions. That way you're not feeling completely lost. Still on the fence about picking the game up? I think it's a great game, and for a free-to-play game, you literally can't hurt yourself by trying it. I agree with Moxie that this game probably has the like looter-shooter loop down to be like one of the best ones in the current game. If they could just, you know, they have some other issues they need to work on, but this game has like a really fun loot cycle, and it has really good builds and a lot of things that I enjoy. So I think it's a good time to pick it up and try it. It's not going to cost you anything. Yeah, nothing on Vash's is updated. Well then, yeah, basically nothing is. So that sucks, but All Blair was the best for Ice Maiden. Nell was the best for the Stormhanger. I mean, it just depends. But yeah, some of them were pretty good though. For like non-challenge mode, Serena just fucking decimated the Ice Maiden. It was challenge mode that fucked her because they had to build it in a way that fucked her. If it wasn't for that, Serena still would have been the best for Ice Maiden challenge. But regular Ice Maiden, like Serena just decimated it. There's a bunch of people who came back after not playing. What do you mean, Rat? I don't necessarily think that's so they're coming in and getting Serena the first time. I mean, but where does that change anything compared to whatever? Like, they're brand new players coming in and getting Serena versus players who've been playing for 8 months and have gotten Serena. Like, I'm confused there. Biggest issue is lack of penis. I think that is a big issue for some people. Yo, thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I mean, they definitely changed a lot between like season 0 and now, season 1 now. Hell, even season 2 and now has changed quite a bit. But Vash's website, especially some of the changes and the back-end changes, it's definitely not going to be as good. What if they give us an option to change the main stats of external components? I mean, honestly, that's not going to change anything enough because giving everybody else like HP or whatever isn't going to offset the fact that Serena's just insane. Ajax main, is he still good or outdated? I mean, he's outdated, but you can still do some pretty good work with him. He's not going to be the best at, like, the tippy top content, but if you have a decent build on him, he can still mob, and he can still go out and do planes and stuff like that. You can still use him. Hell, people even ask questions about the best bike rather than just making choices. Yeah. I mean, I have people ask me about what's the best bike all the time and stuff, yeah. I'll agree with that. I mean, there are always people that don't want to waste their time, right? Like, people just don't like feeling like they're wasting their time. And I completely understand that because while I have, you know, 8 hours a day to play this game, most people might have 6 hours on the weekend and that's all they get to play. And they just don't want to waste their time, or they're like, you know what, I've been playing all week, I haven't got the bike. It's fucking Sunday. I still don't have the bike. I'm buying the bike. I want to know which bike's best before I spend 15 bucks to get a bike. Right? I mean, there's definitely a level of just like optimization that people just expect in gaming now, because people don't want to feel like they waste their time, because that is sort of the world we live in when it comes to gaming, is just hyper optimization. Right? Time and especially limited resources. Yeah, and for some people, time is a limited resource. For other people, time isn't a, you know what I mean? Time's limited, but money's not, so. I'm doing awesome, Screams. How you doing today? We don't want to play Serena anymore, which makes sense, but they can always push away because the best Nexon will not, because the player's just starting her. I'm trying to find how I want to discuss that, right? Because I can see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying, but there's like a group, there seems to be a group of people that just, in general, are fine with, there's just a group of people that I think are just purely on the no nerf, and they're like, hey, no matter what, like, don't nerf things. If you don't like it, don't play it. And I think if you don't like it, don't play it is like the absolute shittiest stance to take in any game, because that is no different than if somebody's saying, well, if you don't like the game, don't play it. And that is the surest way to kill a game. I think that you need to be able to acknowledge the existence of a problem. Nerfing has sent nearly every live service game in the past to hell. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think not understanding the players and the player base and what you're doing and trying to pander, and there's so many other things that go into it. I think it is impossible to say that every live service game that has ever existed ever, as soon as it nerfed anything, instantly killed their game. I don't think that any person can reasonably say that. I don't think you can say that reasonably. Like, I don't think you can make that statement because I think it is impossible. It is impossible to prove it. Your average player doesn't have cats to trial and error thing. That's why they look at guides. Absolutely. Now, I can say that you can say that doing like retroactive nerfs after an extended period of time that sort of like disrespects players' times can cause an issue. But there are a lot of other things that cause issues. Nerfing into the next game. What do you mean, Antique? And a bunch of other stuff about nerfs probably tops all the drama in your life. I think there are people who thrive off of those things, but I don't think it matters to 80% of your player base. I think most of your player base just wants to get in and have fun. And I think people who are like chronically online do more of a disservice in creating like a very bad narrative because they have an agenda that they want to push instead of talking about things objectively. I think adding balance to a game does not inherently destroy the game. I don't inherently think trying to make a system where things are balanced in some fashion inherently destroys games. CCs or whatever in the right mind would play a character they don't like at the end of the days. It's sad, man. It is. I just don't see it. Because like I agree, huh? Like when you apply certain levels of logic other places, it just doesn't make sense. What up, Bacon? It is the one place where people just hold on to a piece of logic that doesn't make any sense. Adding balance doesn't destroy a game. But the best way to add balance is to add content that helps underperforming things. Not necessarily. I think if you create a situation where you only have one tool in your toolbox to fix a problem, you will inherently have nothing but problems. This is serious, but it's just a hack and slash game. There are people who just are vehemently opposed to things. People are pissed with no hard nerfing Inez. And changed her again, but she's not the same, but still good. Yeah, I think that that's another one of those situations where I think that there were people who had visceral reactions to something that didn't need to happen. I can't remember what I was saying. I'm like reading too much chat. Because I'm trying to find a way to have this conversation, because I do think it's a good conversation, but I can see where certain parts of this conversation aren't going anywhere, and it's making me not want to have the conversation. Like, it makes me not want to have the conversation because I can tell where people, like some people, are just absolutely will not ever understand or concede a point. And it makes me not want to have the conversation because I feel like I'm sitting here just arguing with myself, and I feel like that makes for shitty content because I'm just rehashing myself over and over again. One thing I'd like to explore is make everything less centered on damage output. The Lepic traction grenade was like really fun. No, it definitely was really fun. They definitely need to come up with different content which facilitates different metas. 100%. Required you to have meta builds. You couldn't have your own build and have fun, and that was the issue. Absolutely, I get that. So for me, like Brave, I think that there's a point in that type of content to where there should be a level of it that is accessible to everybody, right? To where you can get the access to the same types of drops that you can get, that other people can get. But I think that there's nothing wrong inherently with adding different tiers of content and different difficulty levels that do require you to use maybe more meta builds and not everything, right? And that allows people to go in and play whatever they want and have like chances at drops. But if you want to do it more efficiently and more effectively and get better chances at drops, you might have to play like more of a meta build. Originally brought up the, yeah, like this guy, 90% of my playtime has been bunny. Absolutely, though, jerry rigging, and that kind of sucks, but it's true. You're truly attached. You want to try to make it work through a nerf, not just go to Steam and review bomb it? Yeah. You think it will kill the game if they don't replace it with something equal? I think it's just flawed logic, Rat. I think it's just flawed logic. I think it's flawed logic, but I also think that there's a level of, like, I think it's flawed logic, but I also think that the First Descendants team has put themselves in a position where they can't make a change. Like, they've put themselves in a position that is very hard to make a change right now because they've left a problem unattended for so long. Serena enables you to do things like you're doing right now. But why do you need to do this? That is the flawed logic. You're saying that because you can AFK no-brain walk through a map in 1 minute, and if you take Serena out, it's going to take you 2.5 minutes, that you need to add something to make it go back to being 1 minute. What I'm saying is, why is the 1 minute even good for the game? And that you can offset it in a way to make the content fun and engaging and take longer than 3 seconds to do. Because the problem here is you're saying if you get rid of Serena, then you need to add a new Serena. And what I'm saying is I don't see that. I don't see that being a thing. Serena's enabled people to do things that was never designed in the game. And sometimes you have to look at things and go, this isn't, like, while this is an unintended consequence, it's not necessarily good for the longevity of the game because it's creating a bad situation, and you need to design a way around it that makes it better. Because you have an entire game that and that is a problem, Rat. That is a problem. You think Nexon should bite the bullet and nerf? Do you think they can recover? I think that you're in a bad situation right now. Because I think that if you were to balance Serena, you need to reevaluate large parts of your game in an easy situation. Like, why do you have triple RNG? Like, having triple RNG is a huge problem. To Bray, do you get hugs? You always get hugs. I love you. Should they do something more like longer dungeons that are more complex? Only if the rewards are worth it. Because you're conditioned right now to get insane amounts of rewards in 30 seconds or less. So if you make something that takes 10 minutes and the rewards are lackluster, then people aren't going to do it for the rewards or people are going to bitch, right? How's Torreya doing today? They mentioned the dev. No, they didn't. In a dev interview, they mentioned that they would prefer to take a no-nerf stance. They never said they wouldn't do it. They said they just preferred not to do it, which is a different, like, those are diametrically two different things. Having a super chill Sunday, that's what I like to hear. Now if you take Serena out, then you have to adjust the whole difficulty. I mean, you're having to adjust multiple things anyway. I don't know if it's conditioning. I still don't have Vortex. Hold on. So, wait. So, what are you trying to say? There's, like, definitely two different things happening here. Didn't realize that, we're getting nerfed. You don't even have Serena. Serena's not getting nerfed. This is just an abstract conversation, chat. If you're new, don't worry about it. This is just an abstract conversation.
Thanks for the follow.
What do you mean, Rad, about Vortex? I feel like most hope when they said Valby were the standard. That was the time I had the most hope personally, Bacon, is when they said that was the standard. Do I have max HP on your mods? Yeah, like my mods are set up for good HP, and then so are my components. My components all have max HP on them. You're saying Nexon wants to keep, Nexon keeps wanting people to farm at max speed? If they gave us the Holy Trinity, I think the game's too far gone for the Holy Trinity. You hope they just keep buffing. I mean, they're going to have to, fear mode. Basically, they have to at this point. They have to continue to raise the floor. The First Descendants team has to continue to raise the floor because they got rid of their hammer. Trigger mods will be close to Endgame. It's not even close. I think a lot of us were hoping trigger mods were going to be a lot more in line with... we should go to the Wallcrasher after this. I think a lot of us were hoping trigger mods were going to be way more like an in-game grind, and they're just not. And you can't stay in the air like you. Well, your HP is not going to have anything to do with this. If you have my most recent builds, Cursed, if you have like my Wallcrasher build to stay in the air, and you have everything on the way you're supposed to, and you've got the arcade, you've got Arche Leak and Final Wish on, and you still can't stay in the air, more than likely you don't have max MP and MP recovery on gold on all of your components. Basically what we've been finding out is people have been taking the build that I said would keep you in the air 100%. And then I'm like, hey, make sure you have the exact build. And then people are like, yeah, I have the exact build. And then we look at their component sets and they don't have like MP, max MP recovery. You need those things in order to have enough MP to make this work. Because without it, you just won't be able to do it. You need all that additional MP and MP recovery. Because those are big things. Those are big things. So... yeah, so if you have my current Wallcrasher build, like exclamation mark wall, if you have that current build and you're not able to stay in the air, more than likely what is going on is over here on these components. See how this is like MP recovery out of combat, MP recovery in combat, MP recovery. This one's a double MP. If you don't have all this MP on there, you're going to have a hard time trying to stay in the air. You haven't done that many purges in a row since VP came out. I mean, there's not really much else to do. Just found your channel 50 minutes ago where you, at the end of the, got curious and here you are. That's why I saw your name. It made me laugh. Because I was like, dude, I saw jury rigging. Like I saw you in one of our teams. But yeah, the big one is making sure you have those things. How do you get those extra component traits? They just drop. Just set your filters and make sure you get them. What up, Wood? It's not too bad. 2 crashes? Dude, that's not bad at all, Wood, compared to what it was. Just set your component filters and just gotta hope they drop. It's just random on if you get them or not. You can only imagine Alt Inez at some point. You appreciate it? Thank you, Jose. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. The battle pass is a big mess. Why, what's happened now? Has something happened since I've been live? Also, guys, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for all the messages, and thank you guys for all the chat. I'm trying to keep up with you guys the best I can. So hopefully I'm doing a pretty good job, but I'm trying to keep up with you guys the best I can. But thank you guys for all love and support today. Thank you guys for the good conversations. And thank you guys for being civil. Like, we can always have conversations on this channel. And I love having conversations on this channel. As long as everybody can stay civil. We can always agree to disagree and still be friendly, right? Like, not everybody's always going to see eye to eye. And one of the things I love is that we can have conversations here and not always agree with each other. But I don't have to go through and ban 30 people. Because they just can't be adults. Not suited up today. Hardscope. I haven't been suited up in a while, man. You can set what you want. Well, what you can do on your components is you can go in here and you can go to junk filter. And you can set sort of which types of things you're looking for on your components. And then it will basically auto junk the things that aren't this when you have a dog. And it just makes it easier for you to try to get the component sets you want without having to go in here and filter it every time. We can either agree or you can be wrong. I mean, basically, Poots, it's my house. But, I mean, you're allowed to be wrong in my house. That's fine. First was during the story games. Skip Nell using her power. Oh, that sucks. I think you can still see some of those cutscenes, though, right? Like, from town. Yep, you can do it there, and you can do it with your reactors. If you have certain things you're looking for on your reactor that you just like to have as like a general drop list on your reactors, you can get it. If you're curious what I typically have on mine cursed a lot, type in ! guide, and you'll go to my new player guide. And then from my new player guide, I go through sort of like, I show you a real quick picture of like kind of what I like to have in my, that I like to personally use when it comes to like my filtering options. I think it's weird you can't go back to the story. It's interesting that they picked that, right? Lad, not happening. Capitaluna build. I mean, anytime you're dealing with builds with like really insane damage, they typically give very little room for mistakes. Should be able to do one of those like arcade memories, yeah. There should be something that you can do. Oh, it's gonna be a decent run. It's not gonna be crazy. What up, Argent? Oh yeah, like the bonus, yeah, the bugs, like, yeah, there's definitely something weird happening. There's definitely something weird happening with it. They still seemingly haven't fixed it, so hopefully they get it fixed sooner than later, right? But it just is really unfortunate for some people where they can't do their weekly challenges. They can't do anything. Like, they only get like one weekly challenge or whatever. And then other people are able to do things perfectly normal and get like a shitload of like XP, so. That was my bad on that dash. Boys, I am not doing very good this run. I am just not paying enough attention. Not paying near enough attention on what I'm shooting. That's okay. Whether we'll at least be able to double dip. I'm not really worried about tripling. Imagine we'll be able to double dip pretty easily. Not that any of that actually matters, but you know. Stomp. I saw that happening, dude. I saw him pick up his foot. I was like, dude, that Glay is about to eat some ass. There we go. Let my dog pick all this shit up before we reset. We'll at least be able to double dip. We'll at least be able to double dip. On different topic, the boost quests are really good, but one little alteration to have 2 introductory quests for Haley and Haley section because it leads to open up other things in the game. I could see that would. I haven't done the new quest yet. Do you feel like for like newer players or whatever, it gives you like the resources you need to be able to figure out what to do moving forward, or do you feel like you're still kind of lost when you're done with it? Boost quest is great for new players. I think it's like a double-edged sword. I think it's good and bad. I think it's good because it gets new players the ability to like have a character that can do at least interact with most of the content in the game. Where I think it's bad is it takes a new player and gives them way too fucking many systems and overwhelms them. And for a lot of people, that can actually be bad and make them quit. Where am I sitting on the leaderboard? Probably pretty low because I don't actually pay that much attention. Like, we don't really try that hard. So like I get that it's good for some players, but I'm almost from the school of thinking that the boost quest was bad. Because it fast tracks players too much. And there's so many like little things you need to learn that you're basically just giving new players the ability to be overwhelmed. That's been your experience. 10,000 different systems. You don't know what to do. Exactly, AFK. And I think that, like most people, that is actually kind of the problem, right? Occasionally give 400. It's random. It's random, Carlito. So basically, when you do the Storm Hanger, they have a range in which there's a range in how many tickets you can get. Sometimes you get like 30, which is I think like the standard, and then I think you can get up to like 700. Just depends. It's absolutely random. It has nothing to do with like your performance or like anything else. Dude, there's N7 Commander. I ain't seen them in a while, I don't think. You assumed you joined a PC hacker? No, it's no hack or anything. It's just random. But yeah, I definitely think that's like one of the hardest things about the boost up quest. Hey guys, for Arche Leak. Am I tripping because it starts to is Serena's rotation? The other thing, Argent, is going to be if you have, so we just went over this with a couple other people. I'll go over it with you really quick. If you have this exact same build that I have right here, Argent, which is Final Wish and Arche Leak. If this is the build you have when you're doing your stuff with Serena, okay, and you use your 1 on the Wallcrasher and you start getting your MP back, if you're not easily maintaining 100% uptime, like 100% MP, the rest of your issues are going to be coming from your components. And the main issues are going to be coming from this MP recovery out of combat, max MP and MP recovery in combat, and MP recovery modifier. You're going to want to have these on these components, and you're going to want to have them at max gold. Because if this is set up the exact way it looks right here, then the only reason you're not able to keep 100% uptime on your MP is because of these components. So you need to ensure that you have like MP recovery out of combat, max MP, MP recovery in combat, and MP recovery modifier, and you're going to want to upgrade these to where they're gold, like to where they're max rolls. Doing that will fix all of your MP problems. That seems to be like what is happening. You're farming better stats on your components. Yeah, that seems to be the issue that we're having after talking to people in chat where they're not able to keep the MP up, is because of the components. People do not realize how important like those MP rolls are on your descendants that use MP. And you will find that on every character you use and every build you use moving forward. If somebody's like, hey, we use, while you have no MP sustain. Yep. A lot of new players don't realize how important it is. But once you actually get it, you're like, holy fuck. This is an insane difference. And you will notice it on any one of your characters that uses MP for skills. But it is very easy to not notice it as a new player. So it should be close to what I have. It should be close to what I have. I think I should have all of it, right? 11.9. I don't think there's anything that I don't have done out of all the new characters. This should be, ideally, it should be max. Oh, well then I don't know what I don't have maxed. Then I don't know what I don't have maxed, because I've basically done everything. I've done, oh, maybe it's the races. Do the races give it to you? That's the only thing I can think is the races. Because other than that, I have everything done. I have every character done. I've got everything at 40. I've upgraded all of the new stuff. Like, I don't have anything that I don't have done. It must be the races then. Got all the bikes. I've got all the bikes, and I've got them all to level 10. I've got everything done other than those races. We did all, I mean, like, we had max MR when we came into the season. Races don't give, then I don't understand why I don't have max MR. Unless there's like a mission or something that I forgot to do. But there's basically no reason that I wouldn't have max MR. All of my bikes are level 10. Challenge Stormhanger, that shouldn't give you anything. All the journal stuff, does that give you MR? Like, as far as I know, none of this gives MR either. As far as I know, none of that gives MR. So I don't actually know what... I don't know what is actually cucking my MR then. Because I've got the eraser at level... I've got the eraser at 40. I've got the rocket launcher at 40. I've got Nell maxed out. I've got all 3 of the new bikes. So... outside of those things, I don't know what happened. What am I at? Like 119 instead of 126. So I'm missing something. I don't know what it is, but I'm missing something, obviously. I don't know what, but... Which one would be more damage? Multi-talented or singular focus? Just depends. I'd have to check spreadsheets and see your entire build. I mean, singular focus is what, like a luck mod? Like, I would probably just put that on just in general. Right? Because, like, singular focus is going to give you however much singular skill power modifier. And multi-talented is going to give you how much singular skill power modifier. Special, I had everything go. Like, before the new season, I had every ounce of MR that I could get. Have I done all the guns for sure? I had max MR before the season swap. Did I redo all the old quests for MR? Wait, what? Why would I need to redo all the old quests for MR? I've already done, like, you know what I mean? I've already done them. Yeah, but I've already done them. That's the current max, it sounds like, but I don't know where I fucking missed something. That is the problem. I don't know what I missed. I had to have missed something somewhere. I just don't know. I don't know what I missed. Unless maybe I just don't have the rocket launcher done and I thought I did. That's the only thing I can think. The only thing I can think is maybe I think I have the rocket launcher done and I don't. Look. Oh, I don't. There's like 5 levels. I have to get the rocket launcher done. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's just the last 5 on that rocket launcher. That might be enough to do it. I bet we'll have to do the last 5 on that rocket launcher. There's probably some more MR season 3. It might be the 5 levels on that rocket launcher. That could add it. That might be enough, right? Louis, what are you doing?
Louis _
Guys,
just raided with 68 views.
If you're from my channel, go fucking follow Louis. Go follow Louis. Chat, if you're from my channel, go follow Louis. Louis is absolutely funny, hilarious. I don't know where she's from, but it sounds like she's got a Midwest accent like me.
Thanks for the follow.
And she's just an absolute blast. I think she was doing like a birthday subathon yesterday, maybe. I wasn't on stream very much, like I wasn't on Twitch very much yesterday, but I know she's been doing like a birthday subathon and a bunch of other shit. So, guys, go check out Louis if you're from my channel. I know raids are like a thing, but like seriously, go check out Louis. I think I've said that like 100 times. I'll say it one more time. Go check out Louis. How was your stream today? Man, sorry, like the past couple days I haven't been dropping in anybody's streams. I've just been so fucking worn out from, well, you know how it is, like just streaming all the time. Man, sometimes you're just like, dude, I am not, like, I'm just not mentally there. She's from South Africa. No shot, really? I had no idea. They have very interesting accents down there, very similar to mine. That is super interesting. Stream was amazing as always. How have you been enjoying the Season 3 update? Also, if you need to raid and run, just be like, Judge, shut the fuck up, I gotta go. Like, come talk to me on my stream. You're from Maine? Maine? You do not seem to have a fucking Maine accent. Fucking Lamau. Just crashed after 15 minutes in Wallcrasher. Yo, I'm sorry to hear that. A Mainer. Well, welcome on in. You're like the first person I know from Maine. Dude, Maine's so pretty, though. I mean, as a streamer, you don't know anything about pretty outside because you never leave your house, but you didn't know Maine had gamers? Louie's the only one. Louie's literally the only one. People from Maine exist. Dude, I didn't know anybody outside of my house existed. Maine exists? Fucking Lamal. Dude, I'm pretty sure my life is the Truman Show and everything outside of my little world is just fake anyway. New Hampshire? Nice. We just live in our little Indiana world. Is grass a thing? I have no fucking idea. Maine's beautiful? Yeah. You gonna run this one, take a break anytime, lad? I'll just, just switch over to just fucking off. Maybe I'll go work on some Sharon or something for a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'll go mess with some Sharon for a little bit after this. But how was your stream? How are you enjoying the update, Louis? Still enjoying the grind? Are you starting to tire a little bit? You having plenty of new fun things to do? You hump the scenery here and there for sure. That's an interesting way to say it. That's an interesting thing to do. Let's go this way. Yeah, hopefully you're having a great day, though. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully you had an awesome stream. Hopefully you had a good Sunday. You got any major plans for the rest of the day? Are you a judge or is it just your name? It's just my name, Short Bus. Yeah, but happy birthday. I think you said you were turning like 30 or something. So like, happy birthday. I would love to have just turned 30. That would have been nice. Would have been very happy if I just hit 30. Just chilling out for the rest of the day, dude. That's needed. What's the show that we vibe on, Louis? Like when you're not streaming and you're putting something on Netflix to vibe with or whatever, what do we toss on? Feel 82? Bro, I just turned 40. Like, I feel that fucking way too much. Yeah, let's go back. Because we don't have a Enzo, so you look 20. You're fucking cute. You're cute, Louis. You're cute. Judge is judgy, so there's that. I am a cunt. That is true. I am very judgy. You're 94. You're still young, Short Bus. Casually hearing Judge call somebody Short Bus. I mean, it's no worse than calling them fucking window lickers or anything else we call them. With all that white hair. I know, man. I need to do something with my hair, man. It's a fucking mess today. All right, so... yeah, unless we got somebody that wants to run Enzo, I might just drop and mess with Nell for a little bit. You want to do Enzo? All right, Graybeard, I'll grab you, mate. I'll grab you and we'll get back in there. You can join with Enzo. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, man. Dude, I love some of the names you see on Twitch. It is absolutely hilarious. I love it. Like, some of the names on Twitch are just the best. Seriously, though, Louis, thank you for the raid. Thank you for bringing your awesome community in. Hopefully they enjoy hanging out with us while we mess around for a little bit. Are in the past? They're every day, mate. What's Louis' channel on YouTube? It's only on Twitch, Tim. I don't think Louis has a YouTube. If she does, she's more than welcome to plug it in the Twitch chat, and you guys will see it on the YouTube side. I don't know if she actually does much with YouTube, but if she does, she can feel free to plug her YouTube as well. That's entirely up to her. Not everybody on Twitch does a lot with YouTube, unfortunately. Yo, Magic Pickle, fuck me, chat. You don't do a lot on YouTube, so it's just there? Yeah, I get that. What's my EL build? I don't really use EL for anything. It kind of has really bad cores on it, Tim. Like, because it has really bad cores on it, it's not hyper useful for a lot of things. So most people just kind of stopped using it. You love when Judge repeats himself, and that's all the time. I try not to, Brave, but I can't help myself. My brain, man. It's just going a million miles an hour. When I go back and watch my stream sometimes, I'm like, one, this man repeats himself too much. And two, I'm like, does he ever take a breath? How often do you run with viewers? It just depends. Sometimes I'll bring random people in. Sometimes I'll ask for viewers to play with. It literally just depends.
Thanks for the follow.
Best part about me is he can't shut up. Well, why the fuck would you watch a Twitch stream if your streamer wasn't talking? When the fuck is the point in watching a Twitch stream if the streamer doesn't talk? Let's be honest. You don't have any yet? Make sure you have Secret Garden for her. That way, you're not going to do damage with it, but it's going to help you do damage with your skills, which is going to make her feel stronger. Thank you guys for the follows, though, by the way. We do keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. You want to speak up, you want to get to know me in the community, have get to know you. Either way, thanks for the follow. Absolutely nobody's going to know you're here. You don't have to worry about people knowing that you follow or anything like that, so don't worry about it. You know, right? It makes no sense. You're a different story, though. You're a different story, Wordu. You're a bit different. You're different than me. But for me, I need to be talking all the time. Oh. Maybe I could work at repeating myself less. I don't know. Meanwhile, all the people that watch sleep streams, I think the people that watch sleep streams do that typically more for like the parasocial connection with the streamer they already know. Unless they're just really weird people who like to watch people sleep, but I feel like most of the time people who actually watch sleep streams are people who already watch the streamer and just have them up as like support. Are they watching? I have no idea, man. Some people just be weird at times, man. And firepower, and it's in a bind. Yeah, I mean you can put a build on your secret garden if you want, but most of the time I tell people not to worry about it just because it's sort of a waste of resources when you have other guns that you can pull out quite quickly. So most people don't have like a ton of spare resources to burn, so aren't they just like basically serial ads? Unless you have a really awesome community that's there just chatting, in which case it's like just a chat room. It is basically just a chat room where you're all like creepy weirdos that are staring in windows, right? It's like a great place for, it's like a great place to be like a peeping Tom, but it's perfectly normal. And the person's getting paid. So at least there's that. Aren't as thrilling as watching them from the bushes? Exactly. That's where I'm like, it's weird, but in a less weird way, right? On the Nell build, what do you think about the last perk on the seasonal branch instead of the HP one? You found, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and toss it on and see what you think of it. Go ahead and toss it on. I think it mainly just gives you like duration though, right? Like I think it just gives you duration. Does it give you flat bonuses for her? Because if it does, I might have just said the wrong one on my video. Do I recommend Peacemaker as a good weapon? I think it's a good stat stick. I mean, there's some like oddball use cases that you can make for it. People have showcased videos. Like people have showcased videos where it, you know, like works or whatever, but I think the amount of effort you have to go through, use the perk for the Dura. I didn't think it actually did a whole lot with skill power. I'd have to look. Let me look after this. I thought it was mainly just Dura. I mean, if it adds damage and you don't need the HP, then it's, I mean, it's a clear W to take it, right? I just thought it was predominantly like Dura. But I've slept since I've made that video, like quite a few times, at least like once. So sometimes when I sleep, I kind of mess things up, so. What are your chat rules? Don't be a cunt or I'll fucking ban you. Those are basically the chat rules. I mean, they're listed somewhere, but essentially that. Like scare the soul out of people when they sleep. Yeah, people that like have their sleep streams set up to be like interrupted by people watching are just weird. It's skill power? Yeah, I don't know, but light trolling is allowed. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can, I mean, obviously people mess with their streamer. Like, that's typically okay. As long as you're not fucking being an asshole. If you're being an asshole, I'll ask you to stop. If you don't stop, then I'll just ban you. I don't have to give people warnings. Right? Rule with Judge, don't be a douche canoe, listen to mods. That's basically all you need to know. Don't be a douche canoe and listen to mods. Weak point damage, yeah. So basically for this, if you're not using guns, then it's not really gonna matter, right? What up, Drew? What up, Drew Blue? Yeah, so like if you're not using guns, this isn't gonna matter because it's gonna give you Duro, which doesn't really matter. And it's gonna give you weak point damage, but like if you're just using skills, it's not gonna matter. Douche canoe is like hilarious. Don't say anything you wouldn't say in front of your mom and kid. Yeah. Some people have like way looser terms on that than others, but you coming back, Speedy, or did you crash? But yeah, I mean, like, that's basically the rules. Because, like, I don't typically feel like giving people warnings. Like, I feel like for the most, on skill or firearm, does it say on skill or firearm? I assumed it was just on fucking firearm. If it's on both, then definitely use it, because it's going to be more damage. The way I read it, I just assumed it was a synergy with, like, the gun build. Thanks for the runs? Yeah, not a problem. Give me a sec, bro. What are my thoughts on Python? I just think that it doesn't... There's not a lot going on there. So, what up, Sonic? I think that, it doesn't have, like, the best cores. It's not in a really good spot. If you're trying to use it for DPS, there are way better guns you could use for DPS, so... Yeah, so that's my thought on it. Oh, thanks, Brave. Yeah, that's my thought on it. So, serious question. You drop them off at an orphanage? I mean, I wouldn't imagine so, but I don't really see how that's like a super highly relevant thing. That feels like the type of thing where, like, there's a that type of question right there feels like a type of question that's just trying to bait fights in chat. So, like, that type of stuff doesn't really seem relevant in any way, shape, or form to any conversation we're having or any type of, like, productive conversation that we could have, and would only, like, go in a way to piss people off and cause, like, problems in the channel. So questions like that are not going to go over very well in my channel because it's completely fucking irrelevant to anything we're doing. Just saying. Thanks for the intelligent convo. Just found you today. Been listening. Sorry to sound weird. No, it's all good, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys enjoying the conversation. Like, my goal here is to have a good time and have, like, pretty decent conversations. Sometimes it's about gaming, sometimes it's not, but at the end of the day, if you guys are happy, I'm happy. Yeah, just read the room, right? But 5 skill uses, honestly, Rat, that's the problem for me, is I think that the only time you're really going to gain usefulness out of that is if you're using a character where you're spamming skills, and then you only get, like, that small damage burst window, so, like, trying to use it to, like, boss burnout is kind of like mid, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not like, you know where the threshold is? Well, I mean, like, I feel like it's common sense. What up, Trunks? Thank you for gifting out 5 memberships, mate. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me and thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for gifting out 5 fucking memberships on YouTube. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very, very, very much for the support. If I maybe get, like, a couple W's in chat, maybe, like, 1 or 2, if anybody's not, like, you know, fully on lurk. Maybe just, like, 1 W would be, like, super awesome. I would appreciate it. I know we got a lot of people lurking, so asking for W's is always, like, kind of a tough one, but, man, thank you guys for the support. And thank you guys for showing support for people who support the channel and allow me to do this as a full-time job. So... thank you guys very, very, very much, man. Thank you guys for showing support to people who support the channel. Means the world to me. Thank you guys for the love. Sometimes we ask for dubs, sometimes we don't, but Trunks has gifted out an absolute ton of memberships this month on YouTube, so I definitely appreciate him doing that. He's done a lot, man. I appreciate you. Thanks, Trunks. Thank you guys for the W's, for showing support, man. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you for all the hard work. Hope you had a good refresh day. It was nice. I had a pretty bad day yesterday, honestly. Like, I was like, nobody wants to hear, like, streamers complain, but man, I had, like, a really rough day. Was, like, really feeling, like, heavy imposter syndrome. Like, just, like, you know, not feeling like my content's good enough. Just, like, really burnt out from not taking time off. So having a time, like, a day to just like forget about it and then come back refreshed definitely helps out a lot. So it was definitely nice. Thanks for all your hard work. Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry, been lurking? Nah, man, you guys can always lurk. You guys don't have to chat if you don't want to. You guys never have to chat. Nah, brother, you human too. You're allowed to have a bad day. We don't want to talk about too much. Go to the beach. I'd love to. I would love to go down to the beach. But yeah, it was a pretty rough day, so it was nice just to like vibe, you know? Sometimes you just need that. Sometimes you get in your head. I think we all do that, right? Whether it's like work, job, family, friends, feel like your job's not going well, feel like you're not getting the promotion you need, feel like your boss isn't paying attention to you, feel like your fucking husband or wife's just not talking to you, your boyfriend, girlfriend's not talking to you, feel like your friends are like leaving and they're talking to other people and not you. Like, no matter what happens, you're always gonna feel that type of feel. Like, we all go through it, right? So whatever example like fits you is like, you know, so sometimes you just need a good day to reset. I like being able to reset and then come back feeling really refreshed. Just farm and purge. Yeah, just kind of farm and purge for a little bit for right now. I'll probably mess with some Sharon here in a little bit. Being human's okay, don't sweat it, man. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys for understanding. I play TFD every once in a while because none of your friends are playing it. It gets boring after an hour or two. I mean, I get that, Terror. We were talking about that earlier. I mean, playing games is fun when you have people to show off to. If you don't have people to show off to, you kind of like lose the fun, right? Can you give me one? As long as you don't give me one that I'm gonna look up and fucking get fucking banned with again. Jesus Christ, Brave. You gotta warn a brother before he like looks up some crazy shit on his fucking off browser. Yeah, you can always give me one. I don't give a shit. It's what the redeem's there for. Quit your job about 3 times today. Dude, I feel that so hard. Do it every day. Yeah, so I mean we all there, right? We all there. We all have those days, man. It's easy. It's easy to have happen, and it's easy for other people to not tell the bullshit you're going through, right? Like, to look good on the outside, but on the inside, just fucking be, like, just dying, so... It was a good reset, man. I needed it. Like, not gonna lie, I literally just laid around and fucking vibed and watched Downton Abbey. Like, don't fucking judge me. I watched fucking, like, Downton Abbey all fucking day. Don't fucking judge me. Ain't happening. It was a chill fucking day, man. It works really well, Zifu. It works well. We were talking about that earlier with Hunt. I think as long as you're paying attention and you're hitting your shots and you're focusing on yellow, like the orange bars, and not the oddball, like dumb shit, and you're actually like shooting the big health enemies, it does really well. You can bring it in here and it does really, really well. Plus you get all the bonus damage from flying and stuff. It does well in here. Especially in maps that are easy to navigate. Oh yeah, but nobody ever really knows what somebody else is going through. Yeah, the hardest part's pulling through, man. That's always the roughest part of every day. So... But yeah, you'll do okay with it, especially if you've already got a crafted Zifu. You'll come in and you'll do just fine. And then if for whatever reason, what I would do, honestly, is like put a restored relic in your third slot. And then if you log into a map with an Enzo, just use your restored relic. And if you log into a map without your Enzo, just go ahead and use the ACG and it'll work just fine. Honestly. You really need some cores for your ACG. Ah, man, that's rough. It'll definitely make a big difference, though. Like, especially once you use it for, like, Wallcrasher and shit. Didn't build the restored relic yet, then you're not out anything. I mean, honestly, just using the ACG will do fine in here, but... it'll do fine in here. Alright. Now I gotta look up who these people are, chat. You're already doing like 1 bill in 2 minutes? Yeah, so you're already feeling comfortable, you know? Alright, let me look up these people really quick. Let me see who these people are. This is another one where my man is like, if I wasn't looking these up off screen, man. I swear Brave's trying to get me fucking banned at this point. Literally think Brave is trying to get me banned. High school DX. I don't even need to look at pictures on these. Dude, the one looks like they're fucking way too young. Yeah, like, I just can't even... I would have to kill, like, the youngest one, man. I would have to kill the youngest one. Like, just because. Like, I wouldn't even have a choice. Like, there's not even a choice there. We just gotta kill the kid. So I guess we kill the kid, we marry the chick from DX, and then... Actually, probably, we married Dr. Kate. She seems really tiresome. We probably married Dr. Kate. I can deal with Dr. Kate. And then Rias, we probably just fuck her. Somehow killing kid doesn't sound right. Man, I can't say anything else about her. It's not like the last time where it happened where I was like, oh, she might be, like, normal. Like, this one looks like fucking... way too much trouble for me. What up, Sin? How you doing, man? How's Warframe last night? Dude, like no cap. I was gonna drop into some streams yesterday, but I was like so fucking burnt out. You ever been in that moment where you're like literally so goddamn burnt out that you're just like, dude, I can't fucking deal. So I just laid in bed and and watched movies all day. You're good? You feel everything I said? Yeah. Like, you're just so fucking burnt. You're like, dude, I really want to, like, support friends, but I can't. I literally can't. It's really tough for me because, like, I stream during the day, and then I get up in the morning, I'll, like, do editing, I'll work on stuff, I'll stream, I'll do a little bit more editing, and then all of a sudden it's, like, 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and I'm like, bro, can I just, like, lay in bed for, like, an hour and then fall asleep? That's what you get, Brave. That's the best answers I'm going to give you. You watch anime so you don't know? Yeah. Yeah, one of these characters is like... Yeah, one of those characters is a bad character.
Guess who's coming home with Daddy?
Are you coming home with Daddy? Sin's coming home with Daddy. That's all that matters. Let's cook. Let's cook. Yeah, man, yeah, dude, I was like, yesterday, I was like, I just gotta fucking vibe, man. Like, sometimes you just gotta vibe. You don't have a fucking choice. Take you home to Daddy, man. Dude, I'm a lazy daddy right now. Like, the best we're gonna do is, like, maybe I'll punish you a little bit, and then we're just gonna go lay in bed and go to sleep, because I'm fucking old. I'm just old, man. Like, the best I'm gonna do is punish you, and then we're going to sleep. Best you're gonna get is like high quality spankings and a nap.
Daddy.
Do what I can for you, Brave.
Still got wood in my mouth. I'm cold and wet.
Judge is on, man. I'm just fucking tired today, man. Any of my friends, someone called you. I call you all the time, old man. I will tell you right now, and this is going for like me and all of my friends that stream. Dude, we are all tired. We are all tired, man. We are just fucking all tired. Anytime a new update comes out, it's just tiredness all around. Dude, your Vortex loot is fucked. You show off your relic? Yeah, it's in the Glay vid. The relic I'm using is in the Glay vid, and then there's, if you want to see the exact one that we use for this, you can see it in our fly video. But the relic video for Glay will be pretty close. What's in your mouth? I got wood in my mouth, man. Dude, my favorite sound alert we have right now is the one that is like the hardest one to make sense out of. Because you have to see the graphic for it to make sense. But most people didn't notice it when it came out. I'll see if I can pull it up. I'll see if I can pull it up after this, because it's so much better if you can actually see the graphic. Because it's so much better.
Thanks.
Yo, thanks for the follows. We do keep anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, I appreciate you. You want to speak up and get to know me in the community, I'm getting either way. Thanks for following. Yeah, Brave, you can check out either one of those videos. !Glay will take you to the new Glay one. Or if you want to, like, for sure see a little bit more on the RR, !Fly will take you to it as well.
Give it to Daddy.
What's the difference between this and Warframe? Boobs. Boobs. I mean, that's the biggest. The biggest difference is boob. The second biggest difference is quantity of content. This game is just like a few years behind Warframe in just the amount of content that it has. But they are very similar. A lot of the gameplay loop is the same. A lot of the way you acquire loot is the same. There are frames versus Descendants. That one right there. I just gotta go get the actual video for it because it's so much funner. Were you a player back in your day? No, it was terrible. How could I not be? I was fucking hot. Of course I was. Obviously. But back in the day, like, we didn't have the internet like fucking kids do today, so you could get away with so much more shit. Dude, back in the day, it was much easier. Back in the day, I was a terrible person. Now I'm a fucking angel, obviously. Never do anything wrong. Fucking wake up in the morning, piss excellence. Like, most humble streamers, second only to Asmongold. What's that boxing game called?
Boop the penis.
Boxing penis. Here it is. Felt that. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can actually find the... Right here. Dude, this is where that sound alert came from, chat. This is where that sound alert came from. This is absolutely hilarious. So what he ends up saying here is this meat ain't gonna beat itself. Once you know, it's so much funnier.
This meat ain't gonna beat itself. I've been taking dumps in there all day.
He's just like, dude, this meat ain't gonna beat itself. I was like, dude, that is the most golden line I've ever seen in cinema. It's like golden. Were you in that round, Math? Sorry, I wasn't like helping very much. I was busy doing a million other things. Everything in both games is super easy to kill, yeah. I mean, there's definitely, like, the game's not challenging once you get far enough into it. Yeah, that was from the Summer Game Fest. If you didn't notice it, like, you didn't hear it. Like, once you realized it, you're like, oh, shit. Yeah. Like, these, to be fair, though, to, like, Barb's point of view, like, what you're seeing right now are, like, very top-end, very min-max optimized builds with, like, team comps that synergize with them in a way that make things look much easier than it is. I'm not saying that, like, the game itself doesn't have, like, a lower difficulty curve than some other games, but you do have to keep in mind that when you're watching, I would say, like, top-end players using very, very strong builds,
it is going to kind of skew the game quite a bit in the way it looks. Probably have to wait 6 hours and another 16. You excited for it though, Wi-Fi? And then on top of that, you're watching a top tier player who's only looking at a screen about 20% of the time. So like, remember that it'll actually look better if somebody was actually trying, right? Well, I spend most of my time just looking at chat. Transparently. I could do quite a bit better if I needed to, but no reason to lock in. You gonna run more? I mean, if you want to, lad, I don't care. But yeah, the game's a lot of fun if you're into games like this, which is just like a grindy collecting style game. You'll have a lot of fun playing this game. And then if you like boobs and ass, then that's just a bonus, right? Like, if you don't like boobs and ass, then the game is probably like a 6 out of 10. But, you know, it maybe a 7. It just depends. It depends on how long you've been playing. I would say a good solid 6 or 7. But you can tack on an entire number if you like scantily clad women flying around, shooting things. Like, that's going to add a little bit more to the number. You know where the mustache and crown are? They give away at the race stat. I think they're like on the last turn, right, chat? Like, they're not on the last row, but they're on the row below, right? Sorry, I was like reading. I'm literally not helping my team at all. I'm basically throwing. I think it's on like the second to last row. Any other games like this outside Warframe and Destiny? Not that's like successful. Secret Garden and Bunny doesn't shoot. I mean, like, you can use Secret Garden on her if you want, right? Just to run. I wouldn't. I mean, you don't need to shoot it. You can pull in. All right, I'll pull you after this, lad. Another streamer who might be here showed yesterday the next Universal skin. Oh, is it like the Jean Short skin or whatever? Gonna be living TFD for years to come. It's the place to live, right? Yeah, like Godfall and Anthem, which are like beyond dead. I mean, you could maybe make a chance for like the Division, right? You could maybe make a use case for Div. That's what I was gonna say, Hawk. I'm like, you could maybe say Div. You could also kind of argue Once Human, though in a very different light. Once Human's a free game. That is a lot of fun. It's not quite the same, but it's kind of like a loot style game that's like free to play. So yeah, those are similar games. You really love the OG Division. Hopefully Div 3 is good. Dear God, they simplified the invasions. I mean, there were people that were struggling on the non-simplified ones somehow. I think they're the same people that fucking lick windows, but, you know, no hate. Once Human is more survival. I can say that, though. Like, Once Human is definitely more of a survival game, but I think Once Human has, like, pretty decent gunplay. And I think that is something that you typically don't see in a survival game. Like, most survival games, the gunplay and shit like that just kind of feels like booty. It's, like, very, very superfluous, right? Because you're not really shooting that much stuff. But I think Once Human, definitely, you're doing a lot of shooting and a lot of killing. And that makes the game feel sort of like a hybrid between a survival and a looter-shooter-esque. Dude, Anthem had such great potential if they wouldn't have fucked it up. Right? Struggling the Axiom Plains by looking at the build, you understand that not everyone's optimized? Oh, absolutely. Well, and then they send you out there early, go. So, like, they send people out into the plains super early with builds that aren't set up for it, and they're going to struggle.
Hey, listen.
Like, it's just how it happens. Am I going to play V Rising? I have no idea. I haven't decided. It just depends. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on if I feel like going hard with it. If I do anything with it, I would probably play it like off stream to get my account back up, and then maybe play it like a day on stream just to check it out. Party invite. Let's go do these Colossus first. Just grabbed the last dagger last night. Get it to level 4 and you'll have a good time with it. It's got really good perks on it. And the perks on that gun really allow you to be able to do whatever you need to. And we'll go do Wally really quick. Gotta look at the true concept of Anthem. Anthem's original concept was awesome. EA fucked them over. Well, changing the entire everything about the game right before release fucked them over. Is Last Dagger hard to farm? No, because it's on normal missions. It's tedious, but it's not hard. It's tedious, but it's not hard. The Last Dagger is one of those guns that you should 100% get to a 4 of 4. Like, no questions asked. So many builds use it as a burnout gun just to have. It is like one of the top tier guns in the game that you can put on basically everybody for single target damage. It's like, it is a must-have gun. You don't have good builds at all? They just take a little while to get notorious. But you guys will get there, especially as new players. Just focus on enjoying your game. I think that one of the biggest downsides in gaming right now is the push to do the hardest content super fast, and people end up not enjoying their journey to get to that point. Because you only get first experiences one time. So your very first time like running Purge, your very first time like running Sigma, or your very first time like running around looking at maps, like you only get those first times one time. And if you are speed running through all of this content, you're not actually taking the time to enjoy it. And then what'll end up happening is you will be at the end of the game with like not a lot to do because you're just doing like in-game farming, and you won't take the time to really enjoy things because they are all just trivial to you. You don't know what to do? Xert! Guide, and it will take you to my new player guide. The new player guide will give you a good idea of the types of content you should be doing depending on your mastery rank, and give you a good idea of the order to do things in to ensure that you are not overwhelmed, but you are tackling the content. You are tackling the content in the order that it was presented so you can enjoy yourself, right? It'll take some of the like confusion out of the game, and it'll just give you a good idea. Like, especially a lot of you guys that came in and you got like the new boost quest, your MR and stuff is going to be much higher than it should have been. But that will give you a good idea of where to go do things. Datapad there. You guys can go. I'm going to chat for just a second and get caught up, but that should help you guys out.
Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, not a problem, man. Hopefully it helps you out, and then after that, you can always come in and ask questions here. You can ask questions in the Discord. Caliber is not tradable right now. It's only RMT. Was there a build command? It just depends on what you're trying to see, Jerry. We have different commands for different builds. It's really hard to do a build command because there's not like really great API access where you can just type in build like you could with like Destiny 2, and it would showcase the build you're currently using. So like if you're wanting to see the build that we're using for the Wallcrasher, ! Wall. It'll take you right to the build. It'll take you to the build and you'll know what to do. Yeah, not a problem. Trying to help you guys out. Shit, so here's what I'll say, Cabbage. How's the streams going? Awesome, Scoobs. How are you doing today? Sorry I missed your message earlier. How's your Sunday? So basically you need to get Viesa to level 40 one time for mastery rank XP. And you'll need that for leveling up later on to unlock certain things. Outside of that, once you get her to level 40, once you get some better descendants, like say Ultimate Bunny, Inez, Serena, Ultimate Glay, Ultimate Freyna, Ultimate Valby, like some of these better descendants, you're probably not going to spend a lot of time using your base level descendants. And then there's also Ultimate Viesa. So I wouldn't spend a lot of time investing in her if you're getting better descendants. Ted, mate, thank you for the 600 biddies, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support, brother. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I absolutely appreciate you, man. How you doing today? It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day, man. It's been a good day. It's been a good busy. It feels nice to be slightly busy after taking a day off stream, right? Like sometimes taking a day off stream, you kind of always feel a little weird when you come back, hoping that's going to be a good stream. So it's been a good stream. So saving the resources for alt Freyna. Just get her to level 40, Boomer, and then just kind of like set her to the side and wait for alt Freyna, and just focus on some of the other descendants that are more useful if you're concerned about like saving resources and optimizing your time. If not, you can always build her and just try her. I'm still using him on this build. Did you put that on for Purge? You actually using it? This right here. This right here should be the exact same build that's in our exclamation mark wall build, which is using him, and we got rid of using multi-talented just to make our life easier. Just woke up. Did you have a good day so far? Like, did you have a good day yesterday? Did you do anything good? Go partying, drinking? Is that why you just woke up? You can implant anything to your alt versions. You can if you have a photon imprinter. The problem is they don't give them away very often, so it is very easy for you to actually run out of them. So keep that in mind. Yeah. Thankfully you had extra. Like some people who've been playing for a while probably have a stockpile of photon imprinters, like maybe if they've dropped in and out for the past like couple months. But if you're a brand new player, you're going to be very limited on the amount of photon imprinters you have. So you want to kind of save them for something that has a lot done to it and you need to transfer it to an ultimate. And that typically happens when they release a new ultimate, because most people built a non-ultimate like months ago and it has like 10, 12, 15 catalysts on it. And then you want to transfer it over. But if it only has like one catalyst, two catalysts, maybe one activator, you're way better just not using the photon imprinter and saving it. No partying. Just live sleep on the weekends, dude. Sometimes you just got to catch up with good sleep. Never got a single one. I've gotten like 3. I think I have like 2 or 3, right? I only have 1. They give these out very rarely. It's just during like different events and stuff like that. They're super, super rare. Where'd you get them from? They literally give them out during events. They just give them out during events. Was after Sharon, yeah. And I think I ended up using one for Blair, because we got one for Sharon, and then we got one for Blair. We'll probably get one for Luna, and then they gave one out for Bunny. So there's only been like 3 given out so far. Y'all like Sharon or Haley? We got some Sharon mains around here. You got 2? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, you have 2, used 1. See, that sounds about right. And then we'll get the 3rd one for Luna. They've given out 2 so far. I didn't know if they gave one during the bunny quest or not. I mean, we've got some friends that are like Sharon mains. I think Sharon's a lot of fun. I had 3, used 1, now you have 2. Checks. Yeah, both of them still. Yeah, I used the one for alt Blair. Only because I had built a Blair and he had like, you know, 10 plus catalysts on him. Pretty sure there's one in the boost. I imagine there is, but yeah, you can't craft them and you can't buy them for like real money. You basically can't do anything with them. So the only way you can get them is if they randomly give them out. Now, eventually they might change that, but for now, they've outright said that the only way to get them is going to be through special events. Now again, that could change, but that was effectively what they said. Scoobs, thank you for the sub.
It's a sub.
Thank you for the support.
Free Super Scoobies just subscribed for 8 months.
Thank you for supporting me and thank you for supporting the channel. I absolutely appreciate you. Oh, boys. What am I doing for dinner today? There's one in the booze, but they don't tell you it's rare, and then they instruct you to use it on your bunny, to your alt bunny. Yeah. That makes sense. You had some random slots on bunny? Yeah. I mean, it's easy enough to do. Spam eggs with instant ramen? I don't know how Rusty's gonna feel about that. Dude, the best part, Fear, is when you run into people in random events that you see in chat. That is by far my favorite thing. when I play like public lobbies and I run into people that just randomly I see from chat, or when chatters run into each other randomly in public lobbies. I think it's absolutely awesome. You've seen me in Albion before, and it always makes me laugh when I run into people. You're at imprinters, but like new gamers don't really know. Like new gamers don't know how important some stuff is. Like the imprinters are one of the few things. They're one of the few things that are actually rare in this game, right? Ultimate release, it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, as long as they continue to give them out as people need them, then it's not terrible, right? As long as they continue to give them out as they need them, it won't be bad. So, because if they give them out every time there's an ultimate, then eventually you won't, like, you'll never run out of them. And then once they finally get through all the cycles, then they're just going to be giving them out to people who already have all the ultimates and everything. So then it doesn't really matter. But I love being on Serena. Literally nothing kills you. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about taking damage. You just don't have to worry about anything. I thought they were going to fix the sound effects, but I guess not. I mean, it's somewhat fixed, I guess. It's much better than it used to be. At least my sound doesn't just constantly drop out. It's only most of the time. Right? Oh, I forgot to use my one. That right there, chat, is what you call a fuck up. I completely fucked this entire thing up. That is what happens, chat, when you're not paying enough attention. We'll get back up here and help. Man, I just fucked that all up. That's what happens when you don't pay enough attention. Very rarely happens, but you can fuck up, right? Not everybody's a pure robot. Sorry, guys. Sometimes you just mess up. I mean, we'll still be able to double dip. We just won't get a triple in, but... Dude, some of my teammates are going to be hard carrying me on damage. Can you use it? You can. You can, Ted. It's not going to do, like, it's not going to do Serena levels of damage, but it'll still do decent damage. You can absolutely use it. Yeah, you can absolutely use it. I wouldn't consider it throwing, because I think the build does a respectable amount of damage. So I wouldn't say that you're throwing by bringing it in there. You're going to be a little squishy, right? You did like 1.2 bill, yeah. I think depending on how long the fight goes and stuff, it's going to be okay. But honestly, I think you'll do a pretty reasonable amount of damage. It doesn't throw at all, yeah. You don't need to land the one for Arche Leak. Well, the only reason I landed was because I ran out of rounds because I fucked up. I just fucked up and ran out of rounds. That was the only reason I went down. It wasn't for MP or anything. You clipped that Serena testimony by Judge? I don't know what it was, but... You like Tank Inez and Wallcrasher, you just can't die? I could see that. You just stand there just fucking... What are you, like, clapping her or what? You just stand there and clap the whole time? Alright, let's try to not suck ass. Yeah, the rounds, yeah, I completely fucked up. Just use EL and just stand there. See, and that's how I messed it up last time, is because it didn't actually hit. It went through him like it did there, and it didn't allow me to get my rounds back. This is a good team. And just sit there and hold down the trigger. Yeah, this was a good run. I feel like I did much better this time because I didn't let my fucking rounds run out. How do you make your cavalry do a lot of damage? You have 5 copies. It only has like 170. Make sure the gun's at level 100. Put some mods on it and put weapon cores on it. The big thing that's going to change your damage on this is going to be, one, your cores, right? So, or like your mods, like making sure you actually have the mods on it to do damage. And then outside of that, putting your weapon cores on it. As long as you have those, you'll be okay. If you need Jaber carried us, probably. If you're curious, just make sure, AKI, just make sure you're using, like if you're curious what needs to be on it, !wall, and just make sure you've got the same setup and it'll do just fine. But the big one though, when you craft them, AKI, when you craft a brand new weapon, it will set it as level 1, and you need to ensure that you merge it back up to level 100, right? So like down here in the corner, just make sure it's at level 1, like 100 and not level 1. After that, just put some mods on it. Put the mods on it from our build, and then put weapon cores on it, and you should have a ton of damage. Like, I know I don't really care about what this says, this 1.751 billion, like, or million, like that, those numbers are irrelevant, but can I check out the Dash web event? I mean, I need to do the rest of it. I've got most of it done. I've got most of it done, not all of it. Also having the X-Cores is king. Yeah, the X-Cores is huge. The X-Cores is huge. Just because of the ranges on it are so much higher. The ranges on 10 cores are just so insanely high compared to other cores. Use the AK. And you can use whatever you want, Tim. You can use whatever you want, man. There are multiple different weapons. There are multiple different weapons and multiple different ways to build into the Wallcrasher. You can use the AK, you can use Divine Punishment, you can use Escava, like you can use the Albion. All of these guns are doing really, really good work. So yeah, they're big difference. So wrong build. All right, let's get back in there. Yeah, guys, let's go run maybe a little bit more. I think right now let's go run maybe a little bit more Purge. And then after that, I think I'm going to switch over and mess with my Sharon for a little bit and see how that goes. We'll mess with my Sharon for a little bit today, and we'll do a couple other things, and then we'll call it a day. We still got quite a few hours to go, but that'll be where we're at, right? Yeah, it's literally just personal preference. Some of the guns do a little bit better damage than others, but what Glay gun mutated cells? I don't even think I worry about her mutated cells, honestly, Bacon, because none of them really help her. I just prioritize like all the weapon damage and the multi-hit and shit, because you're doing Restored Relic. So basically, it's like getting all the multi-hit, getting all of that, and then going up and grabbing like the crit hit rate, crit hit damage for your last dagger, and then go up and grab like all of the bonus damage you can. What up, Kamishi? Because like she doesn't really benefit that well from most of the mutated cells. So you can basically ignore them for the most part.
Thanks for.
Got to get you a lot more coins for Escava. Yeah, just run some Void Vessel until you get it right. Yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. Speaking of getting to know me in the community, I'm getting either way. Thanks for the follows. Have I played Left 4 Dead 2 modded? No, I have not. They said they're doing a dev live stream the 28th of this month. Did they really? The only downside to that is they're going to do it at like fucking midnight Eastern. They're going to do it at fucking midnight my time on the 28th. You know? It'd be nice if they did them like on a little bit more of a standard time for the rest of the world instead of doing everything on Korean standard. Constant damage kills your aim. No, I get that, Argent, and that's why I think that that's why I did sort of like the comparison that I did on YouTube, where I talked about some of the. But that's a trigger mod, right? Not a mutated cell. I think trigger mod I put hyper hollow points on her, but not mutated cell. Yeah, basically all their streams are at 3 a.m. They're really tough for a lot of people. Might be like 1 a.m. Well, like one of my biggest pet peeves with their streams, ACG's way better for you. Yeah, it literally just depends on how you like to play it. One of my biggest pet peeves on their streams is the fact that everything has to be said twice. I don't think it really adds that much to the streams. I know some people will disagree with me, but I really don't I really don't think it adds much to have people like repeating themselves over and over again, and it makes the streams much longer, which makes it much harder for people to watch in general. People can't log in again. Are they having net issues like we had yesterday? Where everybody was getting like that in fucking 7 whatever error. Did that just start up? Yeah, it's been happening for a while. I wonder what the fuck is causing that shit. That's so fucking random. Because the servers aren't down, right? So people can still play. It just won't let new people in. Upstream not available? It's fucked up. These are really weird problems to be having, right? Or am I wrong? Like, am I wrong that these are really weird problems to be having? Like a week and a half after an update? Like, a lot of these are networking issues, right? Like networking, netcode issues and errors. The devs have been so quiet. They never say anything though, Barb. Right? Like, remember how long that we had issues with like PlayStation? That's fine, Zelf. You need to drop out, drop out. Remember like we were having so many issues with like PlayStation being fucked up for a while, and Xbones being fucked up, and graphics being fucked up, and they just go radio silent. They never admit to problems until they fix it. Oh yeah. When you press V in the air and reload, where can I see your description of this move? What do you mean, Yosh? Like, just the fact that it does it, it's in the skill description. It says it'll reload when you're in midair. If you press, like, I... You don't understand why the CM doesn't communicate more? I wish I had better answers, because I feel like their CM... doesn't really communicate anything. Like, I'm not like shit talking their community manager. It's more of like their strategy. I feel like their strategy is rough. You can join on Valve. I mean, I don't care. Under Descendant mod tab, however, they yeah, I'll pull it up here in a second and show you where it like what I'm thinking you're asking about, but if it's not, then you'll just have to let me know. But you think it's more of like a South Korean culture and how they do things? It might be. I think it's a bad way to do business, though. I think in a world where people are used to community managers like talking about issues, not talking about things is a huge problem. If you go to Descendant modules and then go over top of it here, it should be like someplace in here that says it reloads. Where is it? Using blah 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 jump. Oh, it's this one. No, it's this one. It's Ascension. Where is it? You guys got it? Okay. I was like, I can read through here and find it, but basically it tells you Serena gains. Yeah, that's all in here. Or not. Now you got the error. Big rip. Switch back to multi-talented because I really need that cooldown on the skills 3 faster. Really? Because I got him on there. Well, I mean, it reloads either way, whether you got him or not, right? Oh, you can't see it? I see what you're saying. Let me know when you get rid of the login error. Hunt says other Korean games are more communicative. I really, my biggest complaint My biggest complaint with the First Descendants team, some part of the team, I don't know which team, I don't know whose job it is, but I feel like there is a very large lack of communication and lack of care about, lack of visual care for the community. Say communicative 5 times, I know, right? And what I mean by that is, it's everything from like not talking about when the game goes down, not talking about live issues, to not being active or discussing things on Twitter or Reddit, not coming into Twitch streams. Like there are numerous other games where their community managers are getting added on Discord or like getting added on Twitter, and they'll talk about things or respond, or they will respond to things that content creators are saying or regular community members are saying, or they will like show up in Discords and engage in conversations, not in any way that's going to like lock the company into needing to do stuff, but just to show that they're actively around and listening. They'll show up to YouTube live streams, they'll show up to Twitch live streams, and they'll just be present and be seen as a force that's listening. And I think that the First Descendants team not doing that is an interesting choice. I just think it's an interesting choice. Right? Like, you gave up, you'll just do something else. I'm sorry about that, Hawk. I just think it's an interesting choice. Like, I'm not bad-mouthing their team, and I'm not bad-mouthing their decision. Because at the end of the day, it's their decision. I just think it is an interesting decision. You haven't seen the shit Netmarble's done? I mean, I've fucking worked with Netmarble to get sponsorships.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thank you guys for the follows. The Warframe Twitch count you see in streams quite frequently. Yeah, well, and they have a very big, like, presence when it comes to, like, being seen to be active in the community. Both just suck. You'll play Nexon over Netmarble any day. Yeah. I just think it's definitely tough. It's definitely a tough thing. So NetEase is better though, to be honest. I mean, I think that as these companies spend more time in American space or in like Western markets, they're probably going to have to Westernize a little bit when it comes to these types of responses, because Western audiences are used to it, or else what'll happen is people will do exactly what Hunt and everybody else was talking about, where they're like, yo, bro, I just like don't play NetEase games. And then as soon as people see that it's a NetEase game, they'll be like, okay, like I personally don't play NetEase games because they just seem like cash grabs, because they don't talk to their community, they don't do feedback, they don't fix issues. All they care about is the game being live and selling skins. And that is not necessarily the way you want to be perceived. Because like right now, Western studios have kind of fallen on their dicks, right? Like they basically have just tripped on their dicks or like years and years and years in a row. But some things are changing within American studios, and you're starting to see the studios kind of learning from Eastern influences when it comes to certain parts of the games. And as that happens, then it's going to put pressure on Eastern studios that they didn't have before, which was, yeah, like they basically treat players like shit, but the games are fun and they look good. I'm not saying every company does, but you can see where I'm going from. So then I think that you're going to kind of like see things kind of come back, and it'll put pressure on them to perform in a little bit different of like way, right? NetEase is Chinese. What I'm trying to say is like Eastern, right? Like Eastern market versus Western market. I apologize if I say like Korean and it's a Chinese dev, or if I say fucking like, you know, Chinese and it's like a fucking like Filipino dev or something like that. I just mean in general. What if you go skill cost? You can do it. You're just not going to be able to spam as much. It's just going to hurt your ability to spam, Pub Dad, because you're trying to be able to spam those very, very quickly. And because you're at such a high cooldown, having it the other way, like because you're at like the top couple percent, you're going to start to see that, you know, the difference between like an 89% cooldown reduction and an 85% cooldown reduction is like an entire second. So that means that you're going to be able to do half the DPS at that top scale. And that is where it's going to start to change, right? Like the new bunny build I'm doing, the way I have it set up, she's got about a 5-second cooldown on her electric condense. And that is at like an 84% cooldown reduction. But if you get her to like a 90% cooldown reduction, that time goes down to like a 2-second. Which is doing damage 50% more often or 100% more often, depending on how you want to look at it. But in that situation, it's what do I want to prioritize, right? So especially once you start getting into those like those last couple percents on builds that are very, very high CDR, they make big differences. Yeah, what everybody's saying right now, like unresponsive, is that there's just like really weird net issues and some people aren't able to log in. And like skill cost too, originally banned, yeah. So when you start dealing with these, like once you start getting into these higher numbers, these percents make a big, big difference. Upstream's not available. So you can do it without it though, PubDad, but you'll notice a big difference. You got this though, brother. You'll still cook. Which role is more important on Arche League for Serena? What do you mean, Zifu? Like just get whatever one's got like the best cost reduction or whatever on it. The important part is having Arche League. As long as you have like Final Prayer Arche League and you have like max rolls on your components, then the Arche League's role isn't that important. The important part is just having it on. Like whether you have like a 15 or a 20% like skill cost isn't gonna matter that much. The important part is making sure that your components have like maxed out gold rolls on like MP recovery and shit, because that's where you're going to start to feel it. All these issues have to start after they messed up the BP. It's all coming back to the battle pass, right, Tora? Why'd you just get 2 of the same vehicle parts as a mission reward? Because the game heard that you wanted 2. The game heard you wanted 2 parts and it gave you 2 parts. Should be more specific with your want sensor. Although don't be too specific, because if you're too specific, then you'll never get what you want. Yeah, the combo reminds you of like the stop killing games movement thing. Yeah. So why you're thinking the schedule rollback was what up? You got some big news? What's your big news? Gonna cause an uproar. I mean, the longer they wait to mess with the battle pass rollback, the worse it's gonna be on them. Upstream's going well. It's going good, Darkness. How you doing, mate? The longer they wait to do a battle pass rollback, the worse it'll be when they actually do it, depending on how they actually deal with the rollback. I mean, at this point, they basically might as well not do one. They might as well just fix it and let it be like a problem and just let it go forward. What up, Striker? See you fucking at me in the Discord. Got your nail build together? Well, dude, that sounds good, man. Did it feel good? Did you feel good? A lot of people are having it, Allie. A lot of people are having that issue right now, and there's nothing that can be done. Like last time it happened, it went for like an hour or 2, and there was just like a window where people couldn't log in. We don't know what happened. It was your first kill and it was in Pugs? Dude, basically you can just cook. Did you even look? Well, no, I'm on stream right now. I don't check my Discord while I'm on stream. I saw the act come from Striker and I'm like, oh, this is probably a really good meme. Yeah, same for you. Your friends are all saying like upstream not available. How long did it take last time, man? I felt like it was like probably 40 minutes to an hour. What do I think about Ubisoft saying players shouldn't own the license to the game? I mean, I think that as long as everything is transparent up front, then it's your job as the consumer to do your due diligence. I think game companies are going to do whatever they can, and they're going to try to get away with whatever bullshit they can. So if Ubisoft says, hey, when you buy this game, you're not actually buying the game, you're buying a license to play this game, and it's revocable at any time, I would say, like, within the industry, they have the right to do that, even though it's like a really shitty practice. And I think that until there are laws passed to prevent them from doing that, I think consumers should vote with their wallet and say, hey, if you want to fuck me, that's fine. I'm just not going to pay you to fuck me. I'm just not going to do it. I think as a consumer, it's just be responsible and vote with your wallet. Now, I think if they change the terms of service after the fact, where they make changes to games after you bought them, and they do it in some underhanded like way, then I think that's bullshit. But I mean, like, if they tell you that's what it is, then that's what it is. And if you're like, well, man, I really want to play the new Assassin's Creed, but I don't like the way that it's revocable, but I really want to play it, so I'm going to play it even though it's revocable, then you effectively are telling them that it's okay to do it. So just don't buy games from companies that fuck you, right? That's the way I feel. Like, if you back into a dildo on the wall and then start yelling at somebody for fucking putting the dildo on the wall, like, you could have turned around and saw it at any point in time. And then after you did it the first time, if you back into it a second time, then you kind of like it. So, like, at that point, who do you get pissed off at? Like, the first time you can be like, oops, or like, I was curious, right? But then the second time you do it, like, you're contributing to the problem if it's not something you like. Well, I'm all about people taking fucking accountability for their own actions, right? Like, I'm 100% for all about people taking accountability for their own actions and people just being fucking responsible. And I really, really hate when people do things to game the system. Like, I really hate when people try to game or abuse a system in their favor, whether it's a company or whether it's a consumer. I fucking hate that. Like, it pisses me off because it's like, you know what you're doing. Just don't buy shit from Ubisoft? I mean, exactly. Why a dildo? I don't know. Because it doesn't sound appealing to me, Sonic. It just doesn't sound appealing to me, so it's a great analogy for me. That's the best part about analogies, is sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Really feel they need to leave the battle patch glyphs for what it is. It's their mistake. I think they need to fix it and move on, JB. I think that they've taken too long to fix it. And if you take too long and you go to fix it retroactively, you're going to piss more people off. And you're going to create more problems than solutions. You stopped buying anything from Ubi like years ago? Yeah. Yeah, Trunks has been being a fucking goat over there on YouTube, just gifting out all his memberships left and right. Oh yeah, the only thing different from the Nell build is I don't have the attack versus Colossus. It'll make a big difference when you finally get it. AC Valhalla did it for you? Yeah, that's why buy Ubis. And then they're going to steal my disc? Exactly. Is Power World still going through a lawsuit? I mean, I think they're still going through a lawsuit, but Power World's another great game. Still live? We are for now. But yeah, there are people who like don't do due diligence on a game, buy a game, play a game. They'll put 8 hours, 10 hours into a game, 12 hours into a game. The game's only a 12-hour game. And then as soon as they get done with the game, they're like, they'll try a different part of the game and they'll be like, dude, I don't like this. I want a refund. And it's like, bro. You've already fucking beat the game. Like, you don't get a refund after you've beat the game. But like, so that's the kind of shit that irritates me. Like, people trying to game systems, or they'll like speed run indie games, clear them in like 2 hours, and then like request a refund on Steam and get it because they beat the game in under like the 2 hour or the 1 hour window. And it's like really scummy towards developers, and I fucking hate that. But I also hate when developers do scummy shit to consumers. Like, I just really, really hate that shit. Even that much damage lets me know your build's killer. As long as it's working for you, I'm happy. It's still live. Oh, the lawsuit. I got you, Zifu. What are they gonna do is just kill the service? Well, I think that there's like a level of like requiring online serviceability, and that online serviceability is a battle pass update or access to like patch the server or patch the game if there are like bugs, and then calling that required online access and then saying that they will end service to the game when they no longer feel that that support is necessary. And I think that that is kind of like really scummy, because you don't actually need those like you don't need that, right? Like you do not need that service. That service is literally there to facilitate players spending money and not required for the game to operate, but you've ingrained it in a way that it's required for the game to operate. So now you're saying that you don't want to have to do that and you don't want to have to support that game when like nobody wants you to support the game. They just want to be able to play the fucking single player game they bought, right? Like it's like something like Assassin's Creed is a prime example of something like that. Be basically mobile games on console. Well, they're adding things to make them live service games that don't need to be there, just so they can treat them as a live service game, which then they can sell you a license for service and not sell you a product, right? And I don't like that. I personally don't like that. Wish it was longer and more story driven than just having multiplayer. Yeah. I think there's some people that like the multiplayer on it and some people that didn't like the multiplayer on it, but I think, like, you know, Space Marine's just one of those games we either liked it or hated. It's kind of like Doom, right? Like the new Doom. New Doom was basically like a 6-hour game. Was it worth $70? I doubt it, but... And they, like, funnel you into the shops, yeah. You can ask for money back if you're kicking your ass out from the games. That would be legit. What do you mean? Another great Gears game? Aren't we getting a... Like, I really hate remakes, so I hate to say aren't we getting a Gears remake? But, like, aren't we getting a Gears remake? Like, I hate remakes. I literally fucking hate remakes. I think they're the bane of gaming's existence, but aren't we getting a remake? Anyone else having login issues? It's not just you, DRP, like Sloth. A lot of people are having the upstream issues right now. This month, I think that'll be really good. Like, that'll be a fun game to, like, knock out on Game Pass, right? Do you hate the Final Fantasy VII remake? I don't think the Final Fantasy VII remake was a remake. Like, it was a remake and not a remaster. How about that? I haven't played it, but I don't like the idea of it. You're preying on people's nostalgia to sell tickets or to sell units or whatever, but you're not normally doing anything good or better than the original was. And then you're charging people an insane amount of money for an experience they've already had just because you know you can get away with it, instead of making better content. Like, let Final Fantasy VII exist in my memory as a great memory from my youth and one of the best gaming experiences I've ever had, right? Like, let that exist as it was, where it's something I can think about and, like, boot up an old console and try to relive. But instead of, like, trying to, right? Like, instead of, like, trying to, like, make me relive that, how about just make other games and other experiences that give me that same sense of feeling and nostalgia? Because the biggest issue I have in gaming anymore is I feel like I've done everything because I have done everything. And the industry refuses to do anything new. So even when they do make something new, I've already fucking done it. I want better new experiences. Original had a terrible translation. The story had some issues, so it did improve that. And that might be your take on it, Leon. I think, to me, Final Fantasy VII was amazing when I played it in the time period that I played it in. They don't innovate enough? Yeah. That kind of bothers me, right, Hunt? I think, so, like, for me, just let me have the nostalgia goggles of me telling myself that this game was a banger. Don't remake it. Just make something new and better, right? Have I played Death Stranding 2? I haven't played Death Stranding 2 yet. I think the industry has no idea what they can do. I mean, it's definitely hard when you're in an industry where everything's already been done. So, like, I get that, but that is my feeling on remakes. Now, that doesn't mean there haven't been, like, good remakes and good remasters and people who have done a decent job or made an improvement but I still stand behind what I say, which is that I still think that even the best remaster or remake, I would much rather prefer leaving that as just an amazing memory that I had and give me new memories instead of making me relive my old memories. You lazy lurkers, that's okay. I still love them either way, Killa. I still love them either way, man. They're pushing the views up. I love them either way, man. They're helping. You thought Demon Souls Remaster was good? Yeah, I think there's definitely people that will find certain ones, but... Mine's when you played Pokemon Nintendo back in elementary school, but now the new ones are terrible. Yeah, I get that. General story-based games still working. The problem is the bar is much higher on the looks of content, so new IPs rare. I think that I think that new IPs are definitely rare, and I think that new IPs are rare. But I think in the last like 3 or 4 years of new IPs that have came out in Western markets, most of them were created in a way to tell a story. Like they were created to push an agenda and not sell a story, and that was rejected by a lot of gamers. So it made it look like they didn't do well. But then like Eastern devs came out and did like Black Myth Wukong and shit, and people enjoyed those stories. You're not able to log in. It's not just you guys. There's like some sort of issue on their servers right now. It's not just you. It's a lot of people right now, and they're having like upstream issues. And there's like nothing we can do about it. You can see that I'm having like even really weird banding and stuff. I think if you're in, you stay in. But if you're trying to get in right now, their login servers are just not letting people in. Love Skyrim in the game, got it for free, but I can still play the older version. I get that. 14, like Yawn Trail was a fail. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day about just how bad Dawn Trail did. Yeah, upstream's not available. It's not just you. It's not just you. It's everybody is basically getting the same error right now, where they just can't log in. And I don't think that we've got an official statement from the First Descendant team on what's going on or when the ETA is. It's not just you guys. It was really freaking scaring you. Yeah, like you didn't get banned. Your account's not like accidentally deleted due to like the blueprint bug or like something like that. I think they're just having some sort of like really weird issue. Every time you try going back, I think that's what's missing in modern gaming. Honestly, like Potato, that is the thing. Even games like WoW, like I know people who still play a lot of retail WoW and they're not entirely happy with retail WoW, or even people who are not like entirely happy with like Final Fantasy 14. There's still a level of something that those games have, or a level of something that those games did have that keep people playing them. And that's why I think there was such a big like resurgence in OSRS, is because it reminds people of a time when games had something that made people want to come play it, and something that felt like it was unique to that game, or uniquely original. OSRS is kind of like one of those that's kind of like a remake or remaster, but it still kind of holds true the same way. I like the game. A lot of people hate it. I really like grindy games, so New World fit extremely well. I think New World basically fucked itself by releasing with no endgame. OSRS's Classic Edition, yeah. Playing retail WoW on my second monitor while watching you now. Love it. I think it's one of the best states it's ever been in. That's really good to hear, Incendiary. That branched off. Gotcha. Like, I think that, you know, it's entirely up to the different players. But like, I'm the kind of guy that really likes a grindy game, but I want a game that has a grind that feels worth it. And I think one of the biggest issues that has happened in a lot of grindy games, especially like current grindy games, is the advent of battle passes and seasons have made things not feel permanent. As compared to like an old World of Warcraft game, where even if you took like a year off and you came back, you still felt like you were at the same power level you were when you left, and you didn't miss anything. You just bought the new expansions, you power leveled, you like ran with your old guild mates or whatever, you leveled up, you got the new gear, and you were right back into it. And now with the seasonal models and everything else, it feels like everything's just temporary. and you're only making gains to make gains for a very short period of time, and then it just kind of goes away. And I think some people don't really like that. People like the ability to have permanence, and people like the ability to have life happen and then come back and pick up where they left off. And if you feel like you took like 2 or 3 weeks off and now you're like, well, the season's like half over, like I don't really give a fuck about this season, I'm just going to take my time off, I'll come back next season. That's the main reason. Yep. I did love being able to grind things like harvesting and crafting and shit. Yup. One game tried to come back to terrible is like Sonic Adventure games. I can see that. The main reason you're not playing the season of PoE. Once you're beyond a certain point, you're kind of like mentally past the point of checking in, because you know that by the time you finally get there, you're just going to be checking out, right? I was just in a 400 dungeon. 2 players had the same username. Everyone else disappeared. Bizarre. I think that it's some like weird server issues right now, Breezy, especially with like all the upstream issues and stuff. I think it was just something weird with their servers. I think that was just like a weird server fucking hiccup, like a Matrix moment, you know what I mean? I could stick it out with New World. Well, the big thing that I like about New World, just high five to Sereno, basically identical paint scheme to you, dude. It's fucking random you ran into him. Here's what I'll say about New World. I think New World fucked up. You can't claim the dash points. I don't know what's going on, Zero. They're having some like really weird shit on their side. I would just not worry about it. They're having like they're having upstream issues and a bunch of other stuff. I wouldn't bother trying to deal with anything on the website for at least a couple hours until they get it sorted out. I know it sucks if this is the only time you get to play, but I would definitely just like give it some time. It's definitely some of their login servers. Here's what I'll say about New World. I really wish they would have listened to streamers on New World, and I know people don't want to hear that, but streamers went really fucking hard, like Shroud and Glad and Co-Carnage, and all of these people went really fucking hard on New World, and they all got to the end game within like a couple of weeks, and they were just like, dude, your end game fucking sucks. You need to get this fixed. And that was like a streamer first world problem, but the problem was they weren't able to get it fixed like fast enough. And then once regular players got there and they saw there was no like real end game, no grind, it kind of like fell apart for them. One of the only good things I can say came out of New World to me right now is the New World engine and the like every learned lesson that Amazon has from New World, because they are working on a new Lord of the Rings game, and they're going to use the New World engine for the new Lord of the Rings MMO, but they're taking their time trying to come up with the story they want to tell, and then they're going to work on trying to come up with like a really solid game and end game, but they don't have to come up with as much shit because they're basically going to be basing it off of New World, which had, you know, the action style combat, and it had like really good crafting and really good systems. So at the end of the day, there's a really good chance that the second attempt MMO by Amazon will actually be good, and it'll be set in a world that people are excited to explore. Server issues breaking missions too. That's what other people were saying were, dude. They're seeing like people just log in and go out. Lord of the Rings is overhyped. I'm not going to say Lord of the Rings is or is not overhyped, but I think if you build a good MMO and you already have all of that like world and lore and story, then you don't have to worry about that narrative part. And if you're using the New World engine, you don't have to worry about that part. So there's really only this like small little sliver, in which case you can fuck it up. So my hope is that they don't actually fuck it up, right? Like that is my hope, is that because they have so many things already going for them, they just don't fuck it up. That's the hope. Because I would really love a good MMO. I'll give Chrono Odyssey another shot, but I think it's basically going to get pushed out. And it sounds like they're redoing the entire game. So I'll give them a shot on their next beta to see how it goes, but There's an ongoing denial of server attack from South Korea on South Korea that started an hour and a half ago. Really? Is that like the official like press release on it? So it's hitting all of their servers, not just this game. It's Amazon Game Studios. There's a high chance they'll fuck it up. One can only hope though, Zifu, right? You're having an enormous amount of fun with your Nell builds. I'm happy that it's making you like really enjoy the game, Ted, and you're enjoying the build. You're just looking at network status tools. Nexon isn't going to say it. Well, I mean, like, if like the North Korean government is attacking the South Korean government's servers with a fucking DDoS attack, like they're not going to talk about it. Can't log in. It's not just you. There's like some upstream issues on their servers. Basically, if you're not logged in, you can't get logged in. And even if you are logged in, like really weird shit's happening with the servers. So you do want to see more indie games. What I like about indie games is the fact that they're not really constrained by the industry's desire to squeeze blood from a turnip. So like indie games just look at it and they go, dude, all I got to make is like $50, right? If I make $50, then I did a good job. And then that indie game makes like $5 trillion. So, but like when your budget is fucking $1.8 billion or something fucking retarded, right? For some AAA game, then you need to make double that back, which means you need to have this like crazy broad market appeal to an amount of players that just don't exist. And what ends up happening is at some point you need to scale back your spending. Like you just need to scale back your spending and the money you're spending. If indie devs can do this shit for like $30 and it costs you 300 million, then somebody's the problem. Getting support requests, nothing in the box. Yeah, they're definitely having some weird server stuff. Can you still log in? Basically right now nobody can log in. Basically, like, nobody can log in. So, basically, nobody can log in. People are getting kicked out of servers. So, yeah, you're either in or you're out for right now. How long do you think the login problem will take? They've not announced what the problem is, so we have no idea. Like, I can ask my Gatorade and see what it thinks, but I'm not entirely for sure. I mean, last time we had this happen like 2 days ago, and it lasted for like, it was sub an hour. It was like 30 or 40 minutes. But if what some members of chat are saying, and there's actually like a North versus South fucking DDoS attack, I mean, it could last for however long they DDoS the servers. It's just unfortunate. Like, I know it sucks to hear that answer, but it's just absolutely unfortunate. AI video was crazy. There wasn't enough ass. You didn't like the AI videos? You usually work with providers to block that shit? Yeah. Just Cyberpunk for a minute, now you can't get back in. Code? What were you doing? I'll ask the Gatorade. I mean, I just unfortunately, like, I don't have like a really good answer. I wish I did. Chat, really, I wish I did. The best I can do is tell you what we saw the other day when we had something similar. There's plenty of ass in the AI video, just the wrong kind. That's true, though. I guess just enjoy Cyberpunk right now, Code. There was a new vehicle in Cyberpunk you needed. Code. It was unfortunate, man, but this was the decision you made. This was the decision you made. This is the life you live now, Code. This is the life you live, chap. Guess I'm not logging out of First Descendant. I mean, not if you want to keep playing. Didn't they say they wouldn't develop another 77 in the future? I thought they said they would. You agree you need more booty? There's always more booty. It's 5 a.m. in Korea. They're just waking up over there.
Thanks for
you know my feeling on that, Wordu. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, you know, chilling and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. You want to speak up, you want to get to know me in the community, if I get to know you either way, thanks for the follow. I think when you have a game that is live service up 24/7 and you're having a serious issue, that you need to have somebody whose job it is to fucking answer that phone call.
Well, hello then.
Thanks for the follow.
Like, in my personal opinion, we had the same issues, like when I used to work in automotive. Like, all of a sudden, fucking, we would like miss a shipment and we would shut down a fucking auto plant in Canada. Guess who got a phone call at 3 a.m. because Mexico missed a shipment?
Thanks for the follow.
This fucking guy. Guess who was calling fucking plant managers and CEOs and waking people up at 3 a.m. in the morning to expedite parts, and like getting shit to that plant. That way we weren't being billed $1 million per minute. This guy. So like, to act like the First Descendant team or any other like game company that's providing a live service shouldn't be held to the same standard as every other industry, in my view, is dumb as fuck. Like, you should have somebody that's like the lead in charge of your game, and when something fucking crazy happens, they should be alerted and they should instantly go into damage control mode, and then work backwards to figure out how to solve the problem. And if it's a problem they can't solve, then they need to tell people. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. Like, I don't know, you guys might tell me I'm dumb or whatever, and that's fine, but I've worked in business and I've worked in industries where, like, that is how shit works. That's how bad it was. Like, I just think it's interesting that, like, gaming isn't held to the same standard as other industries, when gaming is like a multi-fucking trillion-dollar-a-year venture. You know what I mean? Someone data center, but they're busy trying to call someone in the company to ask if they can reboot the servers. But even still, I mean, like, even if it's completely out of their control, you should be getting a phone call as, like, the general manager of the First Descendant at, like, 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. going, hey, man, just so you know, nobody can log into your fucking game. You might want to get your ass up and make some phone calls. Right? And then first thing they do is they call their fucking CM or whoever, and they're like, CM, you need to put out a presser saying that we're aware of this issue and we're working on it, and then blah, 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 we'll keep you posted. Right? Like, these things should be done. If your service is 24/7, then yeah, they have, like, yeah, I mean, like, it's not like there aren't other areas that, like, from Magnum that could, like, make this response, right? You work for an ISP and banks, you usually get 2 to 4 turnaround service. They go down national circuits like 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, and I mean, like, I think, like, national, like, I'm not trying to downplay, like, if this is an actual, like, national server bank that is being DDoSed and it's being done by another government, like, that's a pretty big attack, and that's going to take a long time to sort out and to, like, stop. But I mean, at that point, there should be some type of, like, coverage. Yeah, is an essential service now? Yeah. And again, I'm not, like, fucking capping on the First Descendants team. I'm just saying what I expect as a gamer. Like, I feel like that's not an unreasonable expectation as a gamer when, like, when it comes to, like, service game, like, having a service, right? Do they have an NA-based CM? I don't think so. And I know it's not fair to ask your CM to work around the clock. Like, nobody wants to have a 24-hour job. I understand that. And that's why either your company is large enough to hire multiple people to do the work, or your person who is hired understands that, you know, they're not going to be required to be at work like 24 hours a day, but there could be emergency use cases where they can be called in or be given a phone call, but they're compensated for that, right? In a way that's fair. No, I mean, Magnum is, like, really, really, really quiet in a weird way. Oh, could you imagine that, though, Zell? Like, imagine if you were just watching Netflix, and then Netflix went down, and then it was down for, like, an hour, and Netflix's team never, like, posted a tweet or anything saying that they were having server issues. Like, people would have a fucking aneurysm. That's how it is with nurses, so it's not heard of to be on call with pay. Yeah, right? Like, nurses do it. I did the same thing when I was in sales and business. Like, there are times where you just get a phone call. It's part of you being salary. Now, the hope is that you're not working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. But you do understand that during major game launches or major updates or major product launches or severe like system outages that you will be called to deal with problems, right? Like, it's just, those are the things that happen in business at mid to high levels, and that's why people get paid the extra money to deal with those things, right? Like, I know a lot of people think of CEOs as being like a waste of time and waste of space, and I'm not going to say that like CEOs, some CEOs aren't, and I'm not going to say that like some CEOs, what up Snake? I'm not going to say that some CEOs aren't like overpaid as fuck. Oh yeah, I don't plan on it right now, Snake. I'm not going to say that some CEOs aren't overpaid as fuck, but if you've ever physically known a CEO, like a CEO of like an actual company, not like some small mom and pop, like a real company, if you've ever met or talked to a CEO, you know that they basically work 24/7. Now that doesn't mean when you go to their house at 3 p.m., they're like chained to a PC the whole time, but they're taking phone calls at 5, 6 p.m. They're taking meetings at 8 p.m. They're up taking meetings at 6 a.m. Like, they work all the time and they work never. But that's why they grab those salaries, is because of the way they work and the decisions they make. Yeah, CEOs paid, being so top of the company isn't a revolving door. Yeah, there are tons of reasons why you want to keep them, right? For stability. There's a lot of reasons why these people make these, like, the money. But, so when you're dealing with business, it's not unheard of for people to have responsibilities on them that your average employee who just works salary doesn't realize. Like, oh, all of these things are what this person does. Give me a second, Gramps. Yeah, I won't log out, Snake. I've heard that there's like major upstream issues, possible like DDoS attack going on to South Korea right now. So, CEOs paid. Yeah. I can't imagine they would have technicians working shifts at a big server like theirs. Oh, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody there. But if it's like a really bad issue, there's only so much you can do. Wallcrasher in 4. Yeah, let's go to Wallcrasher. Let me go to here. Cancel matchmaking. We're going to leave. I hate to leave whoever we end up with. I'll leave. Like, I can't cancel matchmaking, so it won't let me, but we'll go to Wallcrasher. I'll leave and we'll go there. Thank you, lad.
This stretch brought to you by our community and Fabletics.
Bluetooth, I mean. Oh yeah, if you've ever worked with people or been in a situation, thank you for that, lad. If you've ever worked with people or been in a situation around people who do that, you can't load your TFD account. There's some sort of really bad like upstream issue that's going on right now, Dragon, and essentially nobody can log in. There's some sort of attack happening to the servers. But I hate to leave this dude like this, but I hate to do this, but it's definitely not just you. It's happening to a lot of people right now. And if for whatever reason, like, you end up getting kicked, you're probably not getting back in. That's a big L. That they didn't let people know about the issues, yeah. You want to come, Zell? I'll grab you really quick. But yeah, it's definitely like unfortunate. Can you use Bravery for Inez and Void Erosion, like in Purge? You can, depending on the build you're going for. For a lot of people, using it in there isn't a bad idea. If you're running like a no red mod build, it's going to allow you to spam your Thunderclap, which is nice. And if you're not using the Thunderclap build and you're using like Time of the Hunting Hounds, you're going to be able to spam your other abilities really quick, which is going to help out. So, you will lose a little bit of damage from not using like Slayer Set or something, but the uptime on your abilities is normally a pretty good offset. The only downside is like you're not going to be killing as many enemies as you would like because they're just less. It's not going to reset as often. The other one you'll want to do is make sure you put like Potent Collector on. You'll want to make sure you're putting Potent Collector on because Potent Collector is going to give you a bunch of additional like primary resource for Inez, and that is what's going to be your bottleneck. It's not you. It's not you, Leper. It's everybody. It's everybody right now. There's an upstream login issue. There's nothing you guys can do to log in. You also got a Deathstalker kill. Dude, the build's just carrying you right now, Hooya. Hooah. It's just carrying you right now. Dude, as long as it's working, then I'm happy for you. I'll wait for everybody to spawn in. I don't want to accidentally fucking, like, zone while somebody's in the process. I'm glad the build's working for you, though. Took about an hour to fix the problem the other day, yeah. That's the thing, Steel Gramps, is we don't know what's causing it. But last time it took about an hour. So we're going to hope that it's about the same. Why can't you create multiple crystals? What do you mean? It's just their, which crystals? You should be able to craft multiple at the same time, unless you're talking about cats. You can't craft multiple cats. They just want you to spend money. It was crazy, yeah. The Deathstalker, because of the way its mechanics work, and the mechanics in the Deathstalker basically, like, hurt you for having HP. So, it's all about just doing it, like, an insane amount of damage. But yeah, the biggest issue with the Deathstalker is the HP. Like, when you get hit with certain attacks, it just lowers your HP. Back in the day, when you couldn't just burn the Deathstalker out, a lot of times people had to go in with shield builds because you could get your shields back. But as your HP got cut, you couldn't get your HP back, so... But yeah, like, the good news is now you can go in and do so much damage that you can basically ignore the HP thing. And just be like, yeah, it's gonna suck if I, like, get hit or whatever. I'm gonna lose a little bit of HP, but we'll do so much damage that we'll kill it. We'll kill it either way. Which is kind of a thing, right? Now, it's up to you guys if you guys want me to try to double or triple dip, but if we try to double or triple dip and we end up in a fucked up server, it could kick you guys out, and if it kicks you out, you might not be able to log in. So I would assume it's probably just going to be best to not double and triple dip and just go back to running Purge or something. But if you guys want to do it, I'm happy to try it right now. Just with the servers being messed up, it's a risk, right? Serena broke Deathstalker. Yeah. I mean, like, Serena's old skill, like, shotgun skill build just absolutely fucking murdered the Deathstalker. Yeah, no double? I didn't think so. It just seemed like it was too good of a chance to accidentally kick everybody out. You're always good with one run only? Yeah, okay. Like, typically I don't mind, but if there's a good chance that it could kick you guys to menu, then I don't want to do that. Would Peacemaker, like, Peacekeeper Peacemaker be good for Inez? Not really. Just the way the gun works and everything, you're just go ahead and use, like, the last dagger as your burnout weapon. It'll be fine. Really hope it doesn't go down. I'm settling for some Serena leveling. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it doesn't go down for you guys. Let me head back out. We'll get changed. We'll go back in. It's all for you, man. If you need to drop out at any time, brother. Move to Axiom Plains. Yeah, if you guys need to drop, always feel free to drop. Like, you don't have to stay just because I'm live. I'll probably get up and use the bathroom and get some water, and then we'll go back into doing some farming. We'll see how it goes. I have some stuff that I wanted to look at. I need to decide if I want to do it. Secret Garden. Is the Secret Garden better for a stat stick? I mean, some people like using it for a running stat stick. I don't know if it's like base run speed is actually higher. I don't know if its base run speed is actually higher than the Peacemaker. I'd have to look. But I know, like, Hunt likes to use it as a stat stick. Like, some other people like to use it as stat sticks and stuff, so it just depends. What up, Bang? You can't get back in? Yeah, if you got kicked out, you're not getting back in. Not right now. Looks like it might just be you and me, lad. I don't know. We'll see who all's here. Oh, that must be a noise letting you know that, like, the, interesting. I didn't even notice that. Letting you know that the field Colossus is up. That's interesting.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thank you guys, for the follows. Yeah, go ahead and use bathroom. me use the bathroom and get something to drink, and then we'll go back. We'll go back and we'll do some more cooking. You want to run? As long as you're in, Trunks. I'll grab you. I'll grab you. Give me a second, guys. I will be right back. Let me get Trunks. All right, let's go. Just keep logging in. I mean, are the servers fixed? You guys able to log in, or I thought I added you, Trunks. Oh, yeah, I did. Right there. I was like, I thought I added you. Back in the game. It sounds like they got the servers up and running then? Question mark, chat? Sounds like the servers are up and running. Sends in, so it's up and running. Yeah, it sounds like it's up and running, so that's better. Unless you're making like a grapple stick. Gotcha. Alright, we'll get back in. Let's grind for a little bit, chat. Let's do a little bit more.
This stretch brought to you by our community.
Double checking now. It sounds like people are able to get in. So what would you want to have for Slayer mods? I would just run the same like HP and MP recovery and all that. Took a little 4-hour nap. Was a good nap. Looks like First Descendant servers down. Sounded like everybody was saying that they were up. Sounded like everybody was saying they were up. Looks like Trunk's gonna run Enzo. You can Enzo for me tomorrow. It's 10 a.m. for you. You need to go to bed. Go to bed, Graybeard. Yeah, if I decide to run, if we run more purge, we'll do that tomorrow. Can I inspect my Albion? I'll show you guys. I will show you guys my Relics mods, and I'll show you guys my Cavalry's mods. But I can tell you guys that all of those builds are on YouTube. All of those builds are on YouTube for Serena. Like if you wanna see like my Albion Cavalry roll, it is on Serena. Exclamation mark wall will take you directly to it. And if you're wanting to see the restored relic build, exclamation mark fly will take you to it. What you grind in? Probably a little bit more purge. Just a little bit more purge for right now. Definitely hungry though. Definitely hungry. Definitely hungry. Yeah, whoever you guys want to play on, doesn't matter to me. You guys can play whoever you want, just tell me when you're ready. We'll get back in. But yeah, everything's over there. We've done most of the builds are over there. Like I've spent hours making YouTube videos. So like I prefer to send people there if I can. But all right, ready? What you doing, Wordy? That's the question. Go eat? Not yet. I still got probably about an hour. Jeremiah, I probably at least got an hour. Start pubs. I probably got about another hour. Probably at least another hour of streaming, and then I'll eat. And then after I get done eating, I'll finish up the video I was working on. Hopefully I can get it most of the way finished up, like while she's making dinner. If I can get lucky and get it finished up while she's making dinner, then I won't have to work on the video tonight. But if I can't, then I've got to finish that video up tonight so I can get it out. Double Enzo. Double Enzo, baby. What's everybody eating tonight? Anybody eating anything good? Anybody got anything like really good planned for themselves for dinner? What's everybody's like big plan for dinner? Korean barbecue sounds really fucking good. I'm running around Sigma trying to get your last mage. It's been like the thing you've been trying to do for 7 months. All big rip. Seafood, haven't had in a couple months. What is the seafood go-to for hunt? Dude, brisket nachos, get fucked, Diesel. God damn, that sounds good. Fucking brisket nachos sounds fucking amazing right now. You have no food? Yeah, basically, that's fine. I think we're eating soup. I think we're eating ice soup tonight, but... like, no joke, not ice soup, but I think we're eating soup tonight. Oh, PM? Yeah, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant, Graybeard, when you said you were going to bed. I kind of figured that's what it was. Also trying to pin down a no-gun build in Sigma. Or the no-gun bug. Either one doesn't sounds bad. Either one sounds bad. How did you get the no gun bug? Like, how did you even pull that shit off for, dude? You're alone? It depends, Fast. There's a couple different reasons for that. Either one, you've just been very unlucky with the matchmaking because the servers were down, right, Fast? Or two, if every time you queue in, you're literally the only person, and you've been the only person like all day, you might have been banned. In which case, you would need to check the ban report and see if your name's on it. But I mean, if it's just like randomly, like you're getting 2 people this match, like 3 people this match, whatever, you're just having like really unlucky queues. You're simple, you like fish and chips, but you're feeling like Cajun seafood boil. Dude, a Cajun seafood boil sounds good. Sounds like a lot of work, but it sounds like it's good. I really like a good fish and chips. A good fish and chips goes down so well. How do you do that? You haven't got anything like the last 5 matches straight? Not a single person? Well, again, there could have been an issue because the servers were kind of messed up. So if the servers are messed up, you know, give it like a couple hours and see if it fixes. But essentially, if it persists and no matter what you do, like over the next like day, no matter what you do, you can't get match made with people, then yeah, you probably got like reported too many times and got a 3-day. And then in which case you just can't do anything other than just wait out the 3-day ban. If that's what happened, obviously I don't know. They normally don't release the ban lists I don't know, on like Thursdays or some shit to see like who actually got banned, but yeah. Yo, Rat Mate, thank you for continuing your sub, mate. Thank you for the new sub, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Yeah, they should give you a banner or something that tells you that you got a 3-day, but it's really tough to tell. The biggest thing is like right now, with the server issues, it's really tough. Like,
subscriptions to the community.
Yo, Rat, thank you very much for gifting a sub out, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I absolutely appreciate you. You guys know that I do this as a full-time job, and those subs go a long way to making sure I can eat my bill or like pay my bills. So thank you guys very much for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Absolutely fucking appreciate it. Thank you very much for the support. Do I have any tattoos? I have a couple. Yeah. I've got a couple. Queued up matches, farm. Maybe that's why. It could be fast. I would say, yeah, play a little bit more. And if you're still not getting any people to queue in with you, like, check again later on tonight, because I know they were having like server issues. And if you're still not getting people, then yeah, there's a chance that maybe you queued into a couple matches AFK and you got reported too many times and they just put you on the naughty list for a few days. Absolutely sucks, but it does happen. But yeah, that is a definite thing. No gun bug, fortunately though. They're the result of a no gun bug. Which one is the one where you have no arm? So you've got like clip shins and no arm. And you want to play then? You can always see, I mean, you can always ask chat if anybody's around and they're looking for somebody. You can just say what you're wanting to run, and if anybody's around, they want to run with you. That's always an opportunity. You never know, man. There's always people around wanting to do something. There's always somebody somewhere wanting to do something. Finally got Nell, just trying to build her. She takes some time, man, but once you get her up and running, she's a lot of fun. She's definitely much better than a lot of us thought she was going to be. Like, unfortunately, she wasn't really that good during the demos. And even during the closed content creator beta, like, her crit hit rate just kind of wasn't where it needed to be.
It's okay.
But since they buffed her crit hit rate, she's been much better. Connor, you fucking sexy bitch. How you doing today? What's your ranking for mobbers? What content? Like general mobbing, I would say Inez. Like general mobbing, I would say Inez is probably top, followed by like maybe Bunny or Keelan for like general speed mobbing, like shit like Sigmas and stuff. If you're doing like harder Axiom content, Inez is still really good, but I think Glay kind of like overtakes her just because of her ability to kill high health enemies. What the shit? I think that like Valby's in a pretty good spot. Try but you'll live. Oh, I guarantee it. I think Valby's in a really good spot and she's a lot of fun. I think Nell's in a really good spot and she's a lot of fun. But if you're looking for like bulk mobbing, anything below like Purge and the Plains, then Inez is like my go-to. Just because I play a lot of Inez, so she's my go-to. If you're doing stuff like Purge and Plains, then I would go with like some of the harder hitting Descendants. Who's the best at mobbing in Axiom? Right now, I really like Glay if you're in their solo. If you're in their solo, our new Glay build does really good. If you've got a group, then something like Inez Serena, like as a duo, Inez and Serena is basically fucking god tier. And then if you're adding any more people than that, it just kind of depends. What weapon on Glay? Restored Relic and Last Dagger. Exclamation mark Glay. It'll take you to the video and you'll see what I'm talking about. What about the new launcher? I mean, I personally haven't built it just because I don't see it being like really crazy. I've not seen anything in it that tells me it's like gonna be cracked, so I'll eventually build it, but for mobbing, I think you're probably still gonna be better off with something like Restored Relic just because of the way the gun works. And how it synergizes with just doing area mobbing. And if you're looking for like damage, just use like a really high DPS single target weapon. I mean, those are kind of like my feeling on it. There'll always be people that'll tell you different things. Like there are certain content creators that just main certain Descendants, and they will always tell you that the Descendant they play the most is the best. But I think if people are like objective, there's no real right or wrong answer. It's just your play style and what works best. There's some Descendants that perform better than others, but at the end of the day, anytime you start dealing with like the topmost echelon, anything other than Serena, you can find use cases for some of these other Descendants to be similar enough where there's something good that they have in their kit and something bad to offset it. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I wish you'd move. Third, I feel like it's an issue it needs to be addressed for. They might eventually do it, right? Unlike Serena, like Glay needs a well-built weapon. You're definitely gonna have to pay attention to the weapon she has. But I mean, even for what we're doing right now, like we're using a Restored Relic that's pretty well built on Serena. We would be using the same Restored Relic with like one mod different on Glay. May just use her as your mobber, and she'll do well, especially if you have like some of our newer builds. She'll do just fine for general mobbing in the plains. But where like Freyna kind of falls behind a little bit is in single target damage. Like single target boss damage is kind of what's going to slow Freyna down when it comes to mobbing by herself, especially in the plains. Now, if you're not talking about the plains and you're not talking about Purge and you're just running 400s or Sigma or something like that, you're never going to notice it. She'll do just fine. And she'll kill everything really, really quick. Yeah, but your R is basically God tier, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like the thing about Glay is she's a weapon Descendant, but the good news about Glay is she doesn't actually require that much investment to get her unlimited ammo build. Like the unlimited ammo build that I have for my Glay, while it does show like 10 catalysts, it's 10 catalysts in order to get like the Arche Tuning. But in order to get just the unlimited ammo part and not the quality of life, like all the extra health and defense and all that, is actually pretty cheap to be able to get 100% uptime on Glay's unlimited ammo. You can actually do it really cheap. Glay's one of the cheaper Descendants to build that does decent damage. The only downside is you got to build a weapon. People are trying to use Glay with some dumb purple weapon mods, expect things to happen. Yeah, there were definitely like different use cases. Where's this dude at? There he is. Those were fun times. This feels a little bit like swearing, but you know, Jaber's actually really fun to play now. I've heard that. I've heard that, Steel Gramps, is that some people are really enjoying like Jaber's current playstyle and builds. I kind of maintain what I said earlier, which is like maybe I will put a Jaber build out at some point. But I feel like especially with Biscuit and a few other people, like Moxie and Biscuit and a few people already putting out Jaber builds. I'm a little late to the party on the Jaber build. I'll still put a build out that I like for the community just because it's nice to see multiple different ways to play a character. Jaber's like never really done anything for me, so the organ isn't any good anymore. It's not really compared to the other weapons. Just went to Tony with Serena.
Hey, listen.
Why did you expect him to survive for more than a few seconds? I don't know. I think you were dropped on your head as a child or something. I don't know. How you doing, Post? More builds, the better. I mean, I think that seeing different people and different ways to play things and different play styles is always good, right? Especially the way we explain things. We explain things one way, other people explain things other ways. Some people explain things in a way that makes sense for you, some don't. Some come up with a better and more fun play style, and I think at the end of the day, it doesn't hurt to be able to like look at it, you know what I mean? Been grinding out last dagger today for Haley. Discord, really loving the game. Start to feel you know what you're doing. Yo, Goose, I'm happy. I'm happy you're starting to like feel that you're like a synergy. I'm happy that you're starting to like really synergize with the game and pick it up. Once you start to get the game, understand builds, understand a little bit of build crafting, and start to see what weapons go well with what descendants, and get your first couple of really strong, well-built descendants, the game feels a lot better. And that's like where the game really shines, is your first couple times. Is the game good? Yeah, I think to Hunt's point, it's kind of like a tough question. Personally, I would say that the game is in the best state that it's been in since it came out. So if you enjoyed the game, you know, when it first came out, like say Season 0, if you enjoyed the game, but the reason you didn't like it was because it was maybe too grindy, or you didn't like some of the mechanics, or you didn't like some of the descendants, a lot of the sort of like annoying things have been stripped out of the game. It's still got, you know, it's still got its things. But they really tried to add more quality of life and to try to find a way to streamline a lot of the shitty parts of the game. So I think as a free-to-play game, it's a great time to come back. I think it's a great time to come back and just see what you think. Especially with being free. Not getting them. Finally unlocked Descendants. It was real bad. A lot of that is much better. 1520 power beyond cooking. A lot of that is much better. A lot of the mods that you used to try to grind for, there are certain ways to get them guaranteed, especially like your red mods. So a lot of the red mods can be guaranteed drops. A lot of the bad RNG that you had for certain components or certain weapons or certain characters, they've added a target farming system that helps streamline that process and make it a little better for you. That doesn't mean that everything's free or perfect, or that you're just going to always get what you want instantly. But a lot of the shitty part of the game of just sitting there and spinning tires nonstop has kind of been worked on to make it better. The only really good characters, I mean, right now there are still characters that are definitely meta, but we have a lot of friends who use Sharon for everything and who main Sharon. A lot of the Descendants have been buffed in a way that they're viable. Like, a lot of the characters are viable even if there is a clear-cut meta. Doesn't feel limited as a free-to-play player. Yeah, I think as a free-to-play player it doesn't feel bad. So, you've heard Jaber's quite good at the moment? Yeah. Well, I think that, like, quite good is... Like, I'm assuming Jaber's good, but I definitely assume that... like, quite good is a relative term. Do you know what I mean? No, quite good for a new player? No, absolutely. I don't mean to make it sound bad. I just think, like, anything is, like, relative, right? Like, quite good... From what I've heard, they're putting in similar times to, like, what I would consider, like, A tier. Maybe even S tier Descendants, depending on how you want to break it down. So, I mean, I'm hearing a lot of good things about him. So, I mean, he's definitely not like Serena, but he's still putting in solid times in certain pieces of content, which makes him way more viable. I've heard people say they use him in general mobbing now, which you basically couldn't do before. So it sounds like he's definitely improved. Helping with the Nell grind? I mean, you can see if anybody's around that's like doing it, Palm. I don't know who's all grinding for Nell's parts right now, but if anybody's in chat, yeah, you guys definitely can group up. Do a little bit of grind out on the plains, right?
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, thank you guys for the follows. Yeah, I think a lot of people are enjoying him though. Like a worm that hangs from the ceiling. I mean, like, there's definitely certain ones you need to do post, but for the most part, you'll be able to clear them pretty easy. Looks like Twain's looking to do some, Palm. So you guys can group up. Good night. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I appreciate you, Wood. Yeah, it looks like Twain's going, so at least got one. Nell grind was awful. You ended up paying for it. Dude, I got lucky I got her day one. Main thing people don't like about Jaber is having to spend like all the time to like do the setup. I could see that. Taking a break. I don't blame you, Clothing Mule. Sometimes you just gotta take a little break, you know? Yeah, his kid's still a little clunky. He's just got like a little bit of setup, even though like it's not as bad. Who knows? It could change with his ult. I mean, they could change everything, right? This could just be the rework to make him viable for now. And then his red mods could completely do something different. Trunks, why are you taking a nap? Most people are just asking for his turrets to follow him. He'd have been absolute S tier. Well, now that he's got like a bunch of turrets, yeah, I mean, and maybe they'll do that with his ult, right? Maybe they'll make him like fucking Zaku or something. Summon 6 fucking DPS turrets and not summon any fucking any healing turrets, right? Or just summon like 4 or 5 turrets that just stack around him and just do like a bunch of fucking damage. Why did I switch weapons? Why did I switch weapons, chat? There we go. Easy game. Time is it? We need to see what time it is and see what we're gonna do. We gotta make plans. Gotta make plans for the day. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, chat? What are we gonna do? Let's run a little bit more. Do this and go watch some Dexter. Dude, like I said, unfortunately, I gotta work on fucking editing here soon. Honestly, you know what I really want? I really wanted a beer, like, the other day. Really wanted a beer the other day. Wasn't able to get one, and then I went to like a Buffalo, like not a B-dubs, but like just like a Buffalo Wings and Rings close to my house. And basically they gave me the most so it was like yesterday, Saturday. Was it Saturday? Friday. When did we go? It might have been Friday. So I went to like a Buffalo Wings and Rings, and I ordered some wings, and they were the worst wings I'd ever had in my life, to the point that I didn't eat any of them. I ate one fucking wing. I hadn't ate all day by the time I had went there. So I'd went there with 0 food in my stomach. Hadn't ate in fucking probably 30 plus hours by the time I went there. The fucking wings were goddamn terrible. The bartender, I got one beer, and then I had to go to the bar and physically get my own second beer. I wouldn't even eat them, man. I asked for grilled wings, and they brought me out what looked like broiled wings. They were fucking like Casper white, didn't have like any texture, anything on them, and the sauce looked like a fucking soup in the bowl. Like the wings, like they had like fat gristles on them that looked absolutely terrible. And then on top of that, like I don't know if you guys know anything about chicken, but there's like tendons on chicken, like on chunks of chicken when you make wings. There's like tendons on there. Typically you cut those off, right? Like when you do your like kitchen prep the night before, you'll take like all the chicken you plan on selling the next day, or you'll like take all the chicken you plan on selling that day. And you'll look at like each individual piece of chicken because there might be like a tendon or something on it. And basically you cut all those off. That way you don't give them to the customer. So like out of the fucking 10 wings they sent me, fucking 7 of them still had this like knobby tendon thing sticking off of it. Bro, I was like so mad, but I wanted fucking beer. Lads dropping out too. All right, to the back. So like, They had these like, it was like the fucking worst food I had had in fucking forever, man. And I really wanted to just like enjoy my beer and wings. And I ended up buying like 2 beers. The second one I had to go to the bar and get myself. And then I ended up not even drinking the second fucking beer because I was so pissed off. And the food was so fucking terrible. And the beer at that bar were $10 a pop. So I literally just left a $10 fucking beer sitting on the counter and walked away. It was not good. Alright. Trunks, I think that basically what I'm looking at right now is, oh, my trigger mods are full. Because we don't have Lad. Oh, it's Lesh. Interesting. Because we don't have Lad to, run... Because we don't have Lad to run, Enzo for us, I might just do some regular running around for a little bit before I get off. Dude, they were so bad. Like, the wings were the worst wings I'd probably... They were probably the worst wings I'd seen, and I couldn't even tell you. But yeah, man, I was so fucking mad. But I kind of still want the beers that I wanted to have the other day, so I'm like, maybe... Hot and crispy, delicious, and great sauce. Yeah, I think, like, really good wings are the best. So... But, so far I did all the builds on Descendants you need. You still got to work on somebody? I don't know. I don't know, man. I might, oh, Trunks is going to run Enzo. If Trunks is going to go run Enzo, I'll run for a little bit longer with Trunks. If Trunks is going to run for a little bit longer, I'll run with Trunks for just a little bit. We'll go back in. If he wants to run Enzo. If he doesn't want to run Enzo, then I'll figure out what I'm going to do. I'll figure out what I'm going to do. Oh. Nell and Purge is actually pretty fun. She's definitely missing like the massive HP pool. Yeah, but she does okay though, right? She does okay. Enzo's fucking retired to being a stay-at-home dad. Fucking Lamau. You definitely need to go get a beer today. Oh, we will go get a beer today. No fucking questions asked. That will be what we do. You don't care? You can run Enzo? Yeah, if you want to, Trunks. We'll go run. We'll just go run for a little bit. We'll run for a little bit longer. You need to start purging again. You're low on cores. You want to run, Wardu? I'll drag you through. I'll drag you through if you want to go. She's really good in Purge because she's pretty much an elite killer. Yeah, I think if you use her right or run whatever you want. Oh, I'm fine, man. I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing. Regular challenge. I'll just do regular. Just regular for like challenges. I'm not fucking. I don't give a shit about challenge. You can run with us for a little bit before I end stream. You can run with us for a little bit before we end stream. We'll just go run for a little bit. Just a little bit. Just the tip, or do. He's gonna be shedding tears when the lounge comes out. You think so? Dude, you bought a pack of 23 Coronas, dude. The big question. Dude, always use cores. Yeah, no, same, man. I need so many cores it doesn't even matter. The real question is Corona with lime. That's not even really a question, it's rhetorical. If you're not drinking your Corona with lime, you're doing it wrong. You have to drink your Corona with lime. You have to drink your Corona with lime. 100%. 100% or you're doing it wrong. Alright, let's go carry Wardu. Easy games with the Dew of War. Only way to drink Coronas with a lime? Literally mule. You prefer it without? Lad, man. Lime, dash of salt. Cut the lime, throw the lime in the bottle, push it down, take a salt shaker, put a couple sprinkles of salt in it. Now you've got a Corona. You only drink non-alcoholic beer? That's fine. I understand, like, some people just stop drinking beer for, like, health reasons or whatever. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but... Isn't that, like, their whole brand? Corona with lime? Lime. L-I-M-E. Lime. It's okay. I say things, like, really quick, and it can be easy to fuck up. Yes, Corona with lime. Now you want some? Yeah. I'm hoping that there's some Sam Adams cherry wheat when I go to the beer store after stream. A little bit of cherry wheat, and it's going to be good to go. Dude, that sounds really good. I don't know. We're supposed to be eating soup tonight. I don't know how well beer goes with soup, but we'll make it work. They actually say, like, 1 beer a day is good for your health. Oh, I'm sure to some degree, right? Some alcohol is good, right? You like Red's Apple? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people like Red's Apple Ale. Some of those aren't too bad. I think some of it's a little sweet for me, but... Nah, you're good. You don't drink, so you assume it's some sort of, like, secret hack? Nah, fam, it's all good. And I understand that not everybody drinks. I drink a lot less than I used to. I drink way less than I used to. I drink way fucking less than I used to, which is a good thing. It was pretty hard on me. It was pretty hard on my body. It was pretty hard on my health. Time for a walk. Yo, see you around. I appreciate you, old man. Have a great rest of your day, brother. I gotta go take a walk here in just a little bit, so I feel that. I'll give it to you, lad. Cherry wheat once, it was all right. Finished it at least. At least you're able to finish it. I know it's not for everybody, but I think it's got a really nice flavor. You don't smoke or drink? That's awesome. I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I don't smoke. I don't vape. I don't do any of that. Oh. Yeah, I definitely need to take a walk here in a little bit. I don't think I think we might have took a walk yesterday. If I did, it was a pretty short one, so I'll need to take a walk. I got a bunch of stuff to do. I got to finish this video. We definitely got to prioritize this video. I want to get it done and get it out. It'll be out a little later than I want, but I think getting it out's the important part. Taking a day off was nice, and then we'll be back on our normal schedule, so I'll have Tuesday off as well. So having Tuesday off will be pretty nice, like back to having 2 days off a week. It'll let me catch up on YouTube and let me catch up on a bunch of stuff, so I think it'll be nice. Gonna go Netflix and chill, mate. I appreciate you, lad. Have a great rest of your night, brother. A great rest of your night. Better take your time and recharge. Well, I think we're far enough into the season now that I can take like a couple days a week and just work on YouTube and work on just like regular content and stuff. I'm also trying to get some stuff ready for some other shit I want to look at on stream. I just got to figure out what time is going to be a good time to do it, right? I got some stuff I might look at like early on into tomorrow's stream. We're just going to wait and see. Play it by ear. So, definitely trying to have a good time though. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed yourself and had a good time. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you guys for hanging out on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you guys for all the support today. Thank you guys for all the memberships over on YouTube. Thank you guys for all the new subs on YouTube. Thank you guys for all the follows on Twitch. Thank you guys for the new subs on Twitch. Thank you guys for all the support today. It's really been awesome, and I always appreciate having you guys here with me. You guys being here makes it much easier for me to make a halfway decent show, so thank you guys for everything that you do. We do got some new games coming up here soon, so personally pretty excited to try some Borderlands. We'll have to see how Borderlands plays, but at definitely going to be checking out some Borderlands.
Porn.
I do
I'm
crazy.
watching gay porn right now. I hate my job because I love gay porn.
You're already bored in the season to some degree. Only took 5 Walmart battles so far. I understand that, Ecto. I think that for like your average, I think your average player, before the end of the month, will start to slow down in the time that they spend in First Descendant. Your average player. Like your people who just enjoy the game nonstop are going to probably play it the same amount no matter what. But I think a lot of your average gamers and returning gamers, I'm not saying, oh, it's Cal. Oh, it's Callie. Never mind. I thought it was somebody else. I'm not saying people are going to be mad or hate the game or hate the season or anything. I'm just assuming that, you know, as we get a couple weeks into the season, people will sort of like will have like a lot of the new shinies, and it'll be more about just logging on, maybe building a new character, building a new weapon, like grinding for some stuff. And it'll be much more of a get on, like do some dailies, do a couple things, and then kind of like maybe log out to play something else, play something a little bit different, or just to relax. Especially with Borderlands coming up, I think going into like September, I think with Borderlands being here, but the only real update to First Descendant being the Gooner Cave is going to kind of push people to play other games for at least a month. Or at least try other games for a month until October shows up and we get a little bit more of a substantive update to the First Descendant. People who are coming back will have the new stuff and we'll look at the wall of difficulty and decide to pass. I hope that's not the case, right? Like, I really hope that's not the case, Jerry Rig, where like people come back and they kind of, they get like boosted where they have a character and everything, and then they go in and try out the Axiom Plains and feel that the Axiom Plains is too hard for them, and then realize that they need to like go farm Purge, but also feel like Purge is too hard for them, and then realize they need to farm, you know, like a bunch of component sets, and then find it to be too much. Like, I really hope that doesn't happen. You're gonna be stuck in Void Vessel for weeks, dude. Void Vessel hell is the worst hell to be in. Void Vessel hell is the worst hell to be in. But I hope people like constantly enjoy themselves. I hope people are constantly enjoying themselves, constantly enjoying the new update. Void Vessel's nice until you're stuck in Void Vessel hell. Anything is nice until you have to run it and you don't want to. Especially as like new players without the proper guns, Void Vessel's even worse. And then if you feel the need to run it even though you don't want to run it because you need mats to like level up your dog or something, then it can feel bad, right? Anytime you're forced to grind a section of the game that you don't actually want to grind, it kind of feels bad. You had fun farming the dog. I'm happy you enjoyed it, you know? I'm happy you enjoyed it and you enjoyed the experience. I think that, you know, for some people it's good, for some people it's bad. I think the problem's doing it in a group. I mean, I never minded doing it in a group, but that was because I could carry the groups, right? I think as long as you can easily carry the group, then it's not that bad to do it in a group versus doing it solo. You just basically just speed through it either way. Veil Analyzer is great for the Vessel, yeah. But I think new players that don't have Veil Analyzer, don't have weapons equipped that can utilize it properly, it can be a really bad time. I don't want it to be that way. I can barely get through most Axiom stuff with Freyna. Not that anything can't, just that barrier is pretty high for more casual players. I understand that. And I think that like Axiom is definitely one of the more extreme examples, just because it's one of the more harder pieces of content in the game. And it's not that Axiom itself is particularly hard. It's the mini bosses out there have so much HP that it makes them feel really spongy. Did you hate the core grind? Just give me the gun. I get that. But yeah, I think that like the hardest part in the plains isn't the monster levels. It's when it comes time to kill the bosses, and you just feel like you're having a tickle fight with them. Because, you know, if you're somebody that plays a while, you have a bunch of really strong descendants, really strong guns, like none of that matters. You can just go in and wipe the floor with anybody. But if you're a newer player, it's not that easy. Sorry, Trunks. And that feels a lot worse. And then the plains is going to feel really lonely because a lot of people will either just go out and do the plains themselves, right? They'll just go do it by themselves because they don't need other people, or they'll go do it with friends, or they will go focus on specific missions. And if you're a new player and you don't really understand, like, what's an operation mission? We'll do one more and then we'll go do Crasher. They don't really understand, like, what's an operation mission? What missions should they be prioritizing? So a new player's going out there, they're just randomly doing missions, not understanding why nobody's doing them with them. Meanwhile, everybody else that's out there that has really good descendants is prioritizing other missions that sort of like give them stuff. So, yeah, farm Shellcrasher. Yo, thank you guys for the follows. You can see my junk filters, Pickle. If you go check out my new player guide, I show off the junk filters that I have there. And I don't go like really in depth on everything you need to know about it, but I explain how it works. That way you can kind of set yours up. But yeah, the new player guide should have it in there. The problem is carrying in the dungeon where it just basically rush ahead. You get annoyed at you being slow. I mean, I think that like most people don't get annoyed, but I think there's a perception that people are going to get annoyed and a perception that you are kind of like holding people back. When I think most gamers just don't really care. Like most gamers are just like, I'll just fucking run ahead. Like I've ran this dungeon 10,000 times. I'll just run ahead whether you're there or not. Like I'll pull you. Which I think can be equally a bad experience for new players, where they constantly just don't have the move cores to keep up. They run through about half of the dungeon, right? Like they manually run through about half of the dungeon. They don't get to kill anything because they're too slow to kill it. And then all of a sudden they get teleported to the final boss's room where it just gets fucking evaporated in front of their eyes. And they're like, well, I did nothing. And some of that is good because it allows people to see what strong characters look like. And some people really like that because then they're like, holy fuck, that's what I want to be. But I think for every one player that sees that and thinks that way, I think there's probably 2 or 3 players that feel kind of frustrated because they want to feel like they're doing something and they're contributing in some fashion. And they're not. And they feel like basically what they just did was worthless. Sorry, I'm like getting really distracted, chat. I'm like not helping my teammates out at all. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to not help you guys out. I'm just getting distracted. We're getting towards the end of the stream where my brain ain't no work good. Farming for Nell and the others, what happened to you? You seen people on Twitch get pissed and report people after running the whole place? What do you mean? I mean, those are I can't speak to those people. Like I can't speak to like Twitch streamers getting pissed off and reporting people who are slow or not running meta builds. I personally can't. I wouldn't do that, and I would say that that's probably like not the best thing to do as a streamer. But again, we've talked about it before. Like I'm not gonna tell you what to do in your own house. See, Graybeard. Like I'm not gonna tell you what to do in your own house. Like you know, like I'm not gonna come in and pee on your rug. So you can run your stream however you want. And if that means like sort of like shitting on people for like, you know, not being on your level, then that's up to you. Not a problem, Wordu. You can come with us. We're gonna go do Wallcrasher. It's up to you. Or you can bounce out. I mean, I don't really care. I'm just gonna go do Wallcrasher really quick. Feel free to stay in and run Wallcrasher with us, or feel free to bounce out. Yeah, just run Wallcrasher with us. We'll go do that.
Well,
so, yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, so if you're, you know, just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. Big up, get to know me in the community. Have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follows. You only get rewards for the first fight? Yeah, Wallcrasher. Yeah, it's only the first one. You only get shit from the first one.
Hello there.
Thanks.
Hey, thank you guys for all the follows. We keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, you know, just chilling, relaxing, enjoying the show, you don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to call you out. If you do want to speak up and get to know me in the community, you can always speak up and get to know us. We got a pretty great community here, so always a good time to hang out. Oh, let's get in here. Let's knock out this Wallcrasher fight and then go from there. All right. Trunks' booty be looking cute. Trunks' booty be looking cute and everything. Oh, we knocked this out. Dude, my trigger mods are full. My trigger mods were full. I just noticed that earlier. So whatever trigger mods we get are going to drop directly into our storage. Big fucking rip, right? Big rip. They're going directly into our storage. Trunks is over there filming for the next dev live stream. He's over there just like prepping for the next photo shoot for the dev live stream. Remember when 8 people on a map was a small number? Big rip. Remember when you lost what was on the ground? I mean, I'm fine either way. I mean, more than likely, there's not going to be something that drops that I don't have anyway. How much shit do I lose every... I probably lose more items every stream than your average gamer even collects. Because of, like, the dog not picking things up fast enough, the dog not breaking things down fast enough, like, just speed running and speed farming. I probably lose millions of mats. Just because of the way the game is set up, right? Like, probably millions of mats that I just lose. So, and then there's, like, other, you know, like, other mats that we just, I know, like, you know, 19 mil here, we should probably have double that. 4 million of the energy control core, we should probably double that, right? Like, we should probably have double of all these mats if things picked up and broke down as fast as they should. Is there any way to see your trigger modules if you don't have the slot unlock? Go talk to Cillian. Go talk to Cillian and see what he shows you. You should be able to break down mods from there. I have to say, they fixed something about the draw. You used to have to wait for the dog to gather things up. He's definitely faster than he used to be. You just leave mods cab now, you don't care to dismantle them? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's definitely a sad part when you just like have so many of a mat that you don't care that you're leaving mats on the ground. That is a very, very PoE thing, right? They gave him a speed boost. I mean, he's much better now than he was before the update. Like, he's much quicker now than he was before the update. Absolutely. But yeah, go talk to Cillian, the module guy. It should be down bottom. It should be like his bottom option says like trigger mods. Like manage trigger mods or something. Or it might just say disassemble trigger mods since you can't like combine them or anything. You need to give the dog treats while in Albion. She does better. Dude, I've got so much fucking dog food for the next dog. It doesn't even matter. Where's the dog food at? Where is the dog food? Is it in here? Yeah, I've got like 5 of the protein. I've got, what, 22 of the calcium. And then whatever the blue one is, I have 50 of those. He's still too slow for how fast the game is. No, I'll agree with that. That's definitely the problem, is like the speed that the game has gotten to. As the game has just continued to speed up, you almost have to speed up all the passive things. Library only shows. Wasn't going to Cillian since Wallcrasher, but yeah, I just need to run. So yeah. Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, I think that you'll have to go to Cillian. Because if you don't have them unlocked, all you're going to see from the library is which ones you have unlocked, not how many and the rolls on them. It just won't happen, unfortunately. You'll have to wait until afterwards. Wow. Trunks' dog's named Happy. Oh, it's another refined crystal. You guys don't have any outfits on your dogs? Throwing. Literally throwing. Literally throwing. Though, to be fair, I want the new outfit that's coming for the dog more, but I bought this one when it came out. Dog outfits are meh. You just colored yours at least. Dude, too slow to pick stuff up, but fast enough to run in front of the bike. Lamau. You want to remove the dog's default outfit? Wouldn't it be nice if you could just, yeah, get rid of the harness and just let him run around without anything? I would just put, like, the hat on it and that alone. Just be like, all that's on this dog is the fucking hat. Alright, let's cook. You put the Santa on yours? Oh, I remember that. Still angry there isn't a pod follower? It could still happen. Could still happen. What do I think of Nell? I mean, I think Nell's doing just fine. I think Nell's doing fine in the sandbox. I think she does pretty good damage in a lot of different areas of the game. I don't think you're throwing by using Nell in anything. She might not be like the tippy top DPS versus like Serena in certain things, but she's still pretty decent. So I think that because of that, as long as you're enjoying Nell, you might as well use her. Because a lot of this content, you don't need that extra DPS if you don't want it, so... Right? Like, it's not that big of a deal, so... We'll try to double dip. We'll pick up all of our stuff. We'll at least get one double dip in. There we go. Wish they didn't make the story so traumatic for those characters. They put out some, like, creepy version of the story. I get that. Well, I mean, the only way you can make an interesting story is if people are completely fucked up, right? Like, if you're not fucking people up, are you really telling a good story? Like, the only reason anybody is important or good is because they're fucked up. Obviously. Obviously. That is the only reason. Fighting in bikinis? I mean, it's the only way to fight, right? I didn't think I'd be enjoying Nell as much as I am. She's a lot of fun to play. I think she's got... Nell's kit is fun because it's not just one button. And I think for a lot of people, they're just tired of one-button Descendants. There's sort of a fatigue of just no-braining the content. So when you add a Descendant that requires you to do a couple things, your brain feels engaged. And when your brain feels engaged, you feel like you're actively doing something. And that is going to give you much more of a dopamine hit than sort of no-braining. Because you feel like you're playing better, and because you're playing better, you're doing better, right? Like, you're doing more damage. All of that is all happening specifically because you're actively playing better. You're hitting your fucking, right? Like, you're hitting your receive on cooldown, like it's working perfectly. Like, you're receiving the right spots. Like, you're doing a ton of spike damage. You're seeing big numbers. You're seeing like enemies get deleted instantly. And as you're seeing those things, it makes you feel much better. So I think that's kind of why, one of the reasons why I think people like Nell is because she gives you at least a somewhat, she gives you somewhat of a sense of fulfillment when you're playing her. versus just idly hitting a button and just seeing big number go up. I think Serena can kind of give you that to a degree, but just not as well. Because I think there's definitely a skill to playing Serena better. Like, what a flambe, right? Like, playing Serena better, there's definitely a skill to it. And making sure you're hitting all of your dodges perfectly and keeping 100% uptime on your 4. While, like, you know, especially if you're running some of the other weapons, just ensuring you're doing everything properly to get as much Wallcrasher damage in as you can. But for a lot of content, it just doesn't matter. Saw Nell fight Pyro hard, use a sub attack, and one hit shot it. Interesting. Yeah, Wallcrasher just dropped you 20. It's definitely a bug. Nah, man, it's not a bug. That is like the lucky drop. That wasn't a bug at all. Hey, it's Destruct. Lamau. Where's my high five? All right, let's head back. All right, putting the back trigger helped you a lot with the thumb, and the world's healing now. Oh, absolutely. Wait, you didn't know that? Yeah, there's a lucky drop you can get. You can get up to like 22 mods from the. You can get up to 22 trigger mods from the Wallcrasher. You can get up to 22. All right, guys. Unfortunately, I do think this is probably where I'm going to call it, though. What's the recommended DPS on Serena before joining Wallcrasher? Honestly, Sins, just get in there. Honestly, just get in there. Like, work towards my build. Exclamation mark wall. It's okay, Destructo, man. You guys don't have to watch. You don't have to be here every day, man. I appreciate you. What I can say is, like, start working on that build, Sins, and just go in every time. Either you guys win or you don't, but you can't get the mods if you don't try. You've been on YouTube, you just want to not fully leech, don't worry about that. Most people aren't going to care. Just go in there and do your best. The fight's not that hard. Like, for people who would, like, you would be quote unquote leeching off of, the fight is not that hard for them, so it doesn't matter. And as long as you're putting your best foot forward, you're coming in with a Serena, a Nell, maybe a Glay, maybe some crazy Sharon build. Like, you're coming in with, like, a really solid build, and you're contributing the best you can, then that's all anybody can ask. That's literally all anybody can ask, is that you're trying. Thanks for the runs. Thanks, Trunks. I appreciate you. Some of them are salty, though, and they can just deal with it. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of dick that they can suck if they don't like it, Jerry. It's a public event that anybody can queue into. So as long as you're not actively going in there trolling, then it literally doesn't matter. Right? Like, it literally doesn't matter. So as long as you're actively trying to get better, then just go in and try to get better. Don't die. I mean, yeah, depending on what you're doing, right, Neko? Like, thanks for the runs. I appreciate you, Wardu. Thank you for the runs. Thank you, Trunks, for running with me as well. But yeah, guys, that's my view on it. Like, unless you're actively just trying to be a dick, like throwing. Yeah, like 4.7 is 8, which is like 670. Even if you're not putting in good damage, somebody else will probably be doing fine. I do second runs to help. Yeah, like a lot of us literally don't care. We just do second runs to help out. So Isa, why?
Just raided with 17 viewers.
Isa, why you raid me, bro? I was getting ready to raid out. Guys, go follow Isa. If you're from my community, you love you a little bit of Final Fantasy 14, you love a great cozy streamer, go follow Isa. Go follow Isa. Longtime friend, amazing mod, longtime community member. Go follow Isa really quick. Before I end my stream, whether I decide to raid out or not, go check out Isa. If you like Final Fantasy, you like cozy games, you like horror games, you're just looking for a chill place to hang out, go follow my girl Isa. Go follow Isa. Now you got to stay on? No, I can't stay on. I got tons of stuff I got to do tonight, chat. Isa, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the love. How have the streams been? I'm tired, Isa. I'm tired. Just like definitely tired. So things are good though. Things are good. You're amazing. Thank you for being awesome and bringing your awesome community in. I think thank you for recharging. I think what I'll do here, just to do it, we'll do this just to do it. Let's do this. Since Isa brought in some friends, let's do this. Let's do this. All right, guys. Isa was awesome. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for bringing your friends in. We'll send your friends, plus my friends, to go see another friend. We'll rate a small streamer to like make their day. So let's go ahead and rate a small streamer to make their day. It's always fun to send. It's always fun to send a little bit of love to some other friends. So let's go ahead and do this really quick. But guys, as always, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for all the love and support. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you guys for the bits. Thank you guys for the raids. Thank you guys for everything. We're gonna go ahead and send you over to a friend. If you guys are coming, definitely stick around. I'll be live tomorrow at our normal time. We'll work on some more stuff. We'll work on some more builds. We'll hang out. Thank you guys for all the love and support today. As always, guys, have a great morning, noon, or night, wherever you guys are. Take care of yourself. Know somebody loves you, and I will see you guys all tomorrow. Take care. See you guys.